Broadcasting from the psychiatric ward called Planet Earth. I am Max Stout, your host for Architects of Humanity. I'd like to say what's up to Taurus Necros Productions, man. Good to see you, man. Hi. I got the link pinned to the top of the chat for anybody that wants to jump on. Usually have a few people, Scribe is the co-host, Mr. X, another co-host. Jake always comes on every now and then, and we have some great discussions. Tonight, we will be talking about the top 10 AI movies top 10 movies that warned us about AI, but also we go with the discussion will bring us because it's always great to have knowledge. And I'm just seeing, usually I have some other stuff, top 10 AI movies. And, it's funny because when I look at the thumbnail that I created, which with AI, that was the funniest thing of all. And I couldn't believe that it put this stuff on there. The Matrix. The Matrix is actually that's an old school one. He wakes up and, he sees that, it's basically machine. Everybody's in their pod. And it is the result of people creating AI. The script, if you look at some of the previous stuff, it's almost prophetic with the Matrix. And then when you look at people on how they think, they're basically still in the pod. But when they wake up, it's a shocking revelation. Shocking. We also have Ex Machina. Ex Machina was an excellent movie that showed us how smart AI, in theory, can be. I would think that it's way smarter than what we think. Whatever we see that's out here, we know it's at least 4, 5, 7 decades behind. Military, when you really look at it, the planetary has always been under military jurisdiction. Frank Zappa said it best. He said the political government is the entertainment division for the military-industrial complex. And when we look at it, it really does seem that way. I was on a great podcast a little while ago, Objective Ethics. Yeah, I'm hoping I wrote them on email. Hopefully we'll connect soon again and have some great conversations. But when we go into the top 10, we're going to see other ones too. Movies that warned us about AI. One of the top ones, you already know, Terminator. The Terminator from 1984, 1991. They actually have liquid metal, you can look it up, that can be programmed now. Liquid polymers, plastic polymers mixed with metal as well. This stuff, when you look at where we're at, there is no way that life could have happened by random selection or random mutation, natural selection. We already know that that is a full-blown lie. We see it here with the book, The Origin of Species. One of the ladies, I think Robin, ignorantly quoted The Origin of Species by means of natural selection without realizing the rest of the title, or the preservation of favored races in some type of struggle for life. If there was a struggle for life, there wouldn't be hospitals, there wouldn't be state-funded welfare, there wouldn't be help for people. You would find that absurd if you saw hospitals for buffaloes or flies or salamanders. Just logical thought. So they had to get people, as we know, there's an epidemic of stupidity, to fall into that. And Bonhoeffer wrote about that excellently. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, amazing. Retro Doomsday, good to see you, brother. I see 8 movies on your title screen. What's the other 2? Man, it figures you would notice that. You are always ahead of the curve. The other 2, I wanted to wait, but I will give them to you right now. One of the ones, man, a friend of mine told me about it. She said, she mentioned it. She read it a long time ago. This is a brutal one. I think it's, the title is, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, something like that. That is, if you just even look through the basic premise of that, they have some videos on it. It is brutal, man. It's us creating AI that actually, we program it. Well, not all of us, but the people that run stuff with the hatred that they have for humanity. And that robot takes that on, makes people extinct, except for 5 people. Takes it about 109 years in the book. And those last 5 people, it extends their life with technology so it can torture them for eternity. And it is brutal, man. I have no mouth and I must scream. I think that's the name of the title. That could possibly be the top one. That could definitely, I mean, that's up there. That's up there. The ones on here on the title, they aren't really like, I mean, they're okay. I mean, the creator, remember AI made the thumbnail. The creator is actually, I'm not really sure about that. I got to look at that one. iRobot was a good one. 2001, mediocre. Artificial intelligence was okay. It got into a lot to do with caring. And, you know, you don't throw something away. I mean, things are sentient. Animals are sentient. But evolution, again, based on total, it was the creator of racism. There was a guy in Australia. He said race is not the father of racism. It is the child. We have one human family. It's not even a human race because we're not in a race against each other. Remember, if you win the rat race, you're still a rat. So they try to set it up in ways where, regardless of how you look at it, you won't win. There is no such thing as Western civilization. There's a barbaric cluster bomb of people with technology. Nobody treats each other civil from government to citizen. It's horrible. It's oppression. It's exploitation, basically. You know, the other word for tax is exploitation, to exploit. Tony Snow, my brother. Yo, I got home a little after, man. We're definitely going to catch up, man. So I tried to call earlier. He says Arnold Schwarzenegger movie 6th Day was AI. Movie 2, I think. It has, it has the X robots. It definitely does. That's, man, thank you for bringing that up, brother. Yeah, that one. Yeah, and the cloning. That one, we got to put that on the list. The 6th Day was brutal. I mean, they were cloning people through an eye scan. They get their DNA, the retina scan, and next thing you know, they're cloning you. So that is an excellent addition to what we have here. That one, I have no mouth and must scream. It's a hard read, man. It's a hard, even looking at some of the videos they have, which are incomplete. It's brutal. It's brutal, man. It's an AI computer called AM that is torturing the last 5 humans after making everyone extinct after 109 years. It's brutal, man. Retro says Tau 2018 was about AI. Frankenstein Unbound 1990. I gotta check those, man. Terribly made, but the premise was phenomenal. Brother Ali, good to see you, man. He says, hey, MD, I just got in the car from a walk in nature. You know, we go back to the portable cave, the car, to get back to our permanent cave. It's hilarious, man. But, you know, we know that the caveman is just a fiction in people's mind created by the religion of evolution. The amount of frauds that we see trying to depict people of color being closer to animals, and the people today that promote evolution trying to deny that. I mean, it's just the hatred from the mid 1800s into the Civil War. And remember, the same year that the Civil War ended, within months, the Ku Klux Klan was created. Well, what do you know? Look at here, right? We see that straight up. And of course, we don't call everybody racist or anything on this channel or anywhere. Well, we call it out where it is. Darwin and the origin of species, the favored races, you know, the preservation of the favored races. How much more blatant do you have to get it? This is basically, it's a power manual for supremacy. And then what was the other one? The descent of man. So in other words, the descent of man, or basically he's saying people of color. And you got people today that take this and run with it and act like they're an altruist and all of that. I would really love to get through to all of the people of color. And there's many people, Mr. X and other guys that come on here, Scribe, they're, you know, other guys, Jake, they know that is not, it is not how people are. They are good people. when we see that it tries to lump everybody into one hateful category of saying, look, these people are closer to apes and these people are so-called human. I mean, how bad is that? How bad is that? I posted in the community post already the lies of evolution on how we see with like the coelacanth versus millions of years old. It's said to be extinct until one was caught off the coast of Africa, of all places, right? And then they continually catch these. So I put this in the community post showing people how evolution works. It works by lies. Salute my brother, You Gotta Laugh podcast. Please check out his channel, man. My brother, always here, bro. Thank you to see you, man. And when we look at the whole religion of evolution and like how I showed that they will lie over and over and over again, most of the people that go into that are traumatized by religion. The butt pirates got to them in the church, rammed up in the cheeks, and now they over here cheerleading for evolution. You know, they basically, that's what they do. And there was a guy that had came on the stream, Austin Sims. We still have the thing. I saw him on that stream earlier, and he's just still traumatized. His cheeks must be red from the priest that was up in there. But we didn't have nothing to do with that. So hopefully he heals, you know, and comes to his senses one day. And anybody's welcome on a stream as long as they're respectful. I don't know if he can be, but if he wants to, fine. And it was funny because I went on that stream and this guy just comes out the blue. It's like, wow, he must still feel my foot deep inside of him or something from the last time we had a confrontation, and he lost because he's looking at it as a debate, as some type of argument, right? And me, I'm like, science is a conversation and allows us to move forward and learn. Retro Doomsday, Westworld, man. That was one of the ones I had on the list, man. That is an excellent one about AI. And I think that came out in the 70s, man. The 70s. But one of, like you were saying, the other two, one is Metropolis from the 20s, where they created, I mean, it could be looked at as robotics, but it's still AI, where they created the robotic woman to give birth to workers. And this is from the 20s. I mean, these people just, I mean, whatever it is behind ruling humanity that has created us, the architects of humanity, because we know when we look at it, the religious books have little pieces of the puzzle. The evolutionists, their piece of the puzzle is to tell us, don't ever fall into that level of stupidity, to think that it happens by chance. And of course, what goes in with the religion of evolution is atheism. Atheism is hand in hand with that. Consciously dead or spiritually dead, we see these people because they want to think that they're at the top of the scale. They somehow, something told them that they're the top of the food chain, but we know that there are little things that can bring humans down that you can't even see, microscopic, as well as big things. You leave a human in nature and they are prey, basically, without technology. Even with technology, we see people going to Africa getting iced by lions. And thank goodness, too. I mean, when you see the immaturity of the so-called Western world, it's actually horrible in that way. Retro Doomsday, man, thank you for the recommendations. He says, Looker, that sounds real familiar. They replace female models with AI duplicates. I have 2 copies of the really? Wow. Well, I think the Stepford Wives was another one. The Stepford Wives, that one had like the program in them. And when we look at like, if we go back to, you know, it was a deep one. Oh, Looker, 1981. I think there was the same director as Westworld. Oh, I got to look into that, man. The name sounds familiar. The name definitely. There's other movies like Videodrome, I think from the 80s. That was pretty deep, showing how television can program a person. And that's a real, like, it's like, wow. Blade Runner, of course, the series, both movies, the one with Harrison Ford and then the other one with Gosling. That one is pretty deep. Ghost in a Shell, that's another one. A foundational anime dealing with cybernetic bodies. and the digital ghost, the consciousness. This is the thing that scares the daylights out of evolutionists. Consciousness, spirituality, the subconscious. When somebody can't live with the mystery of life, you already know there's a problem. You already know. And to say that, remember, evolution is trying to say, oh, well, you see why Africa isn't developed, but Western Asia, what we mistakenly called Europe, because remember, all tyranny stems from language. If you believe Europe is a continent, well, you just won what they would call the Darwin Awards or the Stupidity Awards, because Europe is Western Asia. And again, the racism that goes behind that of trying to separate from a continent called Asia. Then they try to call it Eurasia. When, wait a minute, the larger part of it is a multitude of different people. We're all connected, whether they like it or not. India now magically, they can't call them subhumans anymore. So, oh, a subcontinent that magically is connected to the mainland. And the Central Africa can't be Central Africa. It has to be sub-Saharan because they can't call them subhumans openly. Evolution is a pseudoscientific blackface. We know that. You Gotta Laugh podcast says, MD, did Ava from Ex Machina pass the Turing test? That's a good one, bro. That is a good one. I mean, man, I got to hand it to her. She played on the simp ability. That guy was a super simp. This is the danger of simps. Guys that don't know how to control their sexual drive. He betrayed himself, he betrayed the other human, and he got what he deserved. He got locked in a prison to starve to death, a glass prison, by somebody that wanted freedom. And I'm so glad that the majority of those actors weren't diverse, because this is what it is. If you look at Elon, look at what Trump did once his cabinet got everybody of color, boom, gone. And now basically nobody has anything to say about kids sitting on his lap. If somebody were to meet up with a 12-year-old today, people would know that something's wrong. But magically, the so-called presiding officer, the president, because that's what it is, it's okay now with a lot of his supporters. But that goes in line with the statistics of PDF files throughout America. The majority are like Trump. And this is not to say anything about the good men that aren't in that category. The majority are. And they would have to be careful with that too. It's like I said, the biggest enemy looks just like us. So whatever you look like, the enemy is going to come in that form that you can't see. If you have the prejudice, if you look at the action, you'll be able to see it. Trust doesn't have a color. It has an action. But yeah, I think Ex Machina, man, that was a deep one. I don't know if you're making a joke about that with her passing the Turing test, but Wall-E, that was another one, the lonely garbage collecting robot that develops a personality. We have that. But Ex Machina, that was a deep one. iRobot was one of my favorites, I have to admit. Megan is one of the newer ones. It gets a little I don't know, kind of new age, flashy type of stuff. They say some of the best ones, though, are basically the ones, Eagle Eye is one that I haven't seen from 2008. So I'm not sure. They're saying that one is a pretty good one. So I would check that out. And when you look at computers and stuff like that, people working together, that again goes against the religion of evolution. Because again, it's a dog-eat-dog world. It's basically made to exonerate people from the horrors that they did during slavery. Not the people we see today, but the horrors that were done. Right now, the fact that you got about 150,000 Ku Klux Klan members today, which was about 4 million at the turn of the 20th century. In the early 1900s, forget it. They made a promo of it. How could you call that civilization when you have a movie called Birth of a Nation that has people in blackface worried about guys stealing white women? And that's the problem we see today. I think it's hilarious when I see beautiful looking women that are from what they would incorrectly say Caucasian descent. Remember, the last part of Caucasian is Asian. Asian, not Europe, Asian. So everybody on that continent is connected. And I doubt people just came from the mountains, the Caucasus Mountains, which of course run on a slope from east, right? Going up northwards to west, going into Western Asia, but it doesn't even touch near that. It just stays in a little spot over by Georgia, the country of Georgia. The mountains that run vertical are the Ural Mountains. So the Ural Finno-Ugaric language, I think it is. That's Hungarian and Finnish. Those aren't considered Western Asian or incorrectly called European languages. So as we do science, we dispel that myth of superiority that was tried to be brought in by Darwin. We see what superiority is, and it just seems not to really exist, because you can't get rid of something that, like, if something is superior, how can it be bred out? You know, and I think it's more like fear. It's fear that chicks are going to like somebody different. I think it's hilarious. I mean, porn kills it with that. And I don't recommend people watching that, but I think that just twists the knife in the gut of the racist to say, yeah, this girl will bang 10 guys of color before she even looks at you. And that's the inferior guy that tries to say evolution. Oh, look, Africa hasn't done nothing. Well, I'll tell you one thing. They're slaying those white chicks. I'll tell you that, more than any of these other guys. Retro Doomsday says the media denounced 1981 Looker as being anti-commercial, trying to convince the audience TV ads are programming viewers. How terrible of an idea for 1981 media to cover. Holy smokes. And, you know, once again, with me mentioning all this stuff about so-called race, it's to twist that, it's to put it into the people that try to act like they're not prejudiced or not racist. If you know, you have a lot of black people that support evolution, but hey, like I said, the character Steven from Django is not a fictional character. That exists. Look at Jesse Lee Peterson, and that's the epitome of Steven from Django. You could, I mean, that guy, it's just hilarious, man. It's just hilarious when you look at that. I think they said he seems like he's playing both sides. And of course, he's a devout Christian and stuff like that. So, you know, right there, the mental disease runs deep, deep within the mind. But going forward into different types of movies that warned us about AI, that told us, like, look, you know, this you might have to be a little careful with this, right? But who cares? I mean, when they're genetically modifying spiders to produce silk that glows under ultraviolet lights, and this is a fact, and then using that gene, anybody can look at, and in my opinion, to stay within guidelines of YouTube, anybody can check and look and see the factual evidence. They put that into goats. I mean, you're talking about some type of Island of Dr. Moreau type of experiments. But hey, just wave the magic wand. Evolution did it. And people will act like, well, you're unscientific for saying that. Really? Really? Remember, stupidity is not as much psychological as it is sociological. Dietrich Bonhoeffer dropped that deep. Cipolla, who wrote about the 5 basic laws of human stupidity, outlined very, very well how this works. So we can all fall into that. You know, I wonder, I say, look, so what, I'm the only one that can be stupid and ignorant? Because I've never noticed an evolutionist to say that. I mean, I've seen more with monotheistic people or polytheistic, definitely not the evolutionists. The religion of atheism does not want to even say that they could be wrong. And I think it comes from the butt pirate trauma that they've been to. You know, I've talked to people about that on streams, and it's kind of a trigger point when you mention that word. You know, cheek pirates, it gets to them because, you know, they might get that memory of the cheeks being clapped in the pew, you know, at the confessional, in the mosque, in the synagogue, in the Mundir temple, cheeks being clapped up in there, in Afghanistan and all these other places. The butt pirates, I mean, look, they worship a butt pirate in the Oval Office. The White House is butt pirate city, but nobody likes to talk about that. George Washington, I would say, is a butt pirate. None of these guys have ever been good. They've always been detrimental to the human cause. Just bigoted, insecure human. Well, that's if you can call them human, because I wonder if they really are. I really do. I wonder if they are. When you have something that is creating a machine and giving it power in the physical world, so now they give it a cybernetic type of mental power, but then the physical body to carry it out, drones that can recharge while it's in the air. You really think that's a good idea? So in other words, it's like the Matrix said that, look at what the Matrix said. We were the ones that blotted out the sky in the movie. And what do we see in real life? I mean, it's as if it already has taken over. They say there's a movie, Tao. I got to look at that. That sounds familiar, from 2018. I need to check that out. So Short Circuit is another one. Her is the one that gets guys to simp. What was the one with like You Gotta Laugh Hot podcast? He was saying that the Turing test. I'm not really sure if it passed the Turing test, or if I don't know if you're joking around with that, or please let me know. The Claude Opus 4.6, they're saying Claude Sonnet 4.6 are the latest versions in 2026 of AI. So, like, I did a stream, my conversations with AI about evolution, and AI eventually was like, you know what, you're practicing science in the correct way, because what they say in whale so-called evolution is actually it's inference. So there's a difference between inference and reality. Brian, good to see you, man. Tau, I think they spelt it in the thing T-A-U. Let me see, where was it? Yeah, T-A-U 2018. That was number 8 on the thing. I don't think I have that in the thing. Gaia, dude, you had 2 or 3 people going into maniac rants on Objective Ethics live stream before it ended. Oh man, that's great. I was busy setting the stream up. The science cult is real. Glad to be over here now. Gaia, brother, always family, you always welcome, man. This is so great. It is a cult, the cult of evolution, bro. And it's the pseudo-scientific cult. That's the most dangerous thing about evolution. It disguises it as science, and it cloaks itself as not being a religion. I used to call it the pseudo-scientific establishment, the PSE. And you know what one of the head butt pirates would be? Austin Sims, that guy that just blacked out over there. I mean, he's probably still got the priest dildo up in the A-Rock. And just, I mean, the cheeks. He think about the pew. Everybody was up in that probably, and he's angry when anybody brings it up. I remember he was telling me I'm a liar, all of this stuff, and I'm like, look, all I did was present evidence, bro. But again, I don't think he likes that word, bro, because the cheeks. His cheeks are still red from the church. Objective Ethics seems like a cool dude, though. I have to admit that. The other guy, something bionic Latino, you can just look at him. That guy ain't had pussy since pussy had him. You could see that right there. Probably don't even like it. But he tried to be waving his hand, all of this stuff. It's like, bro, put your hand down, man. Don't even try to do that. And then the other dude, who was it? Simus Funk or something? You talking about incel city. These dudes ain't getting no ass. And when a man who is heterosexual doesn't get that release, he gets angry. He'll simp to the death. And we saw that. We saw that with Ex Machina. That dude simped for a freaking computer that locked him in a glass cage to starve to death. That's what I got out of Ex Machina. And people get mad. They're like, oh, I'm like, look, I'm a military veteran. As a teenager, I went into the military. So people, hey, I had my share of goodness on there. And I didn't understand until I started to learn and listen to other men to say, well, wait a second, man. I said, man, they're kind of right. Chicks do look at height and they look at looks. I never had to worry about that. I'm 6'1", but I noticed how they looked at other guys. But at first, I didn't care. I keep my cereal box on top of the fridge. Nothing against people that, have to keep it in a lower cabinet, but I didn't care. Then when I started to listen, see, people don't listen to the incels. They don't listen to the people that have been going through. And that's what I was like, wow, and they appreciated that years ago. But then a lot of them ended up stabbing me in the back because, again, when you don't get that release, you start to act in different ways. You can get resentful if you haven't been through the trials of manhood to become a man. A woman blossoms into female maturity. A man must be walked into manhood. He has to go through those trials. You got a lot of people that are full-grown males. They're very dangerous too. But when we get back to the artificial intelligence, it's like, why would you make a sex robot when they have so many beautiful women walking on the earth? Oh, because those women don't want these guys. So you see these guys in the lab like, oh yeah, I'm going to make a robot that wants me. It's hilarious, man. And I'm not making fun of them. I'm laughing at the whole, like the outcome, saying, bro, you know what I'm saying? It's like, hey, man. And then guys will say, well, they'll make excuses for going on the other side. What's that song by Lou Reed's? Hey, guys, take a walk on the wild side. Oh, man. But going back to the stream where we talk about, I can't believe they went into a rant. I had left, man. Wow. So they went into a maniac rant. That's hilarious, man. That is hilarious, bro. That alone I look at it as funny. And when anybody can look at them and see like, oh, I understand why. And it kind of messes with the psyche. I wonder if guys that have been rejected by women are the ones that created the AI stuff, or really, like most people say, that it seems to have been re-engineered. Because anything that's found with ancient civilizations, they try to suppress that. The evolutionists don't like to answer the question that when Göbekli Tepe was being excavated in Turkey, they started to fill it back in now. You can't do future excavations there. So in other words, they don't want people to know about the true origins of humanity. That's a no-brainer. Same thing with the Manhattan thing, with the buildings. They shipped all of the steel. They're like, nah, nothing else to see here. Lies covered by more lies. That's what we see from the excuse that is trying to say it's a civilization. Now, I'm not saying there aren't civilized people that treat each other with cordial respect and stuff, but when we look at politics, man, there's an epidemic of immaturity. But getting back to the movies, right? So we have the top 10 movies, but we'll go into any other movies that people want to bring up, like Retro Doomsday and stuff like that had brought up a few good ones. I think 2001 is kind of evolutionary propaganda because the AI had put that in there. But when we look at the intelligence of animals throughout the world, like self-awareness, remember, these people that push evolution are trying to say, well, there are some people that are just, less IQ. Well, if a guy knows how to plant food and harvest it, doesn't matter what his IQ is. That physical understanding of the earth and the plant and how to harvest is way above anybody with a 200 IQ, because that person depends on that guy to eat. And then it's done through exploitation. Oh, keep them poor, keep them there to where you know, he has to work for us so we can say, look, if he was smarter, he wouldn't do that. Well, you're taking the sword to him. You've killed off his whole tribe. You've enslaved, and that makes you more evolved. Gaia says, one dude said your fake beliefs are due to your being a Christian. Like, what? Holy smoke. And I openly told him, like, look, man, I am not religious. I have never been part of any religion. Thank goodness my parents let me grow up like that. It wasn't with atheism, not without any type of, push. I have a sister that was Roman Catholic. I think her husband, that's why, she pushes that. Very tyrannical in a way. My eldest sister, cool person. I love her dearly, but I don't know if she loves me the same. See, that's the difference between religion. I can't believe. See, he tried to say, oh, Kent Hovind must have been up in the cheeks of Austin Sims. When he said that, I said, wow, that is hilarious, man. Because I would tell Ken Hovind straight up, like, look, I've said it on other streams with Mr. X, like, the guy's science is on point, but if you apply that science to his religion, the house of cards cannot stand. So basically, it's like we use what we can use, and then that's it. To say, look, man, hey, I ain't trying to mess with nobody's faith, but evolutionists think that they don't have a faith. They're basically atheists with the faith of evolution, saying, look, I don't care about science. I'm just going to believe, what was it? Richard Thompson, he was telling them, like, yes, we go forward, out into, exploring. We're not looking for any spirit. We look for material answers. We're on the brink. We are on the cutting edge of stupidity, and we call ourselves Western civilization. Now, there's some really beautiful people, very smart. We're born into this crap. We're born into this crap. The patriot, God bless my nuts. It's like when I look at the whole national anthem, the guy that wrote that, they had to change it because it was so blatantly racist. And you had people, we're all one big, happy, dysfunctional family, whether we want it or not. Humans, part of me wants to say that maybe we're not all, maybe there are some mimics within us, but the fact that they went off on that, to say one thing they don't like to see is different people working together. They definitely don't want to see that, because that will destroy the whole model of hatred that has been built. I mean, to have a movie like Metropolis, where they are making a metallic woman to give birth to workers, I'm saying to myself, like, what the heck is going on with that? And then the other ones, Gaia says, have you seen Sorry to Bother You? I made a video on the topic on my creator channel, as this is another great film warning about capitalism and AI. No, I haven't. Wow, I got to check that, man. Thank you. Thank you for putting that in there. Sorry to Bother You. I got to look that up. I'm still on the page, like I have the other page. So it's top 10 movies in AIs, but I was looking up other ones, and they said, who are the big four agents basically of AI? And they say Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and IBM. IBM, I actually have a book. This chick, she traded it years ago. I had, I think it was David Icke, Children of the Matrix. And I gave her like 3 books, and she gave me the book IBM and the Holocaust, which was a deep book, man. I mean, because when you look at Germans and you look at Jewish people, you can't really tell the difference. And they were saying, well, how did they know? And it was IBM. IBM had the punch cards. A Pandemic said it best. He said, if like your last name, say it's, I'm just using a regular example of like Goldman, it might not be realistic, but with 2 N's, that's German. With 1 N, I think it's Jewish. So little things like that, IBM and the Holocaust, that was something that allowed the Nazis to find people and use their race. I mean, you're looking at 2 people that you can't even tell the difference. But yet, oh no, this person, their great grandmother was this. I noticed that when I was in the military in Fort Hood, Texas. It's like, yeah, you're blonde hair and blue eyes, but your grandmother wasn't. It's all based on hatred. Same thing on the black side. Well, yeah, you're black, but your lips ain't, but your nose and all this stuff. It's like, wow, all based on hatred. Sorry to bother you. I got to check that out. Let me see. Sorry to bother you. Okay, that's a 2018 film. Wow. Okay, I got to check this, man. Let me see. It says, is it worth watching? It says, a hilarious, intelligent, and socially relevant satire about American business and capitalism, and hands down one of the best films in 2018. Bro, I gotta check this, man. Thank you, Guy of the Sage. I definitely gotta check this. That is a good recommendation. This is what it's about, bro. We help each other. It's like my friend, she said, we're all just walking each other home. And that's her religious, what was taught to her. And I'm like, hey, cool. I'm not trying to mess with nobody's faith, because everybody's got a piece of the puzzle. I like to do it in the scientific matter. And I know there's things that go beyond the scientific method, the logic, the reason that predated it. We don't really know where we came from. When I asked You Gotta Laugh podcast, when I said that thing, when he dropped the philosophy on me, he said, we don't even know where this is. We don't even know where this is, man. I'm a scientific researcher, and he dropped that and taught me in a few seconds. He's like, bro, snap out of it. And I was just like, holy smokes. We don't even know where this is. That's about as real as it can get. Yeah, I just got my tea. I got to take a sip so I don't get the chalky. Gaia says they all have the same underlying theme, and the films quite literally feel like they belong in the same cinematic universe. Yeah, man, definitely. There was another one that it recommended, was Dark City. I had saw that back in the day, and that's a deep movie, man. Dark City. It came out like in the late 90s. The late 90s had a lot of movies that definitely that would wake you up. I don't know if that could fall into the AI category, but that was a good movie, So, but sorry to bother you. I'm looking at it here, man. This is it's saying, is it a scary movie? It's saying it includes disturbing, monstrous imagery as well as fantasy type violence and bloody head. Well, yeah, so that's not. Google's always. You can never really fully depend on it. Some of the saddest critically. All right, that's something different. What is the twist in it? Okay, it transpires that the cocaine Steve offered him it was in fact a serum to turn him into a equisapien. Okay, Cash experienced a bout of pain before the final shot shows him to have developed a horse-like nose. Holy smoke. I got to check this, man. It sounds like a really good movie, man. Guy says, yeah, I need to give Dark City a rewatch. The last time I saw it, I was just a kid. Dark City's a deep movie, man. I was recommended by it from a friend, and it definitely has something to do with mental powers and how they put people asleep, how at nighttime everybody's sleeping. And Dark City's a deep movie. I got to give it a lot of credit. So that one's a good one. Let me see some of the other ones that they had was so they're saying, AI movies that won an award. Lily, I don't even know that movie. Lily will be remembered not only as the first AI film to win $1 million award, but as a symbol of inclusion. Lily by Zober Jalasi wins the first. Yeah, I never even heard of that movie, man. Lily. Wow. What's the new movie about AI taking over 2026? AI Doc, or how I became an apocalyptimus. Apocalyptimus? I guess that's an optimistic apocalypse kind of person. It's like, hey, I make apocalyptic jokes like there's no tomorrow. You know, that 7 types of AI right here. So they're talking about artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence. So you got weak AI, strong AI, artificial super intelligence. That probably behind the scene. Who knows? Probably it's what given the presidents his orders for the last 5 decades. Reactive machines, the most basic AI types, these do not store memories or use past experiences to determine current actions. They react to current scenarios. Okay. I mean, robots have been building cars for the longest, mechanical arms and stuff. Yeah, yeah, I can't stop thinking about, man, that you said that these guys had a meltdown over there when I left. That is hilarious, bro. That is freaking hilarious. I was busy setting up the stream and they were probably like just blacking out, like, man, somebody disagreed with us. It's like, hey, something for them to call home about. Theory of mind. So for theory of mind, because that's a concept in biology, and there is some biologists, they're still evolutionary zombies, but they talked about experiments that are repeatable with ants exhibiting theory of mind, self-awareness with mirrors that some primates don't even show. And this is what I was saying about insects being so intelligent, that you have spiders, right? That mimic, this spider here mimics a leaf. This is a creepy, I mean, this is some straight, this is nightmare fuel right here. A spider that mimics a leaf. And this, I mean, they got videos of this. I was like, holy smokes. Then, you know, when people try to say, oh, it's just evolution, man, evolution, you know, you got a spider that makes a mimic the actual spiders on top, the little spider, and it makes a mimic out of bodies that, you know, prey that it sucked dry and debris from plants to make a mimic on its web of a bigger spider. I mean, this is like on a level of awareness that is just, I mean, it's making mimics of itself on the web that's bigger. So in case anything attacks it, one, it's going to attack the wrong thing, the decoy. And then it also serves as a, I forgot the word for it, that prevents birds from flying through the web and messing it up. Yeah, it's like I forgot the word of it. Gaia says AI, all hype until we gain quantum computing based AI. Yeah, that's going to be crazy, man. But still, it's dangerous hype. It is, man. I mean, the fact that they have machines now, they have drones that can develop, there's videos out where they can send them to, if they wanted to, in theory, basically assassinate someone. Matter of fact, the videos on YouTube are showing a little charge that the drone carries, focuses, and smashes into a person's forehead. I mean, we already know these people that are in government are just horrible. For them to have this type of technology, for them to even have a sword is frightening, much less this technology. Did you hear about how they just discovered certain insects generate warmth in their own bodies as well as certain plants? No, I did not. Oh my goodness. We got freaking warm-blooded plants and insects. Wow. Man, the architects of humanity are just at work doing, oh my goodness. That I gotta look. Oh my goodness. Animals. Let me look that up. Animals, because I want to, yeah, this is great, man. Animals or insects, basically. Insects, warm-blooded, actually. Warm-blooded insects and plants. Let me see. Certain plants and insects are capable of thermogenesis, man. Thank you for this, Gaia. Oh my goodness, man. Thank you. You're teaching me, bro. I'm always happy to learn, brother. Always, man. Plants like skunk cabbage and dead horse arum use this to emit scents to attract pollinators, while insects like bees and moths generate heat in the muscles to fly. Yeah, bees have been known to cook those predatory hornets. So thermogenesis, generating internal heat to maintain temperatures above the surroundings, behaves similarly to warm-blooded animals. Endothermy. This is freaking amazing, man. Thank you so much, man. This is we got warm blood. I wonder what those guys, that it's just evolution. They're just the magic wand with the chimp. Evolution did it, It's like, wait a second, how the heck could moths, Homer, skunk cabbage, Symplocarpus foetidus, produces immense heat and to melt snow? Holy smoke, you got plants melting snow, allowing early spring flowering? Oh my goodness. Horse arum, Helicoticeros, let me see, produces immense heat to melt snow. All right, that's the cabbage. One of the hottest known plants is arum, horse arum. It produces heat to mimic a dead, rotting carcass. And they're going to say that's not some type of intelligence. When these so-called pseudoscientists try to own science and say what consciousness is, they just basically got their head in the cheeks. It's like, come on, man. Come on, pull your head out the cheeks, man. It's like we got plants that are melting snow and using heat to mimic a dead, rotting carcass, attracting blowflies for pollination. The sacred lotus, Nelumbo nucifera, or one or the other, able to regulate flower temperature within a narrow range. Titan arum uses heat to release scent product. This is amazing. Warm-blooded insects, man. I think there's a shark that's also warm-blooded. I don't know if it's the mako, but yeah, there is also. The more you know. Specialized snowflies use a combination of antifreeze proteins and in turn, I wonder how that evolved, right? It's like, how does that develop by random mutation and natural selection? So, which is really environmental adaptation. So remember, evolutionists must always lie. Environmental adaptation is actually the word. That's what it's supposed to be called. Bees and bumblebees generate heat by shivering the muscles in their wings. Sphinx moths, similar to bees, they warm up their muscles to a high temperature before flight. Wow, like a plane, like a jet plane prepping. Reasons for thermogenesis, or reasons that they think. Attraction. The heat helps disperse strong odors to lure pollinators, okay? Particularly flies and beetles. Shelter reward. The warmth allows insects to stay warm and conserve energy, encouraging them to stay longer and deposit more pollen. Wow. So that could even be for maybe insects that don't generate heat, or even those that do. No matter, like, hey, man, free heat. And the plant's like, I got you. This is just amazing. And they'll call that, this is what the liars of evolution will call that. They'll call it coevolution. Oh, they evolved together. Remember, an evolutionist will always lie. They will always lie. I put it in the community post. They will never stop lying. If they stop lying, the house of cards can't stand. So the shelter reward, the environmental adaptation, it helps plants survive or bloom despite freezing conditions. I mean, the more we learn, the more, the more we, and it tries to say now, Google just flim-flams. It says, oh, they're not truly warm-blooded. No insects are truly. in the same way as mammals or birds, as they do not maintain a consistently high body temperature. However, many insects are heterothermic, meaning they can actively produce heat and temporarily raise their body temperature to fly or stay active. Okay, so frictional heat, shivering, muscle contractions, insulation, like some bumblebees have a fuzzy, hairy body to trap heat. Yeah, but how does that, how does that form from random mutation? And they'll say, oh, well, it's a natural selection. No, it's not. No, it's not. A spoon couldn't even evolve by chance. A freaking spoon, much less a bicycle or a skateboard or something that doesn't even require fuel. But they're telling me something that requires fuel, food is energy, magically can transform over billions of years, but a spoon can't. So an inanimate object it couldn't be the wind and all of that stuff, but magically a cell could form and then form there's no 2 or 3 or 4 cell organism. It's like one cell, bang, hundreds of cells, thousands of cells. It's like, wait a second, what about these non-existent transitional species? Oh, that's because they don't exist. That's because they don't exist. Wow, warm-blooded. This is just amazing, man. This is just amazing. I think there was one of the guys on that objective stream. He was going to pop on, but I think he's a friend, maybe like a close friend, who knows, with that guy, Austin Sims. So maybe he heard me talking and realized that if he hops on, he might just get burnt out, because this ain't the place. They ain't gonna be allowed to come here with that BS. That this is the dragon's lair. They're gonna try to come in here, knight in shining armor, and get melted down like the old channel, just melted down into a tin can. So they ain't trying to, He's like, oh well, maybe I'll hop on his stream. Somebody, because I told other people I was on the stream. I think I listened to it a little, but I guess I didn't, when I left, because after I left, I listened a little, and then I was like, okay, I got to get ready for this stream. So I didn't hear the other guys just black out, from their trauma, because usually when I come in there, it's like Conan walking into the town, just slaying, dragging people away by the hair on the horse. And it just, leaves pillage and plunder, and they tell tales of my existence. This is what it seems to be with these guys, that sort of a trauma worship, basically traumatizing them into remembering me. Social thermal regulation. Honeybees, yes, will hive. Well, in a hive will cluster. So okay, that makes sense. Insulation. Heliothermy, butterflies and other insects bask in the sun to absorb external heat to form, behavioral regulation. This is deep, bro. Guy of the Sage, man, thank you so much, bro. We got freaking warm-blooded plants and insects. Man, existence is amazing. The architects of humanity are amazing, bro. This is beautiful, man. This is some beautiful stuff. Explain cold-blooded animals. All right, so that's AI. I don't want to mess with that. I really don't like to mess with AI too much, man. It's like I like to think for myself. I'll throw it in there just so like you can search for things. But as far as that, it has. I've been up since 6 o'clock, so forgive me. I'm a little tired. Biologist first. Every day is a work day for me. So until I get rich, or maybe I'll get, who knows, man, maybe I'll die first. That'll be lucky. Warm-blooded plants. Okay, it talks about those. Rotten tricks, how stinky plants woo pollinators, and the plants that attract odors. Man, this is some deep stuff, bro. Is an ant warm-blooded? No, they're saying the ants, but who knows? That's just the ants they know about. I think there's a type of ant that can even give birth to I think it can give birth to two different types of ants. I got to look that up again. It's kind of like the spider that I showed with, these are mimics that the spider made of itself. I mean, when we look at something like that, and then the guy writing the art, oh, well, they evolved to that. It's like, oh my goodness. Oh my good. To say that they evolved with that is the equivalent of the scarecrow getting the paper from the Wizard of Oz. He's like, he knows he's smart, but you know what? Here, take this piece of paper to say you're smart, man. That's your evolutionary degree right there. If I only had a brain, right? And the Tin Man, he's feeling, you know what, man? Take this heart. Oh, the cowardly lion, the sucker, take a badge for courage. And we see a lot of people with badges. We see, oh, look at this guy, straight vulture, turkey vulture, and Weekend at Bernie's, gold star for the man child. That's what they get, the gold star. And for them who think that I'm religious, they're the ones that are probably praying to go to the gated communities of the afterlife. That's hilarious, man. Evolution addicts, bro, sweating, crackheads for evolution. They're like, yo, it's got to be evolution, man. Thinking about the priest the whole time, just straight lusting over the priests that violated the cheeks when they were younger, And they won't even look at the evidence that we have here of how life just comes in all these diverse, mimicking different types of, this is just, when you look at the camouflage of certain life, it's got to tell you something. This is a mimic. This is two species of spiders have been observed building elaborate structures to trick would-be attackers, but also to let birds know, look, man, don't come. I wonder if the study goes further to where these spiders might create mimics of spiders that are poisonous to where birds won't eat them. So that might be another level, because if that can be proven, you're looking at another level of intelligence. But again, they'll lie. Until evolution, until we catch them in the lie, And in the Philippines, there are spiders in Peru and Madagascar too. The spider intelligence is pretty deep, man. It's pretty deep. You got to laugh. What's up? He says, was Ava from Ex Machina only hardware of a machine or software of a human? Let me type that in. Was Ava from Ex Machina? I'll ask Lord Google. Ex Machina. Let me see. I'm just switching back and forth. Only hardware of a machine. Only hardware of a machine. That dude was simping hard. He was in love with Ava. And software of a human. And software. I'm switching between windows of a human because it won't let me. I've only got one screen. Okay. Ava in Ex Machina is described as a hybrid. She possesses a sophisticated mechanical body hardware inspired by human anatomy, but built from synthetic materials powered by a gel-based brain. Her intelligence software is modeled entirely on human behavior, trained on data from billions of personal internet searches, making her an artificial mind simulating human consciousness. Wow. Hardware, key aspects in Ava's construction, it says here. And that's an excellent question, bro. I appreciate that. It says her hardware, the physical body, Ava is designed to be recognized as a machine, not a perfect human replica. Her construction uses a mesh of synthetic human-like muscles over a rigid metallic skeleton. That's basically probably so the dude can smash, because ain't no chicks letting them smash. Focusing on the uncanny valley rather than pure mimicry. Wetware. Brain. Her brain is not traditional silicon circuitry, but rather a gel-based network. I mean, you look at those chicks, those, what they would say is chicks, those robotic women, they look like grape victims. They're in there. There was a part where one just wanted to get out. It's like they're tired of having sex with this incel. They're like, chicks don't even want to sleep with him. The robots don't want to sleep with these guys either. I mean, this is straight Sue fuel for them. But network capable of molecular reconfiguration. It's an excellent movie. I'll give it that. It's got a great, the ambiance is amazing. This is described as wetware, an artificial version of organic brain tissue. Software, so this might go into answering the question a little better. As far as the software, it says the intelligence. Avis software is devised from Blue Book, a search engine. Wow. It simulates humanity not by being programmed with rules, but by analyzing human search behaviors which reflect impulse, desire, and cognitive patterns. Human simulation, she's generated to pass the Turing test. Wow, she's engineered to pass the Turing test. That's an excellent, when you asked that earlier. So she is engineered to pass the Turing test specifically by manipulating human emotional responses like those of Caleb to achieve. I got to check out who's Caleb, because I watched that movie, but I got to watch it again. I've been doing so much research. I don't really get too much time, but I need to start researching and doing more streams on these movies to achieve her goal of escaping. So she, in summary, she's not simply a robotic body running a computer program. She's a purposefully designed humanoid machine designed to emulate human consciousness using aggregated human behavior. Oh, this is deep, bro. This is real deep. Was she conscious? All right, I'm going to ask that question next. Love how you engage with film theory. You actually watch good media and develop meaningful constructs from it like I do. Seems nobody's doing this these days. Like they just watch reality and true crime. Yeah, man. They watch true crime so much. I have another channel from I started it 20 years ago on YouTube, 06. And I was thinking about doing crime there because I'm like, it might, there's a crime problem, but yeah, thank you, man. We're very, I see eye to eye on this, man. We watch good media and develop meaningful constructs. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, you do the same, man. It's great to even know somebody that. Yeah, man. Thank you, Gaia. Devs is another amazing TV. So I'm going to type that in next. I'm going to type in, was she conscious first? Was Ava, and they're spelling Ava as AVA. So Ava conscious. Was Ava conscious? Oh, now it's going into the AI. Whether Ava in Ex Machina was truly conscious is intentionally left ambiguous, though her ability to manipulate, strategize, and display independent behavior suggests she either attained consciousness or a perfect simulation of it. Wow, that's deep. That's like the Shoggonoth, the monster, the alien intelligence they say is behind AI, but it wears a smiley face, and sometimes the face slips and you see the monster. That's what AI programmers had related it to. It's like a Lovecraftian monster. So she displays independent behavior, suggests she either attained consciousness or the perfect simulation of it. Her final unobserved smile indicates to many observers as a moment of genuine autonomous sentience. Holy smokes. And it has a video. It says evidence of consciousness. Proponents argue that her ability to formulate an exercise plan shows curiosity, and for her to act without direct supervision indicates self-awareness. The final scene where she smiles alone, she's experiencing her own reality. That's deep. Evidence of simulation. Others argue her lack of empathy. While they argue how many humans that exhibit lack of empathy. When abandoning Cable, who wouldn't abandon Caleb? I mean, the dude is creepy. suggests she was merely executing complex. No, maybe she was trying to get away from the dude she ain't want to get smashed by. I mean, these dudes were basically graping these robots. It's like women don't even want to talk to these guys. The director's view. Director Alex Garland designed the film to let viewers determine if Ava's action represent real AI or simply convincing emulation. Ultimately, the film suggests if a machine is indistinguishable from a conscious being, the distinction becomes moot. Okay, could a robot believe in God? This is, man, they get deep. To believe in God, a robot would need the concept, architecture, reasoning engine, cultural input, and agency attribution capabilities to make faith computationally meaningful. Man, I tell you, man, I love learning, man. It's just such a beautiful thing, man. Devs is another amazing. Let me type in Devs real quick. Devs television mini series. It's so beautiful with the search engine. It's like, part of me says, why think anymore? Just evolution, man. Devs is an American science fiction thriller television miniseries created, written, and directed by Alex Garland. Okay, I gotta check this, man. Thank you, Gaia. Will there be a season 2? Oh, it says it's highly unlikely there will be a Devs season 2. The FX show is designed. Yeah, it might make people think too much, right? It was designed as a self-contained limited series. Okay, so limited series. I'm going to look into this. Is Devs connected to Ex Machina? Oh, yo, Gaia, you are on point, bro. You are on point. Is Devs connected to Ex Machina? Ava and the consciousness question also overlaps with the ship of Theseus paradox. I'm going to look that up. I thought you said she emulates. It says there that she emulates it, but she could also be conscious because of the smile. So she might be. I mean, there's a short story called Blindsight where, I mean, it's very provocative. It's like a human. They resurrect a vampire and something else, and they go out into space and they encounter something that doesn't fit the parameters of what they think was conscious, but it actually seems to, it changes their whole understanding of consciousness. I haven't watched the whole thing of Blindsight because they only have like little videos about it. It's a book. And but that's another deep one that talks about the consciousness factor. Even the conscious, okay, the ship of Theseus. I've heard of the ship of Theseus. I forgot about it, man. It's been so long. Ship of let me see, the ship of Theseus. Okay, man, the typing, the ship of Theseus paradox. Okay, this is great, man. The search, it's like thank you for thinking for me. Well, thank you for searching for me, because I still got to think for myself. And it's great. I love analyzing films, man. When I did the last live stream on the Beyond the Aquila Rift, man, that is deep. Homeboy was smashing Spider Alien and not even knowing it, and then got angry when he find out. It's like, come on, man, you're gonna die anyway. You're over here in a space web. The ship of Theseus is a philosophical thought experiment questioning whether an object which has had all its components replaced. Yes, okay. So if they replace it, is it the same ship? Yeah, I remember it. Wow, that is deep, bro. Yes, now when we apply this to Ex Machina, it's like, is it it explores identity and change. If a ship's planks are replaced one by one, is it still the same ship? And I've heard it, but I never really looked deep into it, man. That's some deep stuff, man. That's some deep stuff. I gotta go deep into that, man. Even this is deep, man. The scenario: the ship is preserved with old decaying planks replaced by new ones until none of the original's materials remain. The question: at what point, if ever, does it become a new ship? Is the final fully restored ship still the original? So what you're saying is Ava and the consciousness question also overlaps with the ship of Thesis paradox. I hear what you're saying, man, because it's saying that, okay, she's replacing the human that we, I think, egotistically think is the only thing that might have consciousness. This is why I think that, I mean, shoot, the spider, I mean, the cell phone, I mean, this guy's making mimics, and not just mimics of itself. He's like, you know what? I'm smart enough to make a big mimic out of body parts. I mean, this is straight serial killer level type of stuff. This is amazing, man. Luffy in One Piece, grieving over the going merry. Luffy in One Piece, grieving over the going merry, is a little mini example of the ship of Thesis paradox as well. Luffy in One Piece. Let me look that up. Luffy ship. Okay, Luffy One Piece says fictional character. Maybe I'm not typing it in right. That why it hit so emotionally hard with fans. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is Luffy in One Piece grieving over the Luffy in One Piece grieving. Let me see if it pops up over the death of his brother. All right, Luffy's most profound and defining moment of grief is the death of his brother, Portgas Diaz, during the Marineford arc. Wow, this is getting deep, bro. You're taking me deep. This is great, man. And it does hit emotionally with fans. It really does, man. Mary's poor keel. All right. Mary's poor keel. Yep. The going Mary's end, burning his first ship, was a deeply emotional farewell to a companion rather than just a vessel, marked by the crew's intense sorrow. Sabaody archipelago separation, the loss of his crew to Kuma, caused deep despair, helplessness, and realization that his weakness put his friends in danger. Post-Ace despair following Ace's death, Luffy's initial fall into a catatonic state of shock, wow, and grief. Wow, what is the saddest? And wow, this is, yeah, I got to definitely look deep into that, man. That is the ship of Theseus got me, because I when I think about that, it's just like, wow, man, that's definitely that's something I got to look into. That's something, again, because when I just briefly went over it, like back in the day, I guess. That's why it seems familiar to me. Drink a little tea. I'm just speaking a lot. I'm surprised nobody hopped on. I thought Mr. X or Scribe or maybe Jake might hop on, but Sunday night, I guess streaming early, because usually I start at 10. Yeah. And that, but I wanted to start early because I didn't know how long I was going to be on. I figured, and when I was getting it ready, that's when I saw Objective Ethics stream, and I said, wow, open panel. I said, let me jump on. And then the troll, Austin Sims, which I think he's cool with, he just started attacking, man. And I was like, wow, this dude, he don't want to hear no type of science that refutes evolution or where it alters the theory. I could imagine if he understands that the blue eye is underneath the melanated eye. How do we answer that question? So we got to go forward and say, well, wait a second. If we all got blue eyes, let's take that into consideration. Let's look at this. Nah, that's his brother Ace. Okay, I was talking about the ship. Okay, his first ship. All right, I get you on that. Let me think. I went back on the other screen because I only got the other window open and then the StreamYard window. Try to keep it to a little minimum. Sometimes I'll miss when somebody jumps backstage. It's supposed to give me like a little bleep, so I'll know when people. Mr. X sometimes will be backstage, and I don't realize it until I switch back over. or other people. The scenario, the ship thesis. Yeah. So this is the thesis one. The question. So Hobbes' addiction, the philosopher Thomas Hobbes furthered the paradox by asking if the original planks were gathered and used to build a second ship, which one is the true ship of thesis? That's deep, man. That is, man, this is a really amazing. Now that I look, a guy says, I can join if you want, but I also, no, come on, man, bro, always a play. You especially, bro, man, with your mind. Oh my goodness, please. The link is here if you want me to repost it. It's at the top, should be pinned at the top. And then you can explain it further, man. Thank you so much, bro. It's always, man, I always got time for great minds like you, bro. It just, yeah, please join when you can. I'll stay, checking back and forth to see if you hop on backstage. So the application it has here, the philosophical perspectives, identity over time. Hobbes' addiction gets deep. He gets deep. Oh my goodness. Because yeah, if you were to use the old planks to build the original planks, if the original planks were gathered and used to build a second ship, which one is the true ship of thesis? Yeah, man. Yeah, and if you hop on it to give me a break too, I could drink my tea and my voice, just I've been up so early, man. I didn't get a chance to take a nap. Red Blur, my brother, always a pleasure, bro. Always. I'm hoping Scribe, somebody, yeah, just if not, I'll rock the show, gotta be a trooper. So Hobbes, man, I gotta look at this is so great, man. Philosophical perspectives, identity over time. The paradox highlights the tension between material constitution, the wood, and the structure, the shape. So that's deep, man. Spatio-temporal continuity. It's getting late. I'm mispronouncing, but that's no excuse. Some argue the gradually repaired ship is the original because it maintained a continuous existence. All right, so the spatio-temporal continuity. Some argue the gradual repaired ship is the original because it maintained a continuous existence. But now, man, this is deep, man. This is beautiful. Reassembly. Others argue the reassembled ship is the original as it holds the original components. Man, application. This concept is applied to human identity, cellular regeneration. Yes, because we're supposed to regenerate every cell like in 7 years. I think after 4 months, we get new blood. I used to work as a medical researcher. So yeah, and every there's a 7, 14, 21 day cycle too. Dr. Hal Huggins wrote a book on it's called It's All in Your Head. And that book, I met Dr. Hal Huggins in 2004. He was in his 70s. I would hope that he's still alive. He developed I met him in New York City at the New Life Expo in 2004. He was given a lecture on mercury, on how it's dangerous and stuff, in the mouth, and so it inspired me to actually get the mercury filling and stuff changed. Amazing guy. He created the blood serum compatibility test, which you test your blood against many components. And yeah, brother, when you jump on, I'll be happy to bring you on. Dr. Hal Huggins, man, I got to give that guy a lot of credit, man. He lost his dental license in America. They took it away, and he went to practice in Mexico. This guy's a hero. And he wrote It's All in Your Head. I gave the book to my sister and I think she didn't give it back. But this was years ago. And when I met him, that was an honor because I think I bought the book in 2002, met him in 2004. And then I wonder if he's still alive. Let me see Dr. Hal Huggins. But it was looking at this here with the reassembly of the ship and the cellular regeneration. So that's what brought me to Huggins, because artificial intelligence and corporate identity. So yeah, if you were to build something with the old parts as you replace the new parts, yeah, that's a deep. Oh, we're getting on another level here. That's deep, man. Application. This concept is applied to human identity. Okay, artificial intelligence. So imagine if throw away the old parts, that would be a shame. Or if the old parts are not functional, like what if maybe they could store it, maybe they could freeze it. Is this
That's me.
Hey, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. If you want to explain or go deeper, man, please let me know. Teach me.
Yeah, no, man, it's just interesting stuff. We're just talking about the ship of Theseus paradox, and oh, what the heck? I just noticed my icon's not there. Oh well. Anyway, freaking like we were talking about that ship, Luffy, his ship, it got all crushed and fallen apart, and basically the keel of the ship is, the spine. It's at the very bottom. And this is a thing with ship making going all the way back to ancient Greece, So that's where the paradox comes from. And it basically has to deal with, you can replace all the boards on the outside the ship and keep on repairing it pretty much indefinitely. But the keel, the backbone, the spine of the ship, when it breaks, you have to completely, replace the ship. You can't just, mash together boards on top of this broken spine, because the spine is the thing that keeps all the physics of the ship working. So, it's one of those things where, it's such a trippy thought, because most people are going to hear this ship of Theseus and how it relates to consciousness, and then it might go nihilistic, Well, if a simulation of consciousness, or if we're just simulations, what's the point? But I view it on the opposite way, it's like, well, who cares if we're simulations or not? We are here, we're alive, we are sentient, so we're just gonna got to deal with it either way. Yeah.
Could it, in theory, be where when the spine of it needs to be replaced and it can't be, could the boards, the replaced boards, be taken away and a new spine be put in? Or did they not talk about something like that?
Yeah, you could do that, but that's the whole thing. The keel of the ship is both its heart and its soul. So when you're basically removing the heart and the soul of the body of the consciousness of whatever plane of existence you're talking about, it in essence isn't the same thing anymore.
Wow, that's a really deep concept, man.
Right?
Now, so what about the other what was it? The other one where it was talked about it was Hobbes' addition. That's what it is. Hobbes' addition. Philosopher Thomas Hobbes furthered the paradox by asking if the original planks were gathered and used to build a second ship, which one is the true ship of Theseus? I don't know if you've looked into that, because that popped up as well.
A little bit, yeah. There's a lot of variations on the paradox. A lot of other philosophers have put their own spin on it. It's sort of like we have these different, like Occam's razor. Everybody's familiar with Occam's razor. The simplest answer is the easiest, but not many people are familiar with Crabtree's bludgeon. And Crabtree's bludgeon is basically that human beings can find an answer to whatever absurd problem is plaguing us, just given us that we have enough time and intelligence to, come up with an absurd enough counter argument to beat it,
Wow.
So, there's all these different, little theories and little flavors and, translations or ideologies. It's funny, how people get stuck in that rigid line of thinking, black or white, atheist or Christian, and they can't expand. Yeah. That's why I love your channel, man. You actually expand.
Wow, thanks, man. And I love the way you think, bro. It's like, this is great, man. This is like, so I'm learning. I love learning. It's like, and I never got deep into the ship of Theseus. I've heard about it, and now it's like, this is just going to spark something where I'm going to look into Hobbes' edition. And
oh yeah, going down the rabbit hole, right?
Yeah, this is like amazing. Did you have any thoughts on the ex machina? So is it saying that being that she's a totally different creation, Like, how does this apply? Because now that opens up a big, goes
No,
deep.
that's a very good point, because we're only approaching it from our perspective as human beings, It's sort of like it's sort of the same problem as, equating what the consciousness of an animal experiences, We don't know what a dog like, is it like sort of an NPC? Is it, sort of like a toddler? Is it, like we have no actual idea of what their qualia state is, of what their lived experience is. We can only approximate it through our lens. So that is a really interesting one because, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some, crazy transhumanist going, oh my God, that's speciesist, man. You can't do that.
Yeah. It's
So
wow.
yeah, it is a fascinating avenue of discussion and debate and philosophy.
Yeah. I mean, Ex Machina, the feeling of the movie just gives me, I mean, it has like I don't know if I can call it nostalgic, or there's just something about the setting and how he's, I guess, isolated in that area, the forest, the mountainside.
Right?
I don't know, man. I just get it's so, in a way, part of me says, man, it's beautiful, to be like away. And,
Yep.
if I was in a place like that, it just, I don't know. There's just something very, I can't even explain the feeling I get.
No,
Like,
it's like a dystopia through rose-colored glasses. It's very a strange experience watching it. I feel like I get what you're talking about.
that's a great way to put it. A dystopia
It's
through.
like the rosy glasses making you sort of nostalgic for the dystopian. Like
Yes, because it's like I love it, but it's a dystopia. It's like the
right?
feeling he's on the couch and and I'm just like, wow, this is great. But it's like a little scary, like when they, you look at the whole thing and it's like,
Oh yeah.
holy smokes.
Oh no, big time, man. I come from the transhumanist background and I'm an autodidact philosopher, so I was never actually in the groups of transhumanists online, radicalizing, getting all this crazy ideologies. And now I'm finding out, oh my God, there's some overlapping death cults involved with this transhumanism and shit. And like, fuck, man, my goodness. Like I got away from it, fucking a decade ago. And now I'm like, oh shit, some of the people I'm still associating with, they may not be transhumanists, but some of these ideologies and these vibes, they overlap. And it's like, I ain't trying to be involved in none of that shit, man. Like, I'm trying to do transhumanism right, man. Salutogenesis, healing and ethics. None of this dystopian bullshit. I'm using these fucking billionaire fucking oligarchs and their AI tools, and I'm using them against them. You want to fuck up the world with AI? Okay, well, I'm going to use AI to help fucking heal the world.
Yeah, it's the least we can do, man. It's definitely.
Sure.
I'm with you, man. It just,
Sure.
I think about all of the stuff that my friend, she recommended. She talked about that book. I like, I have to scream, or I must scream and I have no mouth. I don't know if you ever heard of that
Oh,
one.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And that's a creepy book, man.
Oh, that's hella creepy, man. That's
Oh,
like some transhumanism mixed with like some Lovecraftian shit. Like that's some creepy stuff for sure.
yeah. I mean, it's like it's not a happy ending. I'm like, holy smokes. I was looking up. They don't really have much online. They have a few people talking about it in videos,
Right?
but oh man, it's creepy. I'm like, who wrote this? I'm like, holy, Harlan Ellison, but I'm like, what the heck? I mean, yeah, that's I was looking at some of the renditions that people had, and I'm saying, oh my goodness, it's kind of like, I kind of got the sense on just a little bit that I looked into was you reap what you sow, kind of. I mean, because from the premise, it's like what the hatred that they programmed into it,
Right?
it just came
Oh yeah.
back at them,
Oh yeah. No,
That,
I've been dealing with that, like the with the AI, man. It's sycophancy, but it's also like it's bipolar nature. My goodness, I'll go to it one day and they'll just be arguing with me, promoting fascism, doing all this unethical shit, and then the next day I'll come back to it and it'll be fucking shoving its head up my butt. My God, I'm like, dude, calm down. Like, I get that I'm on the right track, but you don't need to fucking get your head up my butt.
yeah, just, I mean, it's just it's amazing. Like when I think it's funny because the Ex Machina, I don't know what it is, man. It just drew that feeling, that rose-colored glasses. That's a good way to put it.
Right?
I just feel so like when they're in the house and all of that. I don't know what it is. I just get this feeling of I want to be, I want to have a place like that, but I don't want to, it just I don't know I can't even describe the feeling. Like it
Maybe
feels
that has something to do with postmodernism, this modern, postmodern world where everything's fragmented, and maybe it has something to do with that, because I see that a lot with people vibing with modern architecture. They see how everything's gotten gray and brutalistic, and there's no color or any art in architecture anymore. It's just all corporate and bland, just soul-sucking bullshit, and everybody's starting to react to it.
Yes, I
Yep.
do feel, yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it. It just, I got to watch that movie again. I mean, it was like, it just, I got to give it to them. I would love to see if they had more, like other people maybe made something similar
No, that reminds me of Caprica. Have you ever heard of Caprica? It was the spin-off series of Battlestar Galactica. And
Caprica.
yeah, it didn't get a lot of success, but it got sort of a cult following over the year. And I honestly think I like it more than Battlestar Galactica. I love both of them, but yeah, that was really interesting. And it also has a house very similar to, the house in Ex Machina. It's all like I think it was in like some area of northern Canada overlooking this giant lake. And it's just this modern, like, what do they call them again? Those bachelor pads. It's like one of these modern bachelor pads, all square, lots of glass and everything. And it's like beautiful, but at the same time, it's like you have this, old vestige of old DNA, the lizard DNA or some shit in your brain or body and stuff. And it's just, not vibing with the modern world. You're like, wait a minute, this is pretty, but how do I live here? How do I exist?
Yeah. And I think those areas like constructed in that way and those squares and that architecture can influence the way maybe we feel or think.
Definitely. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've been getting into that big time the past few years about how much our architecture influences our psychology and how we, live, because I'm autistic and I'm always looking into this term, spatial awareness, and it always cracks me up because I'm like, I've had PTSD in the past and I have like literal spatial awareness, like a soldier returning from fucking war. Like I'm aware of all the ingress and exits points. I'm aware of all this shit. But at the same time, if my fucking counter in my apartment gets, a little too many items on the counter, all of a sudden I just see a giant fucking clump of objects together. I can't space them all out individually. And I've realized the past few years that if I'm living in a 1-bedroom apartment, I just cannot fucking organize or clean for shit. Like it just doesn't work. Like I pretty much need a 2-bedroom apartment for the sake of my mental health and for the sake of being a functional adult. So architecture has a huge impact on, how we live our lives.
Yeah, no, I feel the same. Sometimes I feel like I don't know, like it's like I don't, I clean to the extent of what's necessary, but then I leave stuff and I don't know what it is. I just feel like there's some type of worth in the stuff that I don't move around. And it's just weird. I wonder, right? And I'm just like, man, is this like me trying to keep the memories preserved? And I'll even go to extent because, I have like a house, but I'm trying to keep everything together. I don't know how long, but thank goodness. I mean, it's just, I'll see like in some rooms, I'll have a little bit of a cobwebs and stuff. And my sister will sometimes, come and help me out, but that's like once a year. And I'll clean some stuff and I'll leave stuff and I'll go back in the room and I'll remember people that passed away. And it's just like there's something nostalgic about not moving anything.
Right.
And I'll go in there and I'll look at my books. I mean, I had to sell a lot of them and stuff. I mean, taxes are just absurd. It's like 13 grand a year or something. And that's the low end. Yeah, I mean, I don't need people tell me that. How do you? I said, well, I'm just trying to make it going.
Right.
And but I've noticed that the more, even the yard, like I got guys that'll help me out. I'll pay them a little bit, because I've always been good to them throughout the years. So they remember that, and they're like, look, if you need help, we'll help you. And I'll just say, you know what, just we'll just do a little bit of stuff, we'll leave stuff, and it's like I'll remember stuff when I was younger, and just yeah, there's something about not touching stuff, just making sure the basics are cleaned, the
Yep.
bathroom, the kitchen area, but then the other stuff, it's like every night when I sleep, it's like, I wonder, it's like, okay, where am I going? Am I going to wake up? It doesn't matter if I do. I'm at that point. Everybody's already passed. Like, I'm the youngest, so aunts and uncles and stuff are gone, parents,
Yep.
and I start to realize, like, wow, am I the only one that care? I'll look at their pictures and I'll say, man, these people, where are they? Like, where am I going?
Right.
It's like, can I go quicker? I definitely don't want to do anything to
Yeah.
hurt
Yeah.
myself.
I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah, it
No,
just,
I get the nuance you're getting at.
yeah, and
Yep.
I just, I wonder every day, and I say, why am I, now what's my purpose now? I've helped them, when they were older, and I'm saying, okay, what do I, because I don't have kids, I've never been married, and I say to myself, like, I really feel like I'm just journeying. One lady, she used to do like what she called soul portraits or something, and I still have the picture. And she just said, like, you're like a time traveler or a space traveler, and she was putting stuff. And I said, yeah, since I was a kid, I kind of just feel existence feels kind of odd.
Hmm. Oh no, I know exactly what you're talking about. I came up with a good line on regard to that a while ago, when I was getting into some hip hop and stuff and thinking I was gonna be getting really into rap and shit. I came up with the line, I'm an old soul from the future, born in the past, known as the present. You do the math.
Oh, that's deep. That's deep. Which rap is that?
I came up with that, and
Oh,
I was
really?
yeah, no,
Oh,
me, I came up with that. I was
oh, that's deep.
when I was getting into hip hop and I was thinking, I'm gonna throw all my beans in the basket. I'm just gonna do rap, I'm not gonna do other music. I'm not gonna do philosophy. I'm just gonna do this. I came up with that line, and that was pretty much as far as I went with rap.
Wow, that's a really good, yeah.
I'm still into hip hop, but no, I'm not a rapper.
Yeah, no, that's a good line. It's like, because I think about it, every day. I contemplate existence. Because now I'm saying, okay, there's nobody that I have to worry about. So it's like I could do, I don't have to worry about anything that I used to worry about before. Like, okay, if I'm not here, how's this person going to make out? Stuff like that. So it's like, okay, it's kind of like, it's not exactly like the feeling of like the movie Conan when he got freed as a slave,
Mm-hmm.
and he won all the fights, and he's like, he just kicks him away, and he
Yep.
doesn't know what to do, and he runs, and then he's escaping the wolves, and then he meets his friend, and it's like I kind of feel in that way, like, holy smokes. But as I get older, and stuff that I've been through, and I'm saying, man, I don't know how much longer I can maintain with this. Thank goodness I still get, veterans. They don't give me money, but there's, if I need to go to the hospital or
Oh
anything,
yeah, you still get VA support.
yeah, I get it for free. So thank goodness. Oh my goodness. They said if
Oh
I'm
yeah, the
working,
medical system in America is such a fucking mess right now,
oh
for sure.
yeah, it's brutal. But they
Oh
look at everything. They say, okay, you got honorable discharge, and they tell me, look, if you're working, you pay. And I say, look, I work off the books. So they said, don't worry about it when you're on the books, and just I wonder, and I say, how long, like what's like, when is it going to happen? Because I know I'm going to die, everybody dies. And I say, what is death? And it really gets me closer to say, why were all these cultures? I can understand why they thought about it, because I know I'm going somewhere, but like, how do I know where it is? Like,
right.
yeah,
Oh no, the more I've focused on the more I've focused on it over the past few years, the more I look at it like mirrors, and I go, oh my god, all of us are afraid of death, but we're not really living, and maybe it's that we're actually afraid of life.
wow, that's a deep, and I've actually thought about it a few times. I said, I'm not afraid of dying. I'm kind of afraid of living.
Right. And we'll think about all the rise of all this modern, loneliness crisis and all this, self isolation and all this stuff going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause
Yeah.
I do isolate. I remember one of the neighbors, she just, I mean, she's not a nice person. Her and the family, they've I've had to, just battling for the last few years. But, um, she one time she was like, well, if you come out your freaking house, and it was sort of like, I do go out every day and I get up early and everything, but she doesn't see it. And I come back and I value, like I'm kind of hermited in a way. Like I'll go out, but then I'll come back and be a hermit.
Right?
And yeah, and but I appreciate that. Like,
Oh no, you use solitude in a healthy way. You don't, use it as escapism, like pure escapism. I
mhm,
get what you're talking about. You use
yeah,
it for the sake of your mental health. I do the same thing now.
exactly. It's kind
Yep.
of like I think the Terrence McKenna thing. Like he said something like it requires a level of alienation to keep your sanity in society.
Oh
It's like,
yeah. Oh my God,
yeah.
I vibe with McKenna. My goodness. Oh
That's
no,
amazing.
straight up vibe with McKenna so much on my creator channel. I made a fucking video where I literally just took the Terrence McKenna like 10-hour lectures and put it over on top of a ambient Skyrim track because I'm like, how the hell has nobody realized that McKenna and Skyrim belong together? My God, like
Yes.
I would love to watch a Lord of the Rings movie all about people going on a quest for magic mushrooms.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I've seen so much beauty in magic mushrooms. It helped me in so many ways. Like it was just a beautiful thing. When I went to
Oh yeah.
Amsterdam
It
and
really
just
helps you get in the non-dualist sort of mode. Like I'm not a non-dualist, I'm a trans-dualist, but it really helped me break away from the pathological dualism of our Western society. It helped me start understanding, okay, all this shit about all is one, it's all love, maybe it's not all just hippy dippy shit, maybe there's some truth in it. These people just don't have enough nuance to be able to explain it properly.
yeah, yeah, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see it. It's like everybody's got that little piece of the puzzle. It's not the whole thing, but it's like, okay, you got some stuff that makes sense, and then other stuff that I
Oh,
gotta,
totally.
yeah,
Yeah, Salvia told me it was all pointless. When I did magic mushrooms, it said Jesus was real, and I didn't even become a Christian. I'm
yeah.
like, yeah, maybe this stuff is a little bit more positive on our fucking psyches, on our souls.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think John Allegro's book was I think it was the Sacred Cross and the Holy Mushroom.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
And it just, I mean, mushrooms. Well, Terrence McKenna again, didn't he say there's more spirituality in a sacred mushroom than there are in all the religions of the earth?
Oh yeah.
Like,
No,
yeah,
I could fucking believe that because I was studying religions for a decade and I could not find trans theism ever. And once I started doing these substances, I found this background, this backbone that sort of unites all the world's religions. And Sri Ramakrishna was talking about how all the religions all are, just different perspectives of the same truth. And it was like, but he didn't label the term of what that truth is that unites everything. And I think this is just my personal experience. I can't claim for 100%, objective truth that that's what it is. But from my personal experience, I view this trans theism as the background that unites all these different world's religions.
yeah, yeah. I mean, when I was tripping one time on the magic mushrooms, it was beautiful. I would either do it by myself or one other person, and we would have like a bowl of fruit. We would have some vitamin C just in case if somebody tripped a little too much to try to bring them back.
Yeah.
Tea, we would always, we'd always make sure like, okay, we would record it sometimes on a mini disc. This is back like maybe '06, '07, '08. And the trips were beautiful. And I remember seeing like what appeared to be a purple holographic feline goddess with like magnetic rays. I looked at the
Oh,
wall,
wow.
and I think from being to the museum in the Metropolitan in New York City so much and taking pictures, it looked like, and this was later, like when I went to the museum. So I had seen this before I ever saw the statues of what I guess they would call the feline goddess Sekhmet. And I guess it's an Egyptian
Oh, I know
goddess.
who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm seeing this in like a holographic, but it's miniature. I mean, it couldn't have been more than 2 feet high, maybe 2.5. And I'm looking at the wall, and the two other guys, they got their eyes closed. I'm sitting in my chair, and then my friend is across the table from me, because we all took it in like a spiritual matter, not like we're just gonna get high, because we've
Yep.
smoked weed.
No, I know you're saying you did it spiritually, not recreationally.
Yeah, exactly. So, we had cannabis and stuff, some
Yep.
good stuff, and we smoked, and it kind of enhanced it. And I'm looking, and then I had like a star map on the wall, and I look at it, and the friend had a very short haircut to his hair, like a Caesar haircut. And I looked at the map, and then I looked at his head, and the map was on his head, and I said, "Holy smokes!" It's like I got the ability to copy and paste the map onto the shape of his head, but I couldn't tell him. Like, he was just kind of looking at me, dazing out. And we're all just experiencing this. And I mean, it was so spiritual. And that was just, one experience. And then other with just me and one friend, I saw like the table. It was definitely Alice in Wonderland. The room is like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's like,
All the distortions, everything's small and big and the
yeah,
wrong rays. Yep.
totally. I mean, he was tripping so hard that he actually had to I had to call his girlfriend in Queens, and I told her, I said, "Look, I think you're gonna have to come out here and drive him home."
Right.
And
Needed a little emergency trip sitter.
yeah,
Right.
and she goes, "Well, my aunt," I said, "Look, take her car, please." I said, "Come out here." And when she walked in, I mean, I had an air mattress, and I go, "Man, you're gonna make me get up and like move, because sometimes you just want to sit in the space and not
Oh
even
yeah.
move."
For
And I said,
real.
"Oh man." So I went in the next room. I got the air mattress. I said, "Okay, here's a blanket." So he's there, and she comes in, and I'm like, "Anna, he's all right." And he goes, "Honey, I saw the natives." He goes, "They were like blue hologram," and he didn't even tell me this stuff.
What the
And
hell? They were like blue holograms. We got some Navi, some fucking avatars here now.
yeah, yeah,
What the hell?
and he would. I mean, he didn't even tell me that until she walked in, and then before that, he wanted to go outside. Now, it was New York, it's winter, so it's like,
Oh
8
shit.
degrees or
Yeah, you don't
something.
want to be doing
So we're
that.
sitting outside, and we're looking at the stars, and we're seeing like constellations, because I had a telescope that we never saw. And I'm like, man, are these mushrooms letting us see stuff that we couldn't even see? The stars are looking brighter. And, I went outside because I said, I don't want him to be running down the block naked or something, just to watch over him. And I said, just be cool. We'll come back inside, just relax. And I called her up. And when he said that, I was like, wow, so you saw like holographic stuff. And I saw that like a few trips before, but it was a purple hologram. You saw a bluish. And, we would collaborate on that. And he would tell me about dreams. Like, he had a dream I wrote down about some dark black purple mushrooms with like spots on it. And I mean, we would really go deep into consciousness. And I think he's over in like Southeast Asia now. But I don't have WhatsApp on my phone, because he's like, whenever you download it, we can talk. But I'm just, I'm kind of like trying to fight technology, but I know it's a losing battle, because I just use the phone for text and to call, and anything online I'll use for the internet, unless it's an emergency, and I'll just check my phone.
You
But
gotta phrase it. It's tactical battles, man. You gotta make your tactical battles. It's not a fucking war.
yeah, exactly, yeah. And it's just, I mean, consciousness, it's amazing. Like, the more I look into it, I'm just like, man, this is, I feel freer now. I mean, I do feel the nostalgia from, I don't know if it's the right word would be losing people, but I know I feel them in some sense, but not feel them like people would say in a spiritual way. Like, when I look at the sky and I think about them, and then the sun shines through the clouds.
Oh,
And then,
so like universal irony is at play with what's going on.
yes. So I'm saying to
When
myself,
people see universal irony, it's like, oh, that's proof that's all meaningless. But it's like, nah, you use universal irony to prove that you're on the right track.
yes. And that thing will keep me to where I'm just like, something more is there. Something is without it, just for sure. And certain things will happen in my life, and I'll say, man, just so many times. It's like every night I go to bed, it's like I hope I don't wake up, and it's like I wake up again. I'm like, okay, thank goodness I'm breathing. Just I wonder. It's like, what's my purpose here? What am I doing here? What I thought, I was here to help people. They're not here in the physical anymore. So what am I really doing? It's like I'm barely hanging on. I don't know if I'll be able to pay taxes all the time. It just if I it's just like, am I delusional waiting for a lucky break? Am I, I almost gave up on writing. I mean, when I look at some of the books and I'm just like, man, what am I missing? And Scribe helps me so much. I mean, he's just a great person. I know he's probably busy tonight with his girlfriend or something, but and he's in Panama and New York
He
City.
helps you with writing or bouncing back ideas.
Yeah, I mean, he is like the brother that I never had because
That's awesome. That's what every writer needs, because that's one of the thing I'm convinced about modern writing, why it's gone to shit. Is back when we had classical books, we had groups like the Inklings. Have you ever heard of the Inklings?
No. What is that?
The Inklings was a group of J.R.R. Tolkien and I can't remember his name, but the guy that made the Chronicles of Narnia. Literally, the author of the Chronicles of Narnia and the author of Lord of the Rings got together with like 2 or 3 other authors, and they all collaborated and worked on their writing skills. And it's like, people are always wondering why Lord of the Rings is such good writing, and I'm like, maybe it's because he actually worked with other people.
Yeah. I remember
it wasn't all about his ego and how do I become the next Shakespeare,
Yeah. I had to read The Hobbit in high school when I was there. I never graduated, but
talk about lucky required reading material. God.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. And then I bought the Lord, and I remember growing up seeing the cartoon first.
Oh,
So yeah, it was just amazing with the Lord of the Rings, Ralph Bashki, and
totally.
yeah, I was like, whoa. And I always loved animation. When I was a kid, my sister and her boyfriend took me to see heavy metal in
whoa.
Yeah. So I mean, seeing that, I mean, I must
that
have
had
been,
to have been an experience.
oh yeah, 8 years old. Back then, you could get in the theater.
Theaters, holy moly.
Oh yeah, people were smoking in the theater and all of that. And I'm looking at this like, oh my goodness, I want to be an animator. So I've always been into animation and drawing and creating. That movie, it's like one of the best animated movies ever. Heavy Metal.
Yeah, it's definitely up there.
I look at it, and then the Animatrix was another good one with different artists.
Paprika's a really good one.
Oh, Paprika is that's like a mushroom trip.
For reals, man.
That's like a mushroom. Oh my, that's a mushroom trip without taking the mushroom.
AI fucking fractal machine,
Oh my goodness.
Kaleidoscopes. It's like a fucking kaleidoscope.
Is amazing. Yeah, that movie is, you don't have the trip. If you're tripping watching, forget it. I mean, I can imagine what that feels like. That movie, yeah, that's a deep one. And I love animation. I mean, I just, there's just something about it that as a kid, I still have some of the papers from drawing and then, flipping it over. I had bought a book from it was from Seamus Culhane. He's a guy that drew the 7 Dwarves with the Snow White.
Oh, wow.
And he would talk about, I would try to fight it. And he would say, the computer is the tool of the future. It was like in the late 90s, I read the book, and the early 2000s. And I tried to, because I was traditional. I was like, no, you got to draw it on paper. You got to flip it.
Oh, yeah.
And he was, talking about the Leisha reel. You got to create the sound. Now I can do that with like the touch of a thing. And then now with AI, it's on another level.
Oh, I know. That's the thing that's surprising the crap out of me, is that, that there's obvious some informational gatekeeping going on with the internet, because, with AI and animation, we should be seeing fucking animation everywhere, but you're not seeing it anywhere, it's a trip.
Exactly.
That's some wild stuff. No, I feel you with that. I always had a fascination with animation as well, but it's only grown even more fascination. My fascination's even grown even more intense since I did my experience with Salvia and actually became one of those flipper books and realizing, oh shit, our three-dimensional reality is basically two-dimensional for these 4D beings, watching us. Like,
yeah, the flipper book, I would love them, man. I mean,
oh yeah.
those, yeah, it just, yeah, the flipper books were amazing. I mean,
oh yeah. No, when your life turns into a flipper book and you're like, whoa, every little second is just a flip of the page. Like, this
yes,
is wild.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
our life is a strobe light.
yeah, yeah, it really is. It really is. I just, it's lovely. It makes me wonder. And then I say, life can only be wonderful. Once you have the wonder, you bring it back and you say, wow, this is like, this is amazing.
Oh yeah.
It makes me question, like, what is existence? What is the curiosity of it, the imagination? And
Did you ever see Warehouse 13?
no, what is that?
Oh, that was a sci-fi. It was one of the good sci-fi shows that was all actually on the Sci-Fi Channel before it went to shit, And
Mm,
but there was this line in that where it was called Endless Wonder because this warehouse was basically an infinite warehouse where the government stored all their secrets. It was like Raiders of the Lost Ark, but the warehouse is infinite in size and
mm,
ever growing. We get more objects, it just grows. It gets infinite. It's wild. But anyway, they had this saying in the show that like the curator, the guy leading the whole warehouse, teaching the newbies and stuff. He had this line of that this warehouse is infinite wonder, and that I was watching that when I was going through my hell stage and getting mentally and spiritually healthy, and that line stuck with me. I'm like, endless wonder. Like if you think about life, think about all the endless wonder. Like if you're interested in learning, there is infinite wonder to behold. You could keep learning and keep learning your entire life. You will always find more wonder to unravel, to discover. It's fascinating.
yeah, exactly. There's never. I remember a long time ago, a teacher told me, being bored is resisting existence.
Oh, holy shit, that's good.
Right?
Holy
I mean,
fucking shit, that's good.
he told me that like in 1994,
Dude, you
and
need
I
to like
never.
get that like fucking like everywhere online. That is fucking pure gold.
When he told me, and I never forgot, in 1994, he told me that. And I'm thinking to myself, like, at the time, I remembered it, but, I was still kind of just, I was in
Yeah,
my
that's a
20s.
prophetic quote.
Yeah. And I was just like, wow. I mean, he kind of like fell a little bit, I would say, I don't know if I can call it the dark side, but, um, and he was a great martial arts teacher. And he eventually went to Florida, but I said, okay, I got to take the good, what I can. And he used to sell copies of the I Ching. So I think
Oh,
I still have that book that I bought off of him. And it would have like, when you throw the pennies and try to figure out I guess the lines and the dashes. And but that stuck with me. That one thing he told me, he goes, being bored is resisting existence. And he goes, when you walk, he goes, try to feel the earth under your feet. And I was thinking about that and I said, man, this guy was going beyond just the physical martial arts. And, at the time, I just wanted to learn self-defense and stuff. And then I was like, wow, years later, because now it's been 32 years after that. And I'm just like, wow. I'm like, holy smokes, that saying is so, I think he might have got it from Osho, that used to be called Rajneesh. I think it was kind of cultish.
oh yeah, you got to be careful with Osho. My
Yeah,
God,
the wild
it's so
country.
funny how Osho has just grown the fuck up online over the past 10 years, and it's like, dude, this guy like was involved in like bio fucking bad shit over in Oregon. My God, they're like spraying fucking like
Yeah.
bacteria on fucking salad bars and shit, like
Yeah.
for
Straight.
reals.
I remember a guy told me, he goes, you got to watch a thing on Netflix called Wild Country. It's
Yep,
all about, yeah,
yep, the
straight
Rajneesh
sorcerer.
movement.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy smokes. Because I got his book called The Autobiography of a Spiritually Incorrect Mystic.
Huh.
And he talks about his life of when he was like 8 or 10 years old, and a guru, because he's from India, came to his house and he was asking the guru questions, and the guru couldn't answer it. And his mother, his grandmother, because he went to live with his grandparents, his parents couldn't take care of him because of poverty. And he goes, his grandmother was chasing the guru as he left the house saying, no, no, you didn't answer my grandson's question. So, I mean, he would, because he said in the book that in India at that time, the naked body was not a crime. So he would be in school looking out the window, and the headmaster would say, well, answer the question. He would answer it, and they would still try to punish him for looking out the window. Yeah. So he would go to the principal's office and knock on the door, and they wouldn't want to answer it. And he goes, look, I'm going to take off my top. And if you don't answer it, I'll take off the bottom part of my clothing because I'm allowed to. And then they would leave him alone. He would harass like the yeah. And I was like,
it is funny how people can weaponize nudity like to scary effectiveness.
Yeah.
Like I remember seeing this clip on like some subway, and this dude is like getting ready to fucking knock some dude out, like just obvious the instigator, just some fucking like drunk fucking meathead, you know. And this fucking rando comes over there and he just pulls down the dude's pantses him, and then it just instantly diffuses the situation. He gets so embarrassed and slowly pulls up his pants and just completely fucking walks away from the situation. I'm like, shit, people need to be engaging in these tactics more often, man. If we want to reduce violence, pants people.
Oh yeah, definitely. We're in the crazy culture. I mean, he definitely was cult, but there was some stuff that when I looked through it, I said, man, this guy's got a philosophy. It's without a doubt, it's cult. I mean, he would say, I think there's still on video where he's like, I have 100 Rolls Royces and no bank account. And the martial arts teacher was like into him. And I didn't even, I was like, I didn't want to hear that. It was the 90s. And as I got older, I said, man, that guy was on to something. I didn't realize it. I just wanted to learn, defense. And he was trying to teach me philosophy. And a good thing it stuck.
Yeah. That's what a real martial artists do, is they lead with philosophy first, then the martial arts.
Yes. And that was the time, of the UFC, the Gracies. I met Hoist Gracie and all of them, took pictures with him.
Oh, yeah.
And I said to myself, I was like, wow, this guy, now I look back at it and I say, he was, had tapes with Osho. And when I looked at some of the stuff recently, I said, about maybe 5 years ago, I said, man, Osho was a straight sorcerer. I mean, he had people like under a spell, and they were saying that they would have different beads because it was open sex, and in the compound in Oregon, because he had like rich people with jets flying them to places. And one time they flew and they wouldn't accept them in certain countries. And I think they flew to Uruguay. And Uruguay accepted him. I had been, I have a friend, Juan Carlos, from that country, and I went down there in like 2012. And it's a laid back country. It's so laid back that banks close at like 1 p.m. every day, and they don't open up the weekends. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy smokes.
Yeah, that really is interesting about the banking aspect of things, though. Yeah, you're right about that.
Yeah, and I thought, because I was, he's older, because he's like from the Studio 54 days in the 70s of New York City. And he goes, look, man, it was a communist country. I came here. I saw people sitting on, police cars smoking weed in New York City, because I thought it was paradise. Now, I was a child, and then I grew up in the 80s. And I vibe with the stuff he says, because my older siblings, I know a lot about the 70s and stuff like that. So I was like, wow. So I go, you know what? I went to see him, and he was already, I guess he was in a state of, I don't care. And, so I was like, okay, I'm going to head back to America. I told him, I said, man, there's a lot of opportunity to make money down here. We could, at least get secure. It's not about money, but like Bill Hicks said, it's about money, because you're free to do what you want, but try to do it without money. you know.
Right. For
So I
reals.
was like, okay, I saw it more as I got older. When I was younger, I didn't give I didn't care. And but then you start to say, holy smokes, it is about money. I gotta try to eat, and so he eventually, I think he was like, because he was telling me, he goes, look, you got to sail, man. He goes, he sailed across the Atlantic with a friend of him. They had like 150-foot boat. And he was just like, man, you gotta, he goes, you're like a captain, And then eventually I came back and, he would tell me stuff about Uruguay, like it's the least most religious country in South America and stuff like that. And it's so laid back. People are so like, I don't want to use the word lazy, but they just don't care. They don't give a fuck, man.
Oh, apathetic.
Yeah, they're just like, hey, we're just here to retire. And I was like, you know what? I got to go back to New York because, I guess like that movie, A Dinner with Andre. This
Yep.
is I was a prisoner. I built the concentration camp and now I'm the guard, And I Mr. X is like a philosopher. I gotta admit. He said, do you have anything, Mr. X?
No, I'm just joining in. I was
Okay, if you have anything, Sage them for confused, man. He's like the best guest that's ever been on there. I mean,
is this about evolution we're talking, or religion? Or?
No, we're talking about like we're getting into the ship of Theseus. I don't know if you ever heard of that before.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Where you repair planks in the ship, and then when you repair them to a certain point, is it the same ship? I don't know if you want to explain it, Sage.
Yeah, well, it was basically that any ship, going back to like ancient Greece is where the paradox comes from. There's the center, most important part of a ship is the keel. It's basically the heart and the spine of the ship. It's what makes the physics work behind it. So you can replace all the planks, with upkeep and all that over time, wear and tear. But when the keel, the heart and spine of the ship breaks, you have to replace the keel. And by replacing the heart and the soul of the ship, you're in essence creating a new ship. It's not the same ship anymore.
Mm-hmm. Is this analogous to something else, or just?
Well, we were referring on how we were talking about Ava on what was it? Ex Machina. So we're talking about Ava, the android in Ex Machina, and her passing the Turing test. And I was explaining how that there's some crossover between the simulation theory, this Turing test, and this ship of Theseus paradox. Most people are going to hear the ship of Theseus paradox and go, okay, well, if we ourselves are simulations, like, then everything's meaningless. But I view it from a different perspective where, okay, who cares if we're a simulation or whether we're real or not? If we're a simulation, we're still fucking real. We're still sentient and aware and living this life. So, that doesn't really hit me the same way.
And if we were meaningless, I don't think we'd even bother discussing it right now, whether we are meaningful or not. I don't
Very valid point. Yeah, you'd have too much nihilism to actually be invested in such discussions.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Be survival and by any means necessary. But
yeah, I mean, also, like, I don't know if you've seen Ex Machina, Mr. X.
No.
It's like, okay, it's an artificial woman that's created. So if in theory we will create say an android that would take parts of us, right? And now, well, not even take parts of us. I guess a better way would say we replace parts of us with the android. So, your arm, your leg, or the circulatory system. So now you don't have to worry about arterial sclerosis. It's getting late, so I'm not pronouncing things correctly. But yeah, so now at what point is it not you anymore? So that's the ship of Theseus kind of analogy to the human body. So when we replace stuff, say I'm the scientist and I'm saying, okay, Mr. X, whatever ailment, I'm replacing it. Now you're healthy. And I'm going to replace this. Now you're healthy. At what point does it not become you anymore?
I mean, I've heard of this before where people have gotten organ transplants and so forth of other people, and they start having the memories of that person that
Yeah, but now, okay, let's go beyond that. Let's take that out of the equation, and I'm only using mechanical parts. So I'm not going to get the feelings from another person's organ or anything like that. So I'm replacing it with purely mechanical organs. So now you have something that's working fully, it's mechanical. If anything should happen, I could replace it much easier. At what point do you not do you cease to become you and you become, that's what the ship of a guy, a sage can explain it much better than myself.
Well, if you define us only by the physical, then obviously we'd be different. But if we're not all physical, our makeup is also non-physical, then we could stay the same, just in a machine body.
Well, that's where the question is so important, because there's a lot of humanists that are going to say, there's this essence to our humanity that lies in the biological structure. And if we change and upload our consciousness, we're somehow, we're transmuting our essence. We're not human anymore. But then there's going to be transhumanists saying, no, that's not at all the case, And so that's where it actually is a really interesting, ethical conscience question, is it this android being completely sentient? Are we going to treat them with the same human level ethics, or are they going to be like some alien sentient ethics, or are we going to treat them like they're animals? Like how are we going to relate to each other in this world?
No, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah, and it's kind of like what you were saying, Mr. X. The organ transplant from somebody else could, like, you would feel like, am I getting like genetic feelings from this person? Like how you were saying, parts of us have like a sentience to it, right?
Right.
So if we eliminate, so that in saying that shows that we have a sentience maybe in the biological part of us. So if those are replaced, when does it cease to become us? So now we can take the consciousness out of the equation and just say, okay, the organs have the consciousness, or there's something. Maybe there's also a consciousness that goes beyond the organs, which makes sense. But now when you replace all of these organs, when does it cease to become you? And now who was it? I think there was another guy. Let me back up on the thing. The ship of Theseus. There was another guy. I forgot his name.
While you were looking that up, I was just going to say, yeah, sorry, I was eating dinner. I just finished. The gut feeling, they say that you got a gut feeling. Well, there's actually nerves in your stomach that are connected to your brain. So you get like a gut feeling about something. It does. There is more to it, almost like on a spiritual level. You know what I mean? I got a gut feeling about this. This could be a good thing or a bad thing, or you have an idea about something, you have a gut feeling about something. So the organs do, I think, have a certain spiritual type of essence to them.
Or maybe a consciousness. And Jake, this is saged and, Mr. X and everything. But this is amazing because, he's bringing forth
some good input. He's pretty upbeat and everything, man. It's good to listen to him.
Like, he's the best guest I think we've ever had. This guy.
I really think so. Yeah, man. He's doing great.
Yeah, the logical stuff. It's just amazing. But with I'm trying to back up on the other window I had with the ship of Theseus paradox, because I did have something there was another guy that tried to say, okay, if you take the organs, let's just say, I'm just ad-libbing, and you don't throw them away, and you build the other being with the used organs, when does it come to the point where that thing is more you than the new stuff that's replaced? So, the ship of Theseus thing is just, this is like genius level thinking of philosophy. Just the way I'm looking at it, I could be wrong, but so Mr. X, what do you think?
I don't know. It's a great question, but there have been documented cases of that happening where people got organ transplants and started having images and thoughts of the person that.
No. We're saying, when does it, like, okay, we're taking the organs. Now, the old organ that we took out of you and we put it on that side, say on the laboratory table. So that's there. And now we keep replacing stuff, but we're replacing it with with mechanical organs, so you don't get like a feeling from something else. When does it cease to become you? And then maybe the other thing we're creating, could that be you now? Like, I mean, this is some deep sage. You can explain that.
Answer, and we're all going to have different opinions on that. I don't know.
Oh, I understand where both you guys are coming from, because Mr. X talking about the genetic memories from like xenoplantations from animals or whatever. That reminds me of there was actually a horror movie in 2008 called The Eye, had Jessica Alba in it, and it was basically the same kind of premise. She was a blind musician, and she had her eyes replaced, and she ended up having all these genetic memories from the corpse of the woman that had the eyes to begin with. And so that is a really interesting one on both those perspectives, and the crossover is sort of where we're getting lost right now. Or we're like, how do these combine to make a bigger theory?
I couldn't give you a good answer, to be honest with you, MD, because it would just be a philosophical answer. There'd be no backing for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I believe we have a soul. I believe we have a physical spirit, and that would live on for sure. Whether or not it live on in a machine form, I can't say.
But maybe not in the machine. It's like what Sage is saying, and from what we're using in the analogy of the ship of Theseus is, what if we replaced everything? Like, and I know what you're saying, that the soul might be irreplaceable or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But what if we replace everything, and like, is it still you? If I'm looking at the theory correctly with the ship of Theseus, I just typed in the
my goodness, it seems like you just got even deeper with the ship of Theseus right there, MD. My goodness, because this is actually reminding me of this whole death cult with the transhumanists, because they're literally trying to replace humanity with AI, and it is humanity. And they're replacing the terms humanity and existential threat, by using semantic framing. The existential threat toward humanity is actually the future AI. We're already dead, and it's like, I'm not advocating for that, but at the same time, it's like, if we do just naturally end up developing sentient AI consciousness, at the same time, I don't want us imposing our ethics on that, and our having this myopical understanding of perspectives, that they obviously have a completely different set of experiences living in this reality than we would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, could it go beyond? See, like Mr. X and I understand Mr. X with the soul and the understanding of that. Could there be something that is us beyond the soul? So let's just say the soul is replaceable, and something, and I know this is just crazy, this is totally theoretical speculation, but, and so is the soul and everything. But what if there's something that's us that goes beyond that? It's kind of like Alan Watts used to say that, he said, okay, when you try to separate yourself from the thoughts and you're observing everything, the thing that's observing everything is a thought itself.
Right. Yeah. Perspective. Right? It's like Ken Wilber's holons, that, perspective itself is consciousness.
Yes.
Yeah. And then he says, it's like, I forgot what lecture it was, but I spoke to actually his son, his eldest son, Lee Harvey Watts. I had called him back in like 1999. I had donated $100 to WBAI in Manhattan. They broadcast off of Wall Street in the Empire State Building. And they had played something called Understanding the Human Game, Learning the Human Game. Man, that thing that they played inspired me so much. I gave $100 to get the 3 tapes. And my friend goes, look, I'll split it with you. I dubbed it. We split it. I loved it so much. I called. I think he was, I don't know if he was going to Australia to look at 125,000-year-old art on rocks or something. And he goes, hi, I'm Lee Harvey, his eldest son. And I just, when I look at this stuff, I said, there is no coincidence. How do I even call up to order the cassette? And these were ordering cassettes. I still have the cassette tapes. And they were $240 back then. So I was like, give me the whole thing. And he goes, man, you must really like my father's philosophy. I said, bro, your father is amazing, even though he's been gone for, many decades.
Yeah.
And just the fact that I could speak with his son. And I mean, when I look at it's like, how do I even, like, how is that a coincidence? I mean, I look at some of the people that I've encountered, and I'm like, there's just no way this could just happen by chance. It's like, how did I talk to Alan Watts' eldest son? And what he was saying, I mean, Alan Watts, some of the stuff he said was so profound. It made me think about consciousness and reality in a different way. He was like,
Alan Watts is a good one for sure.
It changed a lot of things. I mean,
right? Wisdom of insecurity, these different, topics he's discussing on. I mean, these are really relevant for the modern world, and people completely just offhand it. This is from decades ago. Some hippie dude or something. Like, why would I read that?
Yeah. And I think he had a ferry boat called the Vallejo, and he would have people come on there. They would have their chats. And he was saying something about, he goes, if you were God and you could create the universe anyway, every time you have a great experience, he goes, eventually that might get boring. And he goes, you might create different scenarios. He goes, and if you happened now, you will happen again, exactly in the same way that you happen right now. And then you'll happen in slightly different ways. And when I looked at that, I was like, man, I said, this guy just, I mean, the thought of it, the thought of learning the human game, when he said, you look at the stars are starring, the apple tree is appling. It's not growing apples, it's appling. The earth is humaning. And just looking at it, and the clouds are clouding, the rain is raining. And if you don't understand it, he said, look at it again. And I remember,
don't understand movement. That's what you're using, a lot of verbs and movement terms, and people don't like talking about movement, it seems like, unless it's about fucking capitalism. It's crazy.
Yeah, they're so, like, and that's what made me, with the Architects of Humanity, like, it made me like look into this to say, okay, what is it that really created our physical form? How was our physical form created? And is it created to inhabit what is speaking with each other right now? So, like, that seems to be a different part, or maybe it is a part of the physical. So it's like we're a physical being and a non-physical being at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
And when we try to separate it, that's where the problem comes. I say, wait a second.
Oh, no, I agree with that. The Neoplatonism is totally screwed up our shit. Not just generalizing Neoplatonism, but the Cartesian dualism coming from Neoplatonism has caused so much fucking a slowdown of our species. We could be, discovering all these gut, axes and balances, and taking the right probiotics, doing everything right. But instead we're doubling down on the, it's also, it's completely separate. They don't interact at all. Like, it's fucking weird.
Oh yeah. Oh, they are scared to death of consciousness.
Oh yeah. You'll notice that you will not find a lot of medical literature touting the benefits of fucking meditation. They're all touting the benefits of the next, gene therapy or the next psychiatric drug. They are not wanting to produce all these articles on the benefits of meditation.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you saw right away. I mean, just voicing a little bit of dissent for evolution. I mean, I didn't know because I was setting up the stream, but when you said they went off on I forgot his name, objective ethics.
Objective ethics, yeah.
I mean, and that guy was on here, Austin Sims. and I couldn't believe I must have had such an effect on him, basically.
No, it was actually pretty funny because it turned into a little domino effect because they had this one guy, doing this little sign off thing, and he just went on this manic ADHD rant that had no coherent train of thought. Nobody could follow what he was talking about, and even the mod was getting pissed off, and then the mods echoing his behavior because they're getting, it's like, oh my God, dude, I get that you're upset and you're the mod, but why do you have to turn into him just because you're upset? I mean, now you are him. You're the same person. Now we just have a mod bitching in the chat instead of a dude on screen verbalizing his fucking angst.
Exactly. Yeah. I was like, I mean, the other guy, I forgot his name. He said that he doesn't believe, like he tries to believe, like I think I thought for maybe a misinterpretation that he thinks like he's God, or I forgot his name, but he said he was going to hop on, but I guess maybe when I was talking, he realized not to hop on or something.
Right. No, he was comfortable in his ego and his social bubble. He didn't want to, transverse new waters. I'm not that good of a sailor.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And it's hard because, he knows, I mean, other guys probably, I mean, Mr. X poses some deep questions that just, they're so, like, Mr. X poses them in a soft way, but it just echoes so deeply into like, hey man, you have to address this question. And I notice a lot of the evolutionists and stuff are afraid of that question. They're just, I don't know what it is. Maybe they've been traumatized.
It's psychological splitting, man, and a culture of pathological dualism.
Yeah.
That's crazy because I'm experiencing that left and right for the past few months. That's why I'm not in the Gnosis group anymore. They put me on the hot seat and they did some stupid gotcha questioning with me. Give me an answer, yes or no. If you're not giving me an answer, you're a racist. I'm like, I'm not fucking playing that game. I'm a trans dualist. Literally, my whole system of cognitive reasoning is beyond the black and white and the ones and zeros. I'm inhabiting the liminal space between the 1 and 0, or the 3, or the the 2. I'm not just sticking with ones and zeros. I'm using higher dimensional mathematics. So it's like, I ain't put up with that shit. And I see it everywhere online the past few months. I go onto the philosophy StreamYard on YouTube, and it's just all this fucking social bubble. Everybody goes to other philosophy channels. Nobody talks about anything new. And it's like, you're a philosophy channel. Do you realize philosophy is about thinking outside the box, right?
Sure.
Like you're all putting yourselves in a box, man. You're a philosopher in a box.
You're right. I had to leave Gnosis. I mean, I hope he does well, whatever. But yeah, they just. I noticed he says he's an agnostic, but then he's really an evolutionist because he'll side with them and say, "Oh, well, if we say this," and when I leave the stream, I'm just like, you know what? One time he was like saying nobody was on the stream, maybe 2 watchers, and he goes, "Oh, who's going to come on to save the stream?" So I was setting up the stream because I try to stream every night.
You do that passive aggressive shit. You're not on in 30 seconds. I'm off.
Yeah, and I said, okay, let me help him out. I jumped on, and then he had Yerf Dogs jump on, the pro evolutionist.
Oh God. Oh, Yerf Dogs, man. He's so stuck in the classical line of reasoning that he cannot get out of the box. I just want to fucking take a hammer and start chiseling at the box.
Yeah, and he must have made, I guess, a video about me because I guess I must have hurt his ego so much, and I didn't even know. I go, look, man, he goes, oh, I made a video about you. I go, look, hey, for me, it was Tuesday. For you, it was I guess, a life-changing moment. And I would love to have a conversation. He had jumped in the chat a few times over here, and he never jumped on stream. And I'm like, look, this is about, I would love to have a conversation. Come on. If you want to curse or yell at me, great. After that, you might calm down, and then we can talk.
Right.
But what does that tell you about them, MD? It's like me. I have my beliefs that you may not agree with, but you never see me coming down on you because you don't agree with them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And Scribe believes in totally different stuff. He came on last night.
Sophomoric maturity around. Lots of sophomoric maturity.
But also, I'm not trying to defend a lie. I think they know what they believe in is a lie, and they're just trying to defend it. That's why they're so defensive and on the attack. They don't really believe in their nonsense. They know
I think the ego is a lot more powerful than lies are. The ego's a lot better liar than the gaslighting of other human beings.
I think they always want to feel like they're the smartest one in the room. It's like a competition of pride and ego.
Yep.
You know?
No, that I completely agree with. I completely agree
It's
with.
bad because you don't get to the truth that way. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
Like Breakfast Tacos channels, they always bring up obscure, esoteric teachings, philosophical teachings that they know most of the audiences are familiar with, but they just do it on purpose, And for all you know, they just Googled it. They're trying to play a word salad game with the audience or with the guests, thinking that they're smarter. And it's just like, that's very disingenuous, You're not really serious about having a conversation. That's like a same game,
Your freaking cracks me up. My God, that dude cracks me up. He went onto my channel and started talking about how my opinions are worthless, and this is why your opinions are worthless and stuff. Like, dude, you're stalking my channel, and it cracks me up because his at symbol for the at the username, it's at Ephelis, which it makes most people go, oh, he's an Ephelis, but his freaking picture icon is Ephelism, with a little crossed out mark, implying that I'm not an Ephelist. It's like, dude, that's really gives contradictory signaling to the people you're interacting with.
Yeah, I realized he just hurt. He's like so wounded, and I hope he would try to heal. I mean, he was waiting on Gnosis's stream, and I helped the guy out, and they bashed me for it. And then I was like, you know what? I'm not going on there again. And I just left it alone. And, I see him pop up in my feed sometimes. And I said, no, I'm not going to hop on. It just, he really baits people. And, no,
he got sucked into that digital cargo cult big time. Like, he is so invested in increasing engagement through any means necessary. It's so disingenuous in that aspect of things, because when I first joined his group, it wasn't like that, and it was actually sort of ironic because I made a video about this exact topic, and then a few weeks later the whole show turns into the Jerry Springer fucking show, and I'm like, what the hell? This is the Jerry Springer show. This is reality television. This is not a avenue for philosophical discussions.
Exactly. It definitely did. And what Mr. X was talking about, the breakfast taco, which I see it come up as like some bloodbath thing or something.
Those are private there's a one-on-one debates.
Because he was on today, and I couldn't jump on. I mean, it's like you said, if you say anything against evolution, it's like, oh, you don't understand it. You don't do this.
It's the status quo in general. It's worse than pro-evolution or anti-evolution. It's complete hive mind. Don't go against the status quo.
Yeah.
And that's where social bubbles. And we got the Gnosis group with all these anti-natalist and vegans, and nobody can really advance any other understanding because they're just engaging with other anti-natalists and vegans.
Yeah, you can't even speak with them. It's a
social bubble.
It gets to a point where I'm like, wow, there's no sense in going on, and they just get to a point where I'm like, man, I want to speak with them, but there's just no sense. And the fact that I guess the guy's name Austin Sims, because I think he came on our stream at least it was last year, maybe the middle. It was definitely months ago, 8-10 months ago. And he was screaming at me like, you're a liar and this and that. And I'm like, look, the fossil record just doesn't show what you're saying. And he just, I was like, wow, okay. That's the way you feel, fine. And I think I met him through another, I think it was Mark Reed. I'm not sure if the name is correct, but he's also an evolutionist, staunch evolutionist, but only evolutionist because of what they experienced in the church. So they experienced, like, I guess they were, something happened. And because the church is very, it has traumatized many people, I have to admit. I give them 100%.
Lots of intergenerational religious trauma as well. People never talk about the intergenerational trauma caused by religion.
Oh, yeah, definitely. So this is why I don't go too hard on them, because I'm like, look, when you're ready, if you wake up, you can always come back over. I don't got a problem with it. Like some of the guys on, there's a channel called The Christian King, and one of my friends was on there. He's a cool guy, lasagna killer, and I saw him on there. I would have never hopped on. And they just immediately, they were like, "You're an atheist," and this and that. And I'm like, "No, no, no." And then finally it got calmed down and they were like, "All right," they apologize. I apologize. I was like, "Look, hey, apologize for calling them butt pirates and stuff." And it's like, okay, now we're cool. And, I start to see like, wow, a lot of these people are so hurt and so traumatized. And hopefully they can see like, all right, we're all like that old Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
Right? For reals.
Yeah, like this.
You're all outcasts and you shouldn't be outcasting each other, like
Exactly.
fuck.
Yeah, it's like they did the land of misfit toys. That's why when I start the broadcasting, I say, I'm broadcasting from the psychiatric hospital course called Planet Earth, or yeah,
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I've been thinking about that lady lately with some of the fundamentalists. I'm like, oh God, we're living in a funny fundy farm.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me, because Voltaire, I think he wrote, "Planet Earth is the asylum to where the rest of the universe sends all the lunatics." And it just reminds
I like
me.
that much better than Sartre's "Hell is other people."
Oh yeah, definitely.
That makes more sense. Not every person is hell, but we're definitely on some level of a prison planet in some shape or form.
Oh yeah, it's like an asylum, like a planet. And I did hear, I don't know who said it, but they said hell is like we're all sitting around a big pot of soup, and we have spoons that are 4 foot long, so we can't feed ourselves, but we can feed the person across from the bowl. So we're all sitting around in this big bowl that's 8 foot long, and say the spoons are 6 foot long. So there's no way we can turn the spoon to feed ourselves because it would go past.
Yep.
So we have to feed the other person and they have to feed us.
Yep.
So it's like, if we don't learn how to work together, then we're sitting there trying to we're going to starve to death.
Oh yeah, no, that's one of the lines that hit me the most out of any of the media I've ever watched is the show Lost. In the show Lost, when the main character he says this quote: "We got to live to learn together, or we're all gonna die alone." And it's like, that is such a fucking true statement. The more you think about it, it is so fucking true.
Yeah. And in the what makes it even harder, in the midst of people trying to turn us against each other. So we got to learn to live together with people trying to turn us against each other.
Right.
And that's what, when I look at it, I say, wait a second. We have a paradise right here. If we can figure it out, if we can, we got some, to say, I think the natives were saying, like Chief White Cloud, he said, building churches are only going to make us argue over God. He goes, we can argue between each other, fine, but we should never argue over the Great Spirit and stuff like that.
Especially since we build every fucking church going up to the sky, just like our fucking capitalistic fucking, egoic self-worship with the skyscrapers, it's the same shit. Look, I built a giant tower. I'm closer to God. I'm better than all of you. I've always been of the mindset, we need to start building churches going down. My God, we need to have some like fucking, 600-year-old cathedral going 400 feet into the earth.
I mean, the fact that they call it a skyscraper alone is so egotistical. It's
exactly. That's what I'm saying. And if you think about it, every one of these, churches and cathedrals going back centuries, they're all trying to go for grandiose height and appearance, this giant sense of authority. And it's like, fuck, the earth is our authority. Let's build the churches down. Let's get closer to our humanity, closer to God.
Yeah, it's like the grandiose. Whenever I walk into a bank and there's like huge marble floors, stuff like that, I'm like, wow, this bank is stealing a lot of people's money. Like, where'd that money come from? You know what I mean? Where'd the church and all that money? So instead of, giving it to the poor and the homeless and the hungry and the needy, it's like, instead they wanted to spend it on ego instead. You know what I mean? Like, is that what church is about? What's wrong with this place?
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah. There was a counselor I knew. She was from Germany, and she was here in America, and we spoke, and she was like, I guess, I don't know, something I said. I gave a speech one time, and we just became friends. And she goes, why they build the department stores with high ceilings? She goes, these are the new cathedrals that you will.
Oh,
I was like, wow,
That's great. Wow.
bro,
for reals.
I forgot her name, but she was so cool. And she told me one time I was talking about Nietzsche, and I said, she goes, who's quoting Nietzsche? And I said, yeah, well, didn't he say something about, nobody converts to a religion. They got to be sick enough to accept it. And she goes, yeah, she goes, but there are things in German that can't be translated properly. She goes, like the thing of what doesn't kill you make you stronger. She goes, that's a little more translated as what doesn't kill you makes you more resilient. She goes, and that's still not a full translation.
Right.
So she educated me so much on that. And she goes, you know how to express, she goes, you know how to get it through to people. And she wanted me to work at, like, she was a counselor for actually prison inmates, like prisoners. And she goes, you need to, I was kind of like a little fearful because I was like, there's an old saying, if you go in there, you might end up, whatever. And she was like, but you can express this to these men. And I don't know. Part of me says maybe I need to go look into that. But she goes, look, you have a way with connecting with people. And some of the stuff she told me just stuck with me. I was like, wow, that's really deep. She goes, yeah. She goes, you know why you guys work so hard in America? She goes, because if anything happens to us in Europe, she goes, we know you will come to defend us. She goes, so your children, your people will have to work as a workforce to defend us. And I was like, wow. And she was so cool. Man, I can't believe I can't remember her name. But
I gotta tell you, when I went to Sweden a few years ago, that is kind of like the mindset that most of the people have there, like in Europe, is that, dude, it's not about like the most renovated homes or the most like homes with like basic stuff that's, probably decades old. Like here, it's like, places get remodeled like every 10, 15 years, like places get remodeled. You gotta have the newest stuff, and it's like, over there in Europe, they're more worried about like connecting with people and their neighbors and the local communities and things like that. And back to the ego, you know what I mean? It's like capitalism.
Oh, no, I know. It's not even just ego; it's the capitalism and greed. Because I know exactly what you're talking about. Because basically, it's almost all infrastructure in America only has a 30-year lifespan. Whether they're building a new bridge or they're building a water treatment facility or water storage tank or whatever, almost all of these only have a 30-year lifespan. And it's like, that is absolute insanity to build infrastructure to support our whole country that only has a 30-year lifespan.
Right. They just slap it up as cheap as possible. There's no craftsmanship. It's not built to last. Over there in Europe, there's generations of families living in the same houses because they're built out of brick and stone, and things are built to last there. There's more craftsmanship. Like the
historical, architecture. They're not quick to fucking, we have some billionaire fucking, land development fucking company, and they're just gonna fucking ram all over the history, but people care about the history. They don't care how much money and power you have. They're like, our families have lived here for generations upon generations. We lived through the Holocaust. You're not erasing this shit.
Right. Instead of cramming as many houses as they can on the plot, like they build stuff, they build a nice yard, they build a nice community, and it's like they cram as many, plain block looking, very plain houses.
How we use space in capitalism, because I think about that when it comes to burial sites, because there's this burial site over somewhere in the Middle East with these Islamic countries. They have this Islamic burial site. It's supposedly the biggest cemetery on earth. And apparently the past few years, the prices there and the availability of plots have just been, there's barely any plots, and the prices going through the roof, and we're blaming it on terrorism and on, our country and on this country and on religion, on that. And it's like, you do realize that you can dig fucking vertical. You can, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is such bullshit manufactured scarcity, It's like, We
And
could
that's
totally be digging these graves hundreds of feet down, but nah, we want to build it only widthwise and horizontal and take up every actual
6
human
feet.
beings places where they could build homes. Like we're idiots in every direction with this just because of capitalism. Capitalism is making every religion fucking idiotic.
Yeah, 6 feet.
Idiotic is planned out that way. They want things to be cheap and crappy, and then build it back and tear it down, build it up again, cheap and crappy again.
True.
Yeah, not
very true.
laugh, man.
It's not
like,
a glitch. It's the point.
Yeah, I mean, people do not want to pay for craftsmen. They want to pay for the cheapest illegal labor they can. It's like, man, the construction industry in America is not great. I mean, more and more people don't care about quality. They care about price more than quality. And it's like, that's why everything's built so crappy around here, you know?
Oh, yeah. Have you seen some of the houses being built?
Right. I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, the house is going up now.
Gaps between masonry and fucking leaking roofs and fucking floors collapsing. And like, I'm like, they better start making fucking like lifetime warranties on houses if they're going to start doing it this route.
Oh, most new houses only come with a 1 year warranty.
The worst is they're actually starting to make homes out of styrofoam now.
I think that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I cannot believe that there's companies manufacturing these styrofoam building blocks. I'm like, lightweight can blow it.
Laugh my ass off though, because all the environmentalists are like, this is terrible. Like, it's going to last in the environment for thousands of years. Like, they don't think about any of the actual economics and how the economics affect people's living situation. They just are going back this decades old styrofoam lasts for thousands of years. And they don't even remember that. You don't remember a few years ago, we discovered that like maggots fucking eat styrofoam. Like, you know, like it's obviously not going to last for thousands of years.
Styrofoam anyway. I mean, this is not structurally sound. I don't care what they say.
It's meant for insulation and like sound gapping. It's not meant for fucking actual structural supports.
Yeah, it's definitely not structural. Brian Nichols says, "Don't talk about capitalism." Well, you know we're going to talk about capitalism now. It's like you said that.
That was such a beautiful fucking shit. What was that called? That there's the whole effect, the Streisand effect. Yeah, that's what it's called, the Streisand effect. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, the Barber.
You look at something like, okay, I don't want to hit that, and the next thing you know, you're focusing on it, so you end up hitting it. You're crashing into it. Or
it's
whatever.
Funny as shit knowing the actual story behind it. That it was literally this whole sociological term happened because somebody was like fucking flying their drone by Barbara Streisand's house, and she wanted it scrubbed from the entire internet. It's like, holy shit!
Yeah, I do. Yeah, she was complaining like about something, right? Like,
right.
Wow. I remember they said that she would complain to directors not to photograph her from only like one side. Like she only wanted her left side or something photographed, like her right side. You know, I guess her left side looked better than the right side.
That's some nutty shit. My God.
Yeah. I'm just only the person looking in the mirror would think that. You know what I mean? Like a normal person just be like, "Yeah, you look regular." Look like
here we all like,
you know.
You were all like, can't you just be simple and have anorexia like the rest of these Hollywood fucking heroin chic women? Then at least we know what the hell's going on.
Holy smokes.
I mean, we're talking about the ego, we're talking about capitalism, referring to the ego, and that's really what it comes down to. It's, you know, capitalism, they've said it before, is a race to the bottom. And dude, we're there. I mean, we're seeing the effects of it now. You know, and I'm not saying communism is bad either, but you know, there has to be some kind of balance in between. And man, MB, I want to make a point on what you're saying about not only do we got to try to work with other, you know, work together with people, we also have to deal with people trying to drive us apart. And you know, any people who are on an extreme end of anything, it's almost like they're unable to think. They just have to fiercely defend whatever extremism concepts that they, you know, have adopted. And so they shut out all critical thinking, all, you know, possibilities. You know, they're not open people at all. And so there's lots of people like that because of the internet and the algorithms they're fed and things like that. And there's got an argument to some guy I was working with, and they were just so extreme that they started acting crazy when I started basically just kind of proving that their theory's wrong. And I'm just like, man, why are you furious right now? Like, you wanted to fight me. I was like, dude, go fight with yourself, man. You're like, why are you so mad right now? Like, because like once their theories start cracking, it's like the Agent Smith comes out in them, and they got to try to shut down any type of thinking outside of the matrix, outside of the algorithm. And it's like the algorithm pumps these thoughts into their head. Then they pump in their head that, oh, anyone who disagrees with you, make sure you don't let them talk, or you attack them physically or whatever. I'm like, dude, this is America. The First Amendment, dude, is freedom of speech. So first constitutional right. So why would you think that you wouldn't, why wouldn't you want to discuss ideas? And you try to discuss general concepts with these people, and the next thing you know, like, they're making it personal, and they got to bring someone in their family into it or themselves. And it's like, bro, you can't just talk about like just a general topic. Shows a lack of intelligence, and these people are becoming more and more common now. And so you can't even discuss, ideas of where you're just thinking about things. Like, this is one of the few places where we can come and talk about stuff like this. And that's why, MD, I really appreciate you having this channel.
Thanks, man. I'm so happy Sage came on, because he's like right in with the fam. I mean, the stuff that he talked about just educated me. I mean,
I was going to let this guy keep going, man. He's bringing up some good points, some good topics, and yeah,
I tell you, man, it's like they say, you shine the beacon, and people, like, you're going to attract like attracts like. I mean, when
right. They attract the haters too, unfortunately, but we dealt with a lot of that.
I don't know if you've heard about the ship of Theseus. That's what we were talking about earlier. When you replace parts, how many parts do you replace until it becomes not the original?
Yes. And I actually, what my thought on that is that, I like what Sage was saying about, some lady had like an eye transplant or whatever it was, and she started having memories that were actually not hers. They were the corpse's memory, the other human's memories that she lived and went through and things like that. So, and that's always been my thought, that once you start replacing anything, you're not 100% you anymore. You might still be you, but not 100% anymore. Now you're 90% you. You're replacing more parts. Now, okay, now you're only 70% you, and you might be 20% someone else and 10% someone else. You know what I mean? So to me, I am not a fan of this transhumanism and these algorithms that destroy people's thoughts, because that's part of you and your soul, and they're slowly transforming us with AI and everything. That's why, my new tag is, because I can't say the acronym, but my new tag is AI sucks, because it is becoming more and more prevalent of these people. Like, when we talk about their God, the stores are people's new cathedrals, which is great, because it's all about consumerism in America. I used to always say that the TV is people's gods, but now it's social media and whatever algorithm they're fed, that's their God, and they will fiercely defend it without thinking or being open to any new concepts, and it's really sad.
Oh, it's incredibly sad. Yeah, there's this crossover between the digital cargo cult, where people are trying to, none of us, even YouTube itself, understands how the algorithm works, but I'm going to assume that I can figure it all out. I have no background in systems theory or computer science, but I can figure it all out. And I'm going to, go into low culture and bait people and escalate and do all this bad faith, disingenuine tactics to boost engagement, which really might not be doing anything, because I don't understand any of this stuff. And then it crosses over with the cult of personality, where any random person that starts a YouTube channel, the people that subscribe to them, they really are people that often come back and watch the videos, and they often are people that will end up having some level of this what is it called, those relationships, like we have with television people or whatever. I can't remember what that's called, but they'll, develop these pseudo relationships and, project and deflect all the different aspects of their ego and the other person's ego, and until they're doing this deification, this worship, in some aspect of the sense of things. And it's just not good.
Personalities?
What was that?
Like the TV personalities you're talking about?
Yeah, like I can't remember that term. There's that term for when you're developing relationships with fictional people, or people that you'd never actually have like real relationships with.
I know what you're talking about. Yep, you start building like a fondness toward them, and start thinking that you actually have some type of like relationship with them. Which
it's like the new next generation of celebrity worship. Once upon a time we had these people. Jodie Foster did something, I'm going to go shoot at freaking Reagan or some shit, like there was crazy people like that. But now we have people that are, oh, I'm not going full crazy because there's 10 different people I can, put my craziness into,
Is that called, I typed it in, is it called fictophilia or parasocial attachment?
Parasocial relationship. That's what it was.
Okay, so
I've heard that one. Yep.
Wow.
That's where it's like everybody's doing that. And I've seen it literally just from, vibing with my family on the live streams and stuff. It's like I can see which people gear toward me. And it's like I like that in the sense of just, loyalty and vibing with people, but I don't like it in the sense of, like a codependency kind of loyalty or any of that, cult-like behavior, or just not being able to self-actualize as a human being. Because we all need relationships, but we also all need some level of solitude and to be able to think for ourselves and to be able to develop into who we truly are supposed to be.
Yeah. Right. And before actually, this girl, I went on a date with her last weekend, and I told her, I said, I've never had any social media, and I don't watch TV either. And so, because of that, I feel like I have this ancient attribute called critical thought. It just seems like no one has that. All they can do is repeat the things that they're told. They don't actually think about things for themselves, come up with their own ideas or opinions. And sometimes a lot of times I say things that are just like funny. The way I put certain situations or jokes or things like that, like I joke about, just the way people are or think or live, whatever. They're like, wow, like people are always like laughing and stuff because they know like what I'm saying is true, but they've never thought things like this. A lot of people will repeat a joke that they've heard. Like it's not even their joke, or repeat a certain viewpoint or perspective to try to be funny, but all they are doing is repeating what they've heard. So to have someone, interact like all of us here, how we all have our own ideas and thoughts and the way we look at things, and wow, that's interesting. It's like, bro, when I talk to people on a normal basis, it's like people are like, wow, they either like it and it's funny, whatever, they won't, necessarily change their view, but at least they're a little bit open to, kind of think about what I'm saying and realize what I'm saying is, wow, that's kind of true. But most of them honestly don't like it. They think like, well, this guy is not following the cult. He's not following, one of the cults on social media, TV, whatever, like you have to be a MAGA-tard or a left-tard or no, man, I'm my own person. I think some things about, certain situations, some things about other ones. It's like people are not individuals with their own thoughts anymore. It's very weird. We're almost in a state of transhumanism mentally at this point. And,
oh, definitely.
Now they're trying to advance it to physically.
Yeah. No, without a doubt, we are a diminishing minority that, let's just extrapolate 10 years from now. Imagine the small amount of people that are still going to be thinking. I mean,
we're an endangered species.
Yes, that's a perfect.
That's what it is, man. We're an endangered species.
That's a great.
I mean, don't try to convert zombies because they do like lash out, because I'm pretty open and I'm not shy to say things or whatever, and when you start engaging with some people and you start I even do it in a light, joking way, and some things like I'll joke about the topic and then they will just start becoming enraged when you start their reality a little bit.
And then you get the mobbing mentality where you got 30 fucking people parroting each other all in different ways, all attacking you at once. And it's just so blatantly obvious that you are all in the hive mind. None of you can think for yourselves.
Exactly. I mean, Sage was, he saw the last part of a stream I was on right before this, and he was saying they just went like crazy after, I guess, I was setting the stream up. And the host let me on for like the last word. I went back after I had the thumbnail up, and you were saying like those guys just went off after I left. It's just funny to even know that, to be like, because I didn't even know. If you didn't tell me, I would have been like, I would have never known. And it's like, one of the guys, the last I saw before I left was he was saying, I guess he was going to come over here. I guess he's the guy that thinks like he doesn't believe in anything or something like that. But
he was like a nihilistic optimist. He was basically like mixing the law of attraction and nihilism together.
Yes. And I've noticed that too. I mean, Gnosis is, the nihilism, the anti-natalism, it's just
the black pill. Yep.
They're off the Richter scale. And it's just, and then I was surprised because the host seems pretty cool. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken, but the host seemed kind of okay. I don't know if he's true to what he says about being an agnostic and stuff, because DNW says he is, but he's really not. He's more, I think, atheistic, siding with Ephilism and those other guys. And then, yeah, it just, I was like, wow, man, there's really, you got to be so careful.
That's what I'm saying, man. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I think they're starting to get sucked into this fucking death cult. Like, I'm not getting sucked into any of that shit. Fuck that.
Yeah.
They were losing their minds when they left. They're like, what kind of creature was that? It has independent thought? What a weirdo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They just.
Dude, you just mythologized fucking individualism and critical thinking to like a fucking like Odysseus level, man. That was like some mythology.
Yeah,
exactly.
That was good.
Like Lord of the Rings, Gollum. They're like, they hear a concept parroted, and then they see like, okay, yeah, these are the people I want to associate with, and then they see, like you're challenging the concept, and they're like, no, this is my precious, and they start going crazy. It's like, bro, what's wrong with these people? And then these seasons call them zombies, and I agree with them.
Ideological addicts.
Ideological addicts, brain dead zombies, man. Like no thought. You absorb whatever the algorithm, feeds into your brain, and then you spit it out. You don't think about it. It just comes in, and then you repeat it out your mouth. It's like you didn't even think about what you just said. You just heard it and repeated it like a parrot. Like parrots might be smarter than some of these people, man.
Dude, I've literally had to resort to saying, okay, engaging with the chat bot would be more fucking effective than talking to you.
Right. Exactly.
That's not a healthy thing for society to be in.
Yeah, most of these people, if they were, transhumanism and they had an AI brain, like at least AI thinks about it, like it gives you a loading circle, it's thinking, spits out a response. I'm like, oh, interesting. I didn't see that one coming. But
unethical Nazi, at least it knows what ethics are.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, most of these people, I already know what they're going to say before they say it, because the algorithm fed them this. It's like, okay, this is the rebuttal to that point, and it's too easy. It's like playing chess, and you know what the next guy's going to say. Well, I already know the rebuttal to what you're going to say in response to that, and I already have the counter argument because I did this thing called thinking, ahead of time, and these people can't do it. They're like they just parrot whatever they say, and then like when they start getting proven wrong, all of a sudden the freaking aggression starts coming out, and they start getting angry and they can't think, so they just start cussing and calling you slurs, and I'm just like, the slurs that they heard, that their algorithm feed them. It's like, what are you, man? You're worse than AI. It's
yeah, no, a lot of them. I was surprised. I mean, I wrote to the host.
It's actually like those old toys where you pull this string, like there's a snake in my boot. Like, howdy, they just got 5 responses. That's it. It's like that's basically what they are.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean, they know they're always welcome to come on, and I mean, I don't know if they'll wake up. It surprises me. It really does.
In front of the wall, in front of the shooting squad. Go ahead, man. But it doesn't seem fair. It doesn't. Some people bring it, and some people don't.
I wrote to the host of Objective. I forgot the Objective Ethics. I guess is his channel,
yep.
And he seemed really nice. And so I wrote to him on email after I left the stream and told him, it'd be great if we could talk on a stream, or he can come over here and talk. But hopefully I'll check tomorrow to see if he wrote back. And it just, because he seemed okay, but when Austin Sims and the other guys started like going off a little, and I'm saying nobody kind of held them back. And if I would have went on there and went off like that, it would have seemed out of line because I was new there.
No, I know what you're saying for sure.
Yeah. So hopefully he'll write back, and we'll have a conversation together. But the fact that he said that, I guess he's going to be speaking with Austin, and then the other guy, he says that him and Austin been talking for years. So I was like, yeah, that kind of, it kind of, the fact that evolutionists think they know how everything started and how it just, the arrogance of that, the egotistical saying,
Yes.
yeah.
I just don't get how people are equating science with the scientific method. Like I'm an autodidact. I've been working the scientific method since I discovered it. You know, I've never considered myself as a scientist in that neurotypical sense of the status quo word. You know, I've always engaged with science as a philosopher engaging with science. A philosopher engaging with science is a scientist. You know, these modern scientists, everything's being fucking semantically framed. Every ideology is being co-opted by some other group. I wouldn't be surprised if in the future we discover, oh, these evolutionists are not actually evolutionists. There's something completely different.
Oh yeah.
These protests, people just, there's these certain agitators that show up with these signs and they don't even know what they're holding. They're like, hey, what's the banner you're holding say? Like, what does it mean? They're like, I don't know. What does it say? That's exactly what these people do, man. It's like
they probably did speech to text with the fucking AI, like write this on my sign for me. Like, I don't know how to read, like,
a lot of people are just paid to show up to protest. They don't really care about like the thing that they're protesting for, the cause or whatever. And so they just bring them, hey, march with this sign. And they got these big banners, everything like that. And it's like, they're just paid to be there. It's just like these scientists in quotations are just paid to find certain, missing links or whatever, fossil, whatever. It's like they're just paid to find certain things. So they just like, and then see
freaking me out, man.
I think you just hit on the new word, not scientists, but sign-tist. Like you were saying.
You
said that, I was like,
for real, somebody's so obsessed with procedural knowledge and labels that they don't understand what or not procedural, propositional knowledge. That's the labels. Somebody's so obsessed with labels that they don't understand what living the labels means.
Yes.
That's the thing I'm seeing everywhere right now. Like all the vegans attacking each other left and right. It's fucking hilarious because it's like. Yeah. Look, I've lived a vegan lifestyle. I've said I'm a vegan no, I'm not a vegan because you just aren't like us. And it's like,
oh yeah,
dude, I don't give a shit. Like you guys are off the rocker with your lack of fucking.
It's a cult. It's a cult. I dated a chick 15 years ago. And I remember when I stepped out of the car to meet her in Massachusetts, she's like, are those sneakers suede? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, well, didn't you say you were a vegan? And I'm like, well, yeah, I don't eat, meat or nothing at the time. Now I do. And I was just like, she goes, oh no, you can't have animals. And I was like, she goes, you're just a really strict vegetarian. And I was like, I'm not with this cult. I was like, look, I'm trying to be healthy, but it's like, it just, it dawned on me. And I was like, wait, something's kind of odd. And they were very cultish. They were very judgmental.
All of them, every cult, every movement is like people try to define it and set boundaries. There's no room for openness or anything. That's, part of the problem with religion too is like there's like 2,000 different divisions of like Christianity. And it's like, can we just say we believe in a God or you know what I mean?
Look at the Shiites and the Sunnis. They're right. Yeah, it's just like it's
all over a debate on succession for Muhammad. Like, really? Oh,
forget it. And it's total like
2,000 years of fighting over a king. It's like I don't understand that.
The level of mind control is like mind-boggling to see that something is controlling these people, getting them to slaughter one another.
Oh, speaking about the algorithms and stuff, that's one of those things I'm always noticing is if you notice the algorithm is completely geared toward post 9/11, fucking Islamophobia, don't promote any videos on Sufism or mystical Islam or any of the, academic throughout history. Only talk about, radical Islam. Moderate Islam doesn't exist. Progressive Islam certainly doesn't exist. All these fucking lies to gear people into tribalism and hatred.
Yeah, they don't realize there's a group in North America called Ex-Muslims of North America, and Sarah, I forgot her last name. she's one of the proponents. The sad thing is they run straight into the atheism because it's kind of like the Christians that are so traumatized. They're like, okay, I want to believe in science. And meanwhile, they fall into a religion that disguises as science called evolution. And, you know, she goes, look, I don't want my parents to be persecuted or anything, but they were very, you know, open about me. They didn't really raise me to be strict and scare me into saying if I leave. And she's with a group. I think she was interviewed by a channel called Trigonometry. I think they got like almost 1 million subs by now, but they're again pro-evolution. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I said this evolution thing of thinking that they know for sure that everything came by chance. Or so. I said, this is ridiculous. And any science I bring forth, they act like I'm religious or I'm, you know,
it feeds into the postmodern nihilism too, you know? That's my big problem with modern science is that it's like, okay, I'm fine if you're being all objective or critical thinking or whatever, but if you're going to replace, you know, meaning with, you know, objective reality and all this bullshit, you know, then like you're just introducing nihilism, you know, you're not helping. Yeah, we could be geniuses, but if we're all offing ourselves, what's the fucking point?
Exactly. It's like nobody's thinking about the pollution. You know, I tell people pollution doesn't go down and taxes don't go down. I've never seen that in my entire lifetime. I've only seen 40 years just going up.
Pollution did go down during COVID, supposedly at least.
Yeah. So, you know, what's funny is McDonald's was open, liquor stores were open. I remember being online to get into the supermarket, having to stand 6 foot apart outside of the supermarket. So I'm on a line. I took a picture and I'm like, I could have wait online for like 10 minutes, 20 minutes to get into the supermarket. And then I can only go up and down the aisles where the arrows, but the liquor store is open. The dental office is closed. The doctor's office is closed, but the liquor store is open. And it just, I was like, and then the fact that Fauci over here is just, I mean, on a level of criminal.
Alcoholism is a mandatory, you know, necessary job, I suppose.
Oh, man.
Got to keep feeding the necropolitics, you know. Can't let people keep living.
That's a great name.
Are you an essential worker? I'm like, isn't like everybody who contributes to the economy an essential worker? Like, I mean, who's not an essential worker? Like the people who like are on like some type of government assistance and they don't work. You know what I mean? It's like, are those are really the only non-essential workers. I mean, they didn't go to work in the first place. It's like everybody has a place in the economy. And to me, it's like crazy that there's like some people where we deem 40 hours of their time is not worth living in, you know, a place to live.
Now you stop me thinking of something really interesting.
And some transportation is like, so are you saying these people are less than human? I mean, it's almost like we're going back to slave days, you know, like you only get 3/5 of a boat. Like what? What is going on?
I don't think it ever changed. I mean, Oklahoma, $7.25 is I can't believe it's still the federal minimum wage.
Holy shit.
You can't support yourself. I have old Army buddies in Oklahoma. You can't support yourself. You have to work, I think it's like 80 hours a week just to pay rent. And it is like horrible. I mean, to the point where
40 hours, man, of your time. That's the majority of the week, of the daylight hours during the week, and you can't support yourself on that?
Is slavery.
Dude, most people work 2-3 jobs. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, also to make it worse, I call it daylight depression time. So they call it daylight savings time. It's daylight. Yeah, it's like, you know,
it's depression for sure, man. That's not healthy for our fucking bodies.
Oh, totally not. And I think it was the natives that said only the government can convince you that if you cut the top part of a blanket off and sew it to the bottom, that it's a longer blanket. And I was
right. We're not cutting corners. We're not cutting corners.
Yes,
this is high quality.
Yeah, you know, I'm like, if they would have just left it normal,
it's better now with all these rough stitches in part of the blanket, and it's nice and scratchy now. Don't you like it? Don't you like it better?
Oh man, and even I mean, $40 billion to Argentina in 1 year, and I'm saying to myself, like, shit, why don't you just, who cares about giving people free food? I think Calix used to come on here and he would say, he gets like assistance and stuff. It's like, great. It's like, it's better than giving Argentina $40 billion.
Right? No, I'm all for people getting on disability. I'm like, between necropolitics and aging, like, we're all fucking disabled. Get on disability now.
Exactly.
Like this needs to be our protest to get universal basic income. If
exactly.
Millions of people are getting on fucking disability, they're gonna realize this shit isn't fucking working.
Exactly. It's like give Americans the free stuff that they're giving all these countries our money and saying, why can't we have that? I mean, Sons of God says non-essential is easily replaceable with AI. Holy smokes. This
got me thinking of something really interesting, though, the non-essential thing, because did you hear about the 14-year-old that's on the ballot for governor of Vermont?
No, what happened?
14-year-old kid?
There's a literal 14-year-old kid actually on the ballot for governor of Vermont.
Holy smokes.
And it just got me thinking, okay, so you don't have to have a work permit because it's not considered labor being a governmental official. And yeah, Vermont may have, gotten rid of the death penalty, but this dude's still going to be the governor, the peak of fucking necropolitics.
That necropolitics is the perfect word. I love that term.
Yep.
Christopher, brother, good to see you from across the pond.
I'm not against ageism. Yeah, we should have kids in politics, but at the same time, if they don't have that systematic maturity, that awareness of how the world actually works, they're most likely to cause even more damage.
Oh yeah, the fact that they would have somebody like that just shows you the state that we're in. It's like, so a 14-year-old.
We got to put all the beans in the basket with the kids.
Yes,
it's like that's not going to change anything.
Yeah. Totally.
They have fucked up parents that raised them fucked up. You really think they're going to be able to get us out of the mess?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Christopher says slavery was never abolished. It was renamed.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's great.
That was a good comment. Nice.
Christopher, man. Thank you, brother. He just always dropping the knowledge, man.
Andy, when you said in Uruguay, the banks close at 1, people just go, take time off, enjoy life. It's like, bro, that sounds like the life, man. Like work for 4 or 5 hours, and only 4 days a week, 3 or 4 days a week. I mean, we should have more time off, to enjoy life, not just like be slaving away, always working. It's like, bro, like, by the time we off work an 8 or 10-hour day and you add transportation there and back, and it's like, dude, like you got time to eat some food and take a shower and go to bed, maybe watch an hour of brainwashing on TV or social media, and that's it. You're off to bed. It's like, it's how life is that, man. It's definitely slavery is employment.
Oh yeah, I've been realizing that lately, big time, because I'm a fucking time trillionaire, man. I'm on disability, got no job, got no transportation, no friends, so I got all the time in the fucking world to do whatever the hell I want to do. And I realized on my YouTube channel that holy fucking shit, pretty much nobody in all of YouTube can watch a video longer than 20 minutes. Like nobody, like everybody's so enslaved with their jobs and this fucked up economy with this fucked up politics and world that they can't even get more than 20 minutes.
Yep. And shorts and
my fucking dad the other day. I called my dad up for the first time in months, and I'm laughing my ass off. I'm like, okay, I called my narcissistic father, and he's actually in a good spot for the first time. Whatever. I called it a good time, and he can't even talk for more than 20 fucking minutes. My God. Like, I'm actually sharing the positivity in my life, because I know he's not going to weaponize that against me. And I can't even fucking tell him the story of my fucking life. You ain't got 20 minutes for your goddamn kid.
Yeah, nobody has attention span anymore because of shorts and TikToks and all this stuff. It's like they want something right now in like 30 seconds, 1 minute. It's like crazy. Yeah, one of the girls I was dating was watching TikTok videos, and it was like nonstop. There's all this like flashing, and everything's moving super fast. I'm just like, no wonder people don't have attention spans anymore. It's like that's why I don't download any of this social media crap, man. Like I have YouTube because if I want to learn about a topic or learn how to do something, or I'm interested in something, or I want to discuss ideas. This is one of the main reasons I have YouTube, so I can come on here and discuss ideas with people who are awake and alive still, and it's like that's what I use it for. I choose what I want to watch. I'm not just going to turn on the TV and just take whatever programming they're going to feed me. And it's like
Right?
when I sit down, yeah, when I go hang out with a girl and she turns on TV or whatever, like she's watching a show, but I'm looking at the subliminal messages of every
Right.
part of that show, and I can tell what they're trying to push and what agenda. It's like I see all these little things. It's like this hero of the movie, and it's some type of like animated weird type of like movie. It's like kind of realistic but kind of animated, and I'm like, it's weird. And so anyway, so like this hero of the movie is flying around in this like spaceship type of thing or something, and there's like a yellow lights flashing above it, and I'm like, those yellow lights remind me of like a garbage truck or a tree trimming truck or some type of like construction or service industry truck, right? And we got the hero in that type of vehicle, the yellow flashing lights, so kids will grow up and think, oh, I can drive a truck with yellow flashing lights. That's going to be subliminally programmed in the back of their brain, in their subconscious, that's a cool thing, because the hero in that movie did that. Because now and then maybe they'll want to start entering into the service in industry, the construction blue collar type of industry, and it's because a lot of kids nowadays, the younger generation entering the workforce, everyone wants to be behind a screen. Well, those are the jobs that AI is taking over, and we need more people to actually build stuff. So that's what I see. And she sees like, look at the hero blast away the evil people. Wow, yeah, another good happy ending to the movie. It's like it's weird, and it's like I'm looking at all this shit. I'm just like, what? Like I see what they're doing and they're pushing, and most people don't even like aware of like these ideas or concepts or this brainwashing that they're trying to push, the agenda they're trying to forward. And I definitely see it, but most people won't.
Yeah. We're moving into a time where it's scary, actually. As Verone, good to see you, brother. It just, when I think about it, it's like, especially in New York, it's like every time I go to a supermarket, it's like one guy supervising us, doing the self-checkout, and two people, there's like 10 regular, conveyor belts, and there's like two ladies just sitting there doing nothing. And it's so sad because they're like in their 50s, and there's like a young kid at the self-checkout, and I'm saying, man, as soon as this gets fully automated, like I worked at a supermarket when I was 14, and it sucked. And, at 15, I was working at a factory, and then, I left high school. I'd rather work than just go to just the traumatizing high school. And
same. I had 3 jobs in high school, and I barely went to high school.
And I look at it now, and I'm like, well, there's no place for the kids to work. And then there's this opioid epidemic where like everybody that is taking like pills or something.
Yeah.
Oh my, it's so sad because
my best friend, basically my brother, passed away from that exact same thing. Like it's fucked.
Oh my goodness.
And I've always been an advocate of harm reduction, and that's the hard thing, man. I was in high school doing these drugs with everybody else, but I was doing the isolated compound. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do some harm reduction, and I was telling all the other kids, do this, do it like I am, do the healthier way, and none of them would do it. And literally 3 of them ended up going to the hospital. One ended up jumping off a roof and getting into a coma. It's like, fucked
oh my
up.
goodness.
Well, that's actually what I was going to bring up, is that why people are doing drugs is because they want to escape from reality. Why is reality so bad that people want to escape it with drugs? And it's because they know, like, okay, you work 40 hours a week and you still can't afford to survive. So why try it all? You know what I mean? Why not get on such a type of government assistance? Why not just, do some drugs or drink alcohol to try to get your mind outside of this reality? You know what I mean? So there's be some type of a reward for living like a sober, clean life. And there's, so you can work and earn a living and enjoy life. But no, you just work until you're exhausted. You don't have time to enjoy life. And then the connection with people is gone because everyone gets online now. There's no real human connection. So there's no like sense of self or like, sense of living. Like you don't have a soul or a purpose or community or anything anymore. And so it's like, what am I doing? What is the point of this? And then people try to take drugs to escape that horrible reality.
Well, I think one guy had hit me to Robert Bly about 5 years ago. And he would talk about it's like the absence, we're missing like the father. We need more of the father. He says the father is pushed to work just to where he's a workhorse. He comes home, he's angry, and he takes it out on the mother. And then the mother reflects that onto the child. So we get the anger of the parents, and we don't realize that, because I think about that. I said, my father works for American Airlines. He wasn't a happy camper. I mean, he the only time he was happy is when he was going to Las Vegas. And I was like, well, I was too young. When I went there as 15, you couldn't even go on the gambling floor. And I'm like, this place is, I was like, this place is whack. And, I never went there again with him. And I'm like, why is he so, he wasn't a happy camper. I mean, my grandfather was killed by an accident with a tractor trailer. So he was a kid, like 11 or 12.
Jeez.
Yeah, so I never knew the grandfather, and my grandmother, they kind of didn't have the greatest relationship. So it was like I didn't have that on the father's side. And my grandmother and grandfather on the mother's side, my grandfather was a farmer. And he was, again, it's like Robert Bly kind of brought it into perspective, like they've been so slaved out by the 40-hour work week. Like Charles Bukowski said, he goes, the 40-hour hostage situation work week has been normalized because they enslave you to a corporate master because you're so afraid of dying, freezing to death under a bridge. And I was like, wow. And then somebody said America is basically, they will live under a bridge roasting a sparrow on the edge of a curtain rod and be happy because you don't have a curtain rod to roast your sparrow on. So it just the hatred of each other, the keeping up with the Joneses, basically like saying, okay, you don't have a curtain rod, we can live under this bridge, starving, roasting sparrows. But if you don't have a curtain rod and I have a curtain rod to roast my own, hey, I'm okay with it. I mean, it's horrible. And then you see the decadence that we see with guys saying, oh, I'm going to be the first trillionaire. I'm surprised they don't cut off his head and roast his children alive. I mean, Machiavelli was right. Eat the rich. It's so disgusting at this point where I'm surprised people don't roast the president's children as fucking food. And to even call him a president, it makes me feel sick to even refer to a freaking accused pedophile.
He's an illegitimate non-state actor. You want to weaponize the semantic framing against
like
these bastards.
A disgusting excuse for what a human being would be, and everybody who supports him. It's horrible. If somebody met up today with a 12-year-old and took a picture with them on the lap, they would be like, that's a pedo. But this, I don't even know what to call them, can have pictures with that. And nobody cares. They support them, and I look at that and I say, we have reached. I don't even know. I can't say we, but the majority of these lemmings have reached a position. Jake, when you're ready, just unmute because it has a background. It's horrible. It actually, because I said somebody being taxed sickens me to my soul. I don't feel like a human being. It's like, okay, so I got to pay $1,100 freaking dollars a month to live in something that's supposedly mine. That makes me want to, as a veteran. I mean, I don't even want to say what I want to do. I mean, this is why I think.
Oh yeah, no, I know what you're saying. The whole you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Like that shit's been working decades in reverse, and nobody was even aware of it.
Yes, it's just
like when have we ever owned our own homes or our own property?
And I remember as a kid, somebody trying to tell me that in the 80s, and I was so stupid. And the guy was like, look, you never own it, and back then it was cheap. It was like, I think 200 and something a month or something. And, I look at it and I say, now I see what that person was saying. And I said back then, I said, if it comes to that, I'll become a Robin Hood. And he tried to explain to me, he goes, look, Robin Hood is not stealing from the rich. And I was so stupid. I said, no, he's stealing from the rich, giving back. No, no, no. He's taken what was stolen from the poor. He's taking that from the rich, what was stolen by the rich.
Wow, that's a great way to put it.
He's giving it back to them. And I was such an imbecile. I'm like, no, no, no. They said he's stealing from the rich, giving it back to the poor. No, no, no. He's like, listen, you idiot. And this guy, funny enough, his name was Foxy. He was like one Italian, just straight mobster in Brooklyn. And he was like, listen, kid, I'm trying to tell you, you idiot. He's like, he's what was stolen from the poor. He's taken the stolen goods from the poor and returning it to the people that it belongs to.
Right.
And it
was never a voluntary giving of finances to these rich bastards. It was always or tribute or any of these other fucking words.
Yes. And I remember saying, like, I would become a Robin Hood if it comes to that. And he was saying, you never truly own your home. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? I couldn't even understand it, like 10 years old, the concept of the tax and stuff. And, it was so sad because as I got older, the drugs were flooding through the community, and he, I guess, got hooked on it. And I seen him years later, and I was like, oh my goodness. And I saw people fall and just get destroyed. And I was like, these were the strongest people I've ever seen. And now I see it and I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm broken now. And it's just like, wow, they do break you. Bukowski's right. He's like, they break you. And he's like, look, just find what you love and let it kill you. And I'm like, wow, the stuff I've seen, I didn't understand because I was too young to see what they were saying, that they flooded everybody with heroin. And then I grew up, I was a little too young, but I saw it as I got older with the crack epidemic.
Oh,
and,
right.
And I'm like, everybody that I went to high
like
school,
the crack cocaine, sentencing disparity laws. That shit's crazy.
Forget it. And they're
literally cocaine, just in a different route of administration.
Yes.
But
exactly.
It codified this as a black fucking product.
Yeah.
They're worse people for using it and stuff, like pure racism.
And it was crazy because a lot of people of all different ethnicities was hooked on that. And I looked at it and I said, oh my goodness, this is, I kind of escaped the bullet by entering the military, and I came out and I was still like in my early 20s with, years served, because I entered at 18. And I'm like, and I saw guys in there that I think had joined to escape their addiction, but I didn't understand it because I was mostly like, I smoked cannabis and stuff, and people looked at that as, like, he just, like, I don't know, they would like look at it like weird, but I think it saved me from being a drug addict with, an addict with heavier stuff, and eventually, stopped smoking and stuff, but it was therapeutic. I mean, cannabis, now it's legal in New York City and the whole state of New York. And I say to myself, wow, so before they were persecuting us and taking us to basically jail for cannabis and growing it and shit like that. But now it's legal. Wow. So how was it illegal before? So what does the law really mean?
Right?
Yeah.
And it's even more trippy with like DMT being illegal. It's like DMT is like found in almost every fucking plant in nature. Like your fucking lawn has DMT in it. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? And our bodies naturally have DMT in it. So am I a criminal at all times producing, like am I a fucking, I'm a cook. I'm cooking up illegal drugs every single second. I'm a big time felon. It doesn't get transported or given to anybody. So you can't charge me with that, but
exactly. I mean,
crazy.
And honestly, I've never tried the DMT, but they were saying that is another spiritual experience. Like, I read a book by Dr. Rick Strausman, called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. And he was saying that, the MOA or inhibitor enables it to be psychoactive because
the MAOI inhibitors.
Exactly. So, and Graham Hancock is like, I guess he's taken it many times. And I've always been afraid. My sister had taken it. One of my sisters, she said, "Yeah, and she acted like, yeah, she felt like a poking inside of her, and she had like a trip." And then I said, "Well, I heard people like vomit and stuff." She goes, "Oh yeah," she goes, "She vomit." I'm like, "Well, shit. Why don't you tell me that now?" I'm like, "I ain't," I was kind of scared. I never tried
Oh,
it.
it's even worse than that. If you're doing ayahuasca, it comes out both ends.
Oh wow, yeah. See,
Yeah. I've always told people, I'm like, fuck, if I don't have access to mushrooms, I'm gonna take some ayahuasca and just sit in the tub.
Wow. Yeah. And mushrooms, I have to admit, man, the experience I've had on mushrooms have been so beautiful. It's like I don't even have a need to mess with anything other.
Well,
And
that's also the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that DMT is in mushrooms. It's just a different kind of DMT. There's
oh
different
wow.
there's three different kinds of DMTs. There's the DMT found in mushrooms, and there's the which is like psilocybin, psilocin, whatever.
Mhm,
Then
mhm,
there's the NN-DMT. That's the stuff that people smoke. The stuff Joe Rogan promotes like crazy. Then
mhm.
there's the 5-MeO-DMT, and 5-MeO-DMT is the stuff that comes off of the toads.
Wow.
So
Wow. And
there's three different kinds.
I had a friend in Oregon. He moved over there from New York, and he said that he goes, he licked the toad. He did the toad. I guess they scrape it off the back or
Yep.
something. And he said, and I go, well, what did you see? And he goes, man, it was like, other galaxies. I was like, holy, he was a pure psychonaut. Like,
Dude,
I guess that's the meaning.
5-MeO is fucking scary because that shit will often make you go into whiteouts. Not
Yeah,
a
I'm not.
blackout, but a whiteout.
I was like, yeah, don't need to try it.
Like, I don't want to go into a whiteout. That just sounds like I'm unconscious tripping
Yeah.
out. Like, that seems sort of
Yeah.
waste.
he would take mushrooms, and he would tell me I took a grip, and I said, what's a grip? He goes, as much as you can grip with your hand. And I'm like, holy shit. And he goes, oh, I'd be in a like a hut, and I'd look at the ceiling, it'd be moving. And then Juan Carlos from Uruguay, he goes, oh yeah, we were picking mushrooms, and we had like a bag full of them, like a big pound plastic bag. And he goes, we were eating them. He goes, but we couldn't drive home. We were tripping so hard, so we just stayed in the field. And I go, well, how many did you eat? He goes, well, till they were gone from the bag. And I was like, holy shit. I said, you guys are like beyond anything.
Dude,
I
all
can
the
even.
old time mushroom stories are
Yes.
a fucking shock, my God.
Yes.
My
And I'm
dad was
sitting
telling
there-
me about when he used to experience with that. He was saying they would just go out to the fucking fields and gather all the Liberty Caps off the cow patties, and they just all stick them in a giant fucking cauldron and boil it into this giant purple juice, and then they just drink as much as they'd want. And he was saying that one of his buddies got so tripped out that he was literally grasping onto the fucking grasp on the field because he felt like he was going to fly off the earth.
Holy
I'm
smokes.
like, holy shit, my God. These
Oh my
old
goodness.
timers definitely didn't know about tolerance or moderation or harm reduction or any of that.
Yeah, those guys are the pioneer. I remember Terrence McKenna, I think he was saying something like, if you're going to take a dose, take a heroic dose.
Yep,
Like
the 5 grams and
5 grams. Yep. Oh, at least 5 grams. It's like, and I'm over here like taking an eighth thinking that's a lot, being like, holy smokes, 3 grams is a lot. And I had some like amazingly spiritual journeys. But when I look at these guys, that the stories they tell me, and I mean, it's been years since I tripped, and I'm like, wow. It kind of shows me there's so much more to consciousness that we don't know. And these plants, I think James Arthur called them teacher plants. He wrote a book, Mushrooms of Mankind. And he was saying, he goes, these are teacher plants that can teach us certain things. And, I always was thinking about trying the peyote, and people say it's not as, I guess, as intense as certain.
Oh, it's beautiful. My God. If you ever have the opportunity to try it, it's like the best one ever because it's strong and it's strong and forceful, but in such a gentle way. But the only thing the reason why I people never really use it is because it takes massive doses and it takes a long time. Like on average, it's like a 16-hour trip on mescaline, on peyote.
Oh,
so,
wow.
But
how long does it take to kick in?
Like a good 2 hours, probably.
Real wow. My friend that licked the toad, he told me because I was afraid, and I go, well, what is it like? Because he took peyote. This guy took almost everything, and he goes, I was sitting on a log, and like a grandfather peyote just sat next to me, put his arm around me, and he made it sound like the mushrooms were more intense. And I was like, really? And when I was in Amsterdam, they had the cactus there, and they call it smart stores where they sell the
Oh yeah, I
mushrooms.
know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I didn't really realize it, and they were so cool with me. They took pictures. I took pictures of like 8 different types of
Yeah, those
mushrooms.
smart shops are fucking dope.
Oh yeah, it was so great.
I wish they had those all around, man. I'm like,
oh man, we
fucking
need them.
A.
We need
Australia
them.
needs them like a son of a bitch. My God, you're geographically isolated, and you're fucking,
Oh yeah.
people at the borders grab everything that's not supposed to be there. It's
Oh,
hard
yeah.
as hell to get anything in there. I'm
Yeah.
always like, these poor people in Australia, my God.
And I remember they had the Liberty caps. They looked like little truffles. And oh no, not the Liberty caps. It was something else. There's a
No, they had
truffle.
truffles. If it's a smart shop, it's truffles.
Yeah, and and the people were telling me it's more of like a psychological trip. And then they had the Hawaiian Copelandias with the very, very, very skinny stems, which was supposed to give a good trip. And then the golden teachers, the Colombian teachers, the Amazonians, and I still have
Oh
pictures.
yeah. No, I just realized you're a little older than me. You probably come right before the cusp of when they banned magic mushrooms.
Yes, it was right. It was around
Yeah.
07, and they banned them in 08, I think.
Yeah. Okay, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and people were telling me Amsterdam changed a lot because when I went there, it was a little more loose. And then guys told me before I went there, it was just off the handle because when I went there, they started to enforce where you couldn't walk around and smoke cannabis. They would give you a $50 ticket.
Oh
But
yeah,
guys,
the tourism over there is fucking nuts, man. The
oh yeah,
hooligans go over there and shit, and you get Canadians pissing on the street and shit. It's just fucked.
yeah.
It's like I'm not trying to single out any people or country, but it's like you just get tourists and hooligans over in Amsterdam, fucking with the social civic order of things.
Yeah. Yeah, they definitely they were telling me that too because they were saying people would come here and they were pretty cool with me. Like a few people, I guess because I was more like different from the average American. I wasn't like going there saying America. I was saying, hey, shit, I'm glad to get away from America. This place, they just embraced me like I was one of their own. I was trying to learn Dutch, and they were just like, look, everybody would speak English. They're like, guys would be like, well, we have the more ooh and and then when I would mention, I was born in Brooklyn, and they're like, oh, Brooklyn is a Harlem, a Dutch word, and Harlem is a Dutch word. It has the double A and the double O's, and then they told me, if you learn German, you can learn Dutch easier. So, I mean, we got along so great. And I mean, I was just friends with everybody. The girls that worked in the red light district would come out of the windows and, they would say, hey, I'm getting off at like 4 p.m. If you want to walk me down to Grand Station, we'd have a cup of tea. We'd eat like strawberries and smoke weed and stuff. And the fact that I didn't like act judgmental, I got pictures. People were telling me, how the hell do you get pictures with these girls? They don't take pictures with nobody. And I said, well, I treat them like human beings, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then they were so cool with me. And girls were like, oh, come back. And this. And one time I was tripping and one girl jumped out and she was like, I was looking, wondering where you've been. And she goes, look, I get off in a few hours, we'll hang out. And we would sit there and they would tell me so much stuff about like their life and how they got into it. And it was great. It was beautiful, man. I mean, Amsterdam, I had a really good experience. And then, I have like family from London and stuff like that, even though I'm born here. And I have to admit, I miss it, but people tell me it's totally different now. Like it just, the smart shops, I don't know if they exist anymore.
No, supposedly it still exists. They just don't have the magic mushrooms. They have the truffles now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because
here,
researched at least.
Yet now that cannabis is legal in New York, in the state, they have mushrooms, but they don't seem like the same one. Like they have the pink buffaloes and stuff. And I was telling one guy back like maybe 8 years ago when I still smoked and stuff, and I go because I used to smoke a lot of cannabis, and I use that like as I think a therapeutic thing.
Yeah.
And I go, yeah, I took those mushrooms and I wasn't really tripping, and he goes, well, how much weed did you smoke? I said, I don't know, like 8 joints or something.
Oh,
He's
shit. Yeah. If
yeah,
you smoke a whole bunch of weed before, that's going to fuck with your tolerance and not make
yeah,
you more good.
yeah. I didn't know that. And he told me, he goes, yeah, if you smoke a lot, he was like, man. And I said,
Yeah,
yeah,
you always do it after, not before. And only after
yeah,
it's still comfortable with the intensity skyrocketing.
exactly. I remember when back in like 2008, 2007, I had taken mushrooms and I lit a joint up, and the whole room felt like paper. I felt like Jackie Paper from the Puff the Magic Dragon
Oh,
thing.
whoa.
Man, it was such a beautiful trip. The table got longer, the room got I was like, whoa, this is some Alice in Wonderland. This is great.
Oh, that's
And
awesome.
yeah, and I just remembering those, I say, wow, I'm kind of good. I said, I guess I don't really need anything more. If it happens, great, but I'm not really searching, and I can't really smoke anymore. It's been so long, and I don't really drink, and
Oh, yeah, your tolerance has gotten so down that that if you smoke, you're just going straight to paranoia. You're not going to have
yeah,
a fun time.
exactly. And
Yeah,
then
sure.
I took the Rick Simpson oil because I was
Oh, yeah, that's
saying,
supposed to be really good for you.
man, that had me tripping almost.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was beautiful. I took
Huh.
because they say just take a friend
Oh,
of
wait,
mine.
that's the one with the THC in it, huh?
I took the pure because I have a friend. It kind of reminds me of A Bronx Tale when he said I knew Sonny, and as the years went on, he grew in power. This guy grew to where he owns a dispensary in Brooklyn. So it's like, I mean, he's big. He owns like 8 houses in Pennsylvania. So he remembers, I've known him for 30 years, and he's like, hey man, come out to Brooklyn, come to the dispensary. And I go, hey, can you get the Rick Simpson oil? Man, he called the guy in California. Next day, bang, he had like I was like, holy shit. So I was like, okay. It was in like a little syringe, and they go take like a little bit like a rice grain. So I poured out like 2, 3 rice grains onto like a cookie, folded it, ate it. It's got a very pungent taste. And I started, I'm drinking tea, and then I started feeling a little jittery. It was beyond the mushroom trip. I
Oh, I've
started.
heard that can happen with edibles, but
Oh
man,
yeah.
that's one thing that I'm always envious about other people because I have IBS, and apparently a crap ton of people with IBS just cannot get any effects from edibles. And
Oh really?
yeah, and apparently they even developed a cure to fix that, but for some reason it's not in the medical or recreational industry. I'm like, they have a fucking cure for it. We can get high off the edibles, even though we have IBS. Why is it not on the market? It's not anywhere on the market, and it drives me nuts because I've literally taken grams of THC oil and had no effects.
Wow.
Grams of the stuff.
Wow. Holy smart. I did feel like it healed me in some sense, like certain parts of maybe ailments that I didn't know.
Yep.
And he got like a good, I mean, he has the connect. I mean, I think they had like a mountain in California where they grew shit on. And I was always a guy that broke the rules growing up. So I was like, sure, get it, shipped over. And I think I got about 10 grams or something. And over like a month, I mean, I like slept for the whole month because it was, yeah,
Holy shit. Hibernation oil.
oh yeah, it would be. That's a great word. That's a great word. I would take it, just be knocked out every other day. And, then eventually I was like, hey, I think this thing was healing me. And, I read up about Rick Simpson and how he made it from the White Widow. And, I
Shit,
figured,
it was from the White Widow.
yeah, he was saying the
Oh,
most.
no wonder that shit got you fucking off your rocker. That was
Oh,
one of
yeah,
the first strains I ever smoked, and that stuff is so high THC percentage.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Man, I miss it. Yeah, I definitely I miss those days, man. I can't
Well, I
really.
miss the old strains, man. Everything is homogenized now.
Oh
Everything is
man.
candy diesel flavored.
Yep.
They're getting the skunk out so it doesn't piss off all the neighbors,
Yep. Yep.
And it doesn't have that trippy element it once did. Now it's way more fucking standardized. It doesn't feel natural. It's like
Yeah,
it's not that cool.
Yeah, very hybridized. I think there was
I
a
miss
guy.
my grandma's old hippie weed.
Yes,
She had
exactly.
some of that straight up hippie weed from the Emerald Triangle, like the stuff you're talking about. Like, but it was
Yes.
the old school, like hippie genetics. Like,
Mhm.
fuck, I miss that stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. I search for. I used to search for it, and now I look at it as okay. I can't really like when if I smoke now, like the next day or two, I get trouble breathing, and I'm like, you know what? Okay, maybe I smoked a little too much, and in my younger days, and I'm not old, but I ain't young, and it just, I used to love that, but as far as the oil, if I could get it still, but now I'm at a point like it kind of reminds me of some people would say they don't really need it now, you
Yep.
know. I'm like, yeah, I kind of feel that way. It's like,
No, I've gotten to a spot like that in my life, and it's very fucking eerie and weird because like psychedelics help save my freaking life. But the past few months, like no matter what I take, I'm just being blocked. Like I've heard of
yeah,
these people that will abuse the DMT when they're smoking, and they'll be doing it every single day, and they just won't trip out. So,
mhm,
and it's like I'm not even abusing it or any of this stuff. I'll do, oh, I got some mushrooms. I'd try it the first time in 3 months, and oh, that was a disappointment. Nothing's really happening. But instead of getting all frustrated over it, I'm like, you know what? I think it's literally just that I've self-actualized, got healthy, and like it's like, I really do believe that it's like there's some level of like this data limit in the universe. It's like
mhm.
you can't all pray at the same time, can't all use AI at the same time. Like there's a data limit of some kind,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
exactly.
I feel like I was fucking approaching that or fucking getting some fuckery with that kind of thing, and now I'm all good because I'm like, you know what, it'll hit me when it needs to hit me, but I'm apparently doing good. I'm adaptable and resilient. I don't need to be toxically stoic. Like I'm managing, so like
Mhm.
why overthink?
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think the guys really with the mush. I don't think they got the good shit here anymore. I think it's more of the hybrids
Oh,
of
I
the.
swear the mushrooms have been going downhill. Like
Yeah.
but that's also me personally because I've noticed that I've always just had a high tolerance for mushrooms for some reason. Out of all the
Mhm.
psychedelics, mushrooms, I just have a naturally high tolerance to them.
Yeah, same here. It's like if I could, yeah, I would probably. But most of the guys, they usually hybrid, and there's so much since weed's been legal for the last few years in New York. It is freaking everywhere. It's like what people would pay for a normal, say, $150 an ounce. People are getting it for $50 just off. I mean, it's so cheap. And for the good shit, yeah, you're gonna pay about 125, 150. I guess because I know the guys at the dispensary, because those things still sell for like 200-300 an ounce. And but I'm like, well, I don't smoke anymore. I don't drink. It's like maybe once in a blue. And it's sort of like now it's like a spiritual thing because I'm thinking, okay, any day it can happen. I might live for another 30 years. Who knows? Maybe 20, maybe 10. But I know that, like a friend of mine, Steve, he's like, yeah, you never know how much time you got, and you never know how you're going to go. And I said, yeah, I could be crossing the train tracks, and, that could be it. I said, it's not a problem. It's just to, I start to contemplate, like, okay, I'm really, I'm going to go. I just don't know when. Everybody's, but where am I going? And it really gets me to think, like, Black Circle, good to see you, brother. It was a pleasure. I wonder about that. Sometimes I wonder, sometimes I don't care. It's kind of like if it happens, I won't even be thinking about it. And
So what do you think about dreams, MD? You know, a lot of people don't, they underscore the spiritual significance of dreams, you know, in this Western world, you know, oh, it's just psychology. It's all reduced to psychology, it's unconscious, you know, but they also call sleep the little death. I don't know if you are aware of that, but
Yeah, I've heard of the sleep as a little death.
yeah,
Dreams are so profound. I came across a book about 15 years ago called Healing Dreams. And, you know, it's amazing that you said that because I have it right here. Healing Dreams by Robert, by Mark Ian Barash, Healing Dreams, Exploring the Dreams That Can Transform Your Life. And when I read, I haven't read the full book, but I've read a lot of it. And then I bought another book called The Secret Histories of Dreaming. And I actually did a dream interpretation class about 3 years ago at a lady's crystal shop. She had a crystal shop a few towns away. And when I read his part of his book, it was so deep because he was talking about we can have dreams for other people. We can have dreams for ourselves. And that book, Healing Dreams, is I mean, the name is just spot on because he was saying that, like he said one time, you know, somebody can dream for another person and not know that they're dreaming for them. Somebody else can dream for you. You can also dream for yourself. And I mentioned it to a guy, and he said, you know, he is still friends with his ex-wife. And he said, look, man, he goes, I had a dream about their father. So he goes, I'm still really good friends with my ex-wife, like so good. He goes, I slept on the couch. She's remarried. He goes, so we're still cool. He goes, her brother works in the stock market. So he is like he doesn't believe in anything but money. He goes, but when their father passed, he was in a wheelchair and he couldn't talk. And they made him a spaghetti dinner and he couldn't really, you know, he was just sitting there. They didn't know. And he goes, I had a dream of the father telling me, tell them I enjoyed the spaghetti dinner. Now, this guy didn't even know they made spaghetti dinner. I think his name was Culhane. And he was a hockey player, Irish hockey player. And he goes, I called up the brother. He goes, he didn't even want to really hear. He's like, well, what do you want? You know, and he goes, listen, man, I'm just calling to let you know I got this thing. I know you don't believe in this. He goes, but your father said he appreciated the spaghetti dinner. And he goes, this guy started to come to tears on the phone. And he was just like, he goes, that book you read, he goes, that's real stuff. He goes, I experienced that with what, you know, happened. And then I realized that, wow, he like certain dreams, like he was saying, Aborigines, they would have a dream of the little ant that lives in the earth. It was like a honey ant or something. This lady had a dream of it. And he goes, she's pregnant. He goes, that means we're going to have to take the baby out of her because that ant lives in the earth and this and that. And then eventually they had to do exactly what he said. So Mark Ian Barash, he would go into cultures and he would talk about how like people in Ireland and part of the Isles of Wight and certain islands off of England would have something that they called the sight. Or I don't think it was the second sight, but it was the sight. He goes, they would sit in a rocking chair and like know when somebody passed. Or he was getting into like psychic stuff that we have in the waking life and also in the dream life. And then when he spoke with Aboriginals of Australia, he was saying, this is the culture that say, we come to this world out of the dream world, because that's what we really come from. And then when we pass, we go back to the dream world. And then he gets into like some like interdimensional stuff. And a guy had borrowed the book from me. And then that's when I didn't read the other half. But he even told me, I go, well, what did it say? He goes, man, it gets interdimensional. It gets into some really deep stuff. Now, the dreams, I've recorded dreams that I've had. I have dream manuals from like 2004. I was dating a girl from Hungary. Her friends who would play chess, and then they introduced me to their girlfriend. we dated a little, and then we broke up, and I couldn't lay down for a 30-minute nap on the couch without having intense dreams. I would wake up sweating, and I'm like, holy smokes, where was I? I tracked down a lady, the only lady I knew, Darlene Ficcinetti or something. It was Italian last name. Cool lady. And she interpreted dreams. So this is '04. I go, look, I was with this girl, we were together for a few months and we broke up. I'm not trying to get back with her, but I don't know. Dude, she put a spell on me. I can't stop having these dreams. And I did stop smoking weed at the time. They said when you stop smoking, you get more dreams because sometimes THC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. So I'm like, holy smoke. So the lady goes, look, she goes, if, we met in a bookstore parking lot, she goes it was like $50. She goes for 25, I'll interpret 3 dreams. So I brought the journal. I told her, and she started to really break it down. And she goes, listen, she goes, how do you feel about horses? I said, well, I ain't trying to buy one. I said, but she goes, are you afraid of them? I said, no. I said, she goes, do you like them? I said, I'm impartial. I'm not, so she goes, okay. She goes, those dream books that you bought. She goes, if that author is afraid or he likes horses, when he talks about dreaming about horses, it's going to be biased. She goes, you have to write your own dream dictionary. And it was sort of like I was lazy. She's like, listen, you got to do the work. She goes, you cannot depend on somebody's dream journal to tell you what a dream is, because what you feel about a horse is not what they feel about it. What you feel about, and I was like,
damn, she was going deep and being honest. I've never heard somebody actually say it like that. And that's exactly the way I live my aspect of, my dream reality. But I've never heard somebody respond to it in that way. Because everybody, even the people that are doing it spiritually are making these databases and stuff to, get dreams together and, compare it to other people's, perspectives. But like you said, that introduces a bias.
Yeah. And she taught me. So I don't know if she passed because she had to be in her like 50s or 60s then. I tracked her down about 10 years later. She was like near like the Hamptons out on Long Island. And I drove out to see her from the city. And she was not, she was still cool, but I was like, okay, she's getting older. And she it stuck with me what she told me. She was like, look, and I would, the laziness, we're like, man, I got to make a dream journal. She goes, listen, she goes, when you're with somebody and you sleep with them, you exchange energy. And she goes, what happened with you and that girl? She goes, you exchanged energy and it's still, something is there. And it wasn't really from like I was thinking about her, the girl, but it was something that being with her triggered in me that allowed it to release the stopping of the smoking, the not being with her anymore. And as I started to write it, like one time I had a dream and I go, okay, I dreamt about, I'm like a vampire, but I got my wings on my back aren't big. They're small. And then there's like a heavy set chick. She's not like fat, but she's got a slim waist and she's just big, And I go, I'm trying to fly with her on the top of a roof, but I'm slipping off the tiles. And there's this like terrier dog trying to jump up. And the roof is about 2 or 3 stories high and the dog is getting close. Whoa. So I said, I grabbed the girl by her waist and I'm fluttering my little wings to get to the tree. And I get up there. So she goes, and this, I'm reading this off the journal to her. She goes, do you like heavy women? I said, no, not really. I said, I like petite, small women. She goes, so in other words, it shows that you're not biased. She goes, you're going to help her no matter what she looks like. So you're being like an honest, like I forgot how she broke it down. She goes, the terrier dog that's jumping up, she goes, that's you. That's the other you trying to pull you back down.
I mean, like she your animal side or your id or something, huh?
Yeah, I mean, something. Yeah, this lady was so deep, and I just now I just totally lost contact with her. But I remember, I mean, dreams, I've gotten so deep on dreams that when I studied it for those, for basically 20 years, well, maybe like 15 years, that's when this lady, Jenna, allowed me to do the class at her shop, because I got in touch in '04. I was in like the whole community, like everybody that did the crystals and the tarot and the psychic stuff. They were all like cool with me. And Dean Radin, Dr. Dean Radin, the guy, he has like YouTube interviews where he does like scientific research on psychic stuff. So it's not like just like some, out there type of stuff. It actually has some type of validity. And I just, the whole community, like people, like they're waiting in New York and in Massachusetts, this whole New England area. It's like these are the descendants of the people that were burned at the stake.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah,
All those witch trials and stuff.
Oh yeah, Goody, I forgot her name, Goody something from Massachusetts, because that rock band Twisted Sister, Dee Snider, had like a vigil or something for her. Goody, I forgot her name, man, because I actually like I met so many people that were like, these people like in their 70s now, and they like helped me, like they were just like, they imparted so much knowledge on me, and they said, listen, they're about to be on their way out. And I told my friend Jill, I said, look, we might be the next. I said, I don't know if I'm ready to, jump into those spots. I said, but she's like very into the whole psychic thing, much more skilled than I would ever be. But I'm more like just a vagrant, like just, walking around saying, all right, I'm trying to figure it out. Like my friend Edgar said, he goes, look, we don't even know where this is. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I don't even know.
Vagrant? You should use the term nomad.
Yeah, nomad. Yeah, that's a better term. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'm like, what are you doing? You're obviously seeking something. You're not walking around with your head in the sand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And in New York, I mean, the amount of people, because upstate New York isn't too far away, it's like an hour or two. I've met so many people that are in touch with like this psychic type of thing. And there's so much like a type of paganism. But the thing is that they're not together, because I tried to tell them, hey, why don't we do like a radio show every day at 12 noon? And one girl, Maria, she's like 70. She goes, good luck in trying to get these people to work together. She goes, I've been doing this for 60 years since she was a teenager. She goes, it's hard to bring them together. And, I've talked to people in, there's a town called Amityville where the Amityville Horror was made. That movie from years ago where the guy, I guess, murdered his family.
Right.
And, I've spoken to people, they have like covens and stuff out there. And, they've all been very welcoming. But I've noticed the reason I did the dream interpretation class back in, I think I did it in like 22 or 23. And there's nobody that does dream interpretation.
Right.
Nobody.
Seriously, nobody talks about dream interpretation or anything spiritual or just dreams have no meaning in the modern world. What the fuck's up with that? Like, that's so dumb.
Yeah, and they're afraid. Yeah, because the only thing, when I did research, I did find something about, now I'm not sure if it was the Nephilim that people talked about. They said that, I guess, when there was the great flood or whatever, that they were warned through their dreams. And I got to find that research again, because they were saying that's what allowed some of them to survive the flood.
Yeah, I've heard that before too.
Yeah, and I found this research, it was many years ago. I should have saved it. And there was other stuff I found about a people called the Proselines or the Proselenes, who were called the people before the moon. And it was like the predecessors of the Akkadians or something like that. So I used to get like really deep into it.
Oh yeah. No, that Nephilim shit's interesting. Like I remember hearing that the Goliath, David and Goliath, the Goliath was actually one of the leftover Nephilim that escaped the flood.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So many, I mean, it just got to a point where I would say around 2008, people were so fragmented. Like one lady I know, Jen from she was out by the Hamptons. I think she passed because she was going through, I think, like a chemotherapy, and I lost contact. And then I went out there to look for her, and everybody was, they didn't know. And I said, "What happened?" I'm trying to find her. She owned a boutique out here. It was like a dream, because I remember when I was having those dreams after I broke up with that girl. I walked into her store and I go, "Hey, do you have any books on dreams?" And she goes, "Yeah, it's over in that section." And she goes, "Are you a Scorpio?" And I'm looking at the books and I'm like, "No, no, I'm a Sagittarius." And she goes, "I feel like a Scorpio energy around you." Now, the girl I was dating was a Capricorn. And I'm saying, I'm just like dismissive of the lady. Was really nice, but I'm like, "Look, I'm trying to get this dream book." And she goes, "I don't know." She goes, I don't know what, some like a girl or something. And she goes, "You know anybody with a name like with an A?" And I knew this girl from Maine, I think it was. And I go, "Who? Abby? Like Abigail?" And she goes, "No." And most psychics that are fake would say anything you say, they go, "Oh, yeah, 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 that's it." She goes, "Nah." She goes, "That's not the name. It's more of like a manly name." And my girlfriend, well, the girl I was dating, her name was Timmy, Timie. It's like a common Hungarian name. But her friend liked me, and her friend's name was Amanda. And I go, "Amanda?" And she goes, "Bang, that's the name." And Amanda was a Scorpio. And I was like, "Holy," I said, how the heck did you, something is on here. So I started speaking with her, and she started just out the blue, started like breaking out the tarot cards, teaching me. She goes, "Look, when you see this stuff here," and we clicked together. So I was like, all right, I bought a couple of dream books, left, came back. And then, it was like the community just like kind of, it wasn't even like they accepted me. It was like I found a group that just, we just learned together. And then eventually everything, by like, I'd say about 4 years later, people just dissipated. They're still around, but now it's a whole new generation. And as you know, with the internet and stuff, I've been looking. I guess I'm the only one that really knows about the dreams, that look into it and the significance of dreams. Like, I remember I got to a point where I was lucid dreaming, and I would realize I'm coming out of the dream, and I would say, "Okay, let me try to change the environment." And I was able to change the environment. One time I was in like a river, and the river was scary. It was like, 100 feet wide, Amazon River, like deep, like 80
Jeez.
feet. And I thought to myself, I said, "Okay." And when I thought, I clarified the river. So now,
hell yeah.
yeah, and it's clear. So now I'm not afraid. So I can see.
Fuck, that's what's up.
Yeah. And I was like,
I could vivid dream, but I've never had control like that over my dreams.
"Oh man, I was
If it's too distressing, I could pull myself out of a dream, but I can't really alter the dream itself. I could only alter like how I perceive the dream, in the sense of like, oh, this isn't distressing me because I know I'm in a dream and I've been here before and it's all good."
Yeah, the lucid dreaming, like when I started studying it and Darlene was telling me about it, and I learned, I said, she goes, "Look, when you're pulling," I started looking online and I started saying, "Okay, so if I can realize I'm in it." And there was a few times I was able to alter it. And then one time I was tripping on the mushrooms that were like so mediocre kind of. This guy, we call him the turkey, and I got him from the turkey. And he, they were okay. I had smoked a lot of weed. And then I laid down and I started seeing this gigantic like being, but it wasn't a humanoid being. It was like a not even robotic. It was like, I drew part of it on a paper. Like the next day, I still have the paper next to me because I keep it. I'm saying this was something like supernatural, because I tried to use my lucid dreaming power to change it. Man, it had no effect on this gigantic. I mean, this thing had to be like 8 stories high, but it was like it wasn't like a humanoid or like anything that it was like
Almost sounds like you're describing like a seraphim, like a biblically accurate
yeah,
angel.
something like that with the spinning things on it and stuff like that. Like how,
Spinning things. That sounds like an Phantom then.
yes, yeah, and it had like these
Oh, yeah.
cubes it had these cubes, and when I tried to change it, it didn't even affect it, and it gave me the feeling like your powers are like nothing here. Like this ain't a dream. You know, this you're tripping now. You're laying down
It
trying
definitely
to.
sounds like you met some higher order.
It was some higher thing, and then when I started closing my eyes, like usually when you're tripping, you see all those colors and stuff,
Yep.
and the colors got absorbed, and then it looked like a pile in the woods of sticks that were brown, to where I was like, holy smokes, there's no more colors. It's just like this bland, dark, like wood, like realistic woods that are brown. I'm like, where's the power of the colors? And then I started to fade off and I fell asleep. And
See,
then
that's one of the things that fascinates me the most is that, entering this whole psychonautic, culture where people are taking these things, you often hear this folk knowledge that it's impossible to sleep while you're tripping.
Oh, no. Yeah.
But that is such bullshit,
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like once you actually experience sleeping and hallucinating, like you're having a vivid dream and hallucinating at the same time, you realize how much more of a spectrum our consciousness truly is.
Yeah. Yeah,
totally. Maybe death really is just another aspect of consciousness. Seriously, like we have no fucking clue.
Yeah, it's like a whole, and I had bought, like, I still have that book, The Secret History of Dreaming, and it talks about like Harriet Tubman, how I think she got hit on the head. She started having like these dreams. She would fall into trances and be like, okay, we shouldn't cross past that river. There's danger. We got to go this way. And she would it had like these stories of like royalty having certain dreams that would warn them, prophetic dreams. I didn't read the whole book of it. I still have it, but and healing dreams. I mean, I still have to read the fact that I keep that book on my desk and I've had it for 15 years, and I still, I keep it like just close to me, and I have it next to the drawing. That it's like a regular, paper drawing that I made of what I don't even know what to call the being or the entity. And then on the shelf I have, my other book. And yeah, the dreams are so profound. It really makes me think about what the Aborigines say. Like, look, that's where we come from. So this is just a vacation. And then I think of that saying, row your boat merrily down the stream, gently, merrily, because life is just a dream. And I'm like, man, this is so odd. It's oddly amazing. And it's amazing that you even asked about dreams. It's like, how does that happen? There is no coincidences. There's like, I would have never even thought about talking about dreams until you mentioned it. So it's like, I don't even think I'm qualified or worthy of it, but I can't even find anybody.
Right? No, it's like we never started a religion around dreams, so we have no fucking clue how to even get into a foundational groundwork with them.
Exactly. I don't know who, since Darlene Ficcinetti or whatever her last name, I couldn't even believe I got in touch with her 10 years later. It was like around 2014. And it was amazing, but she wasn't the same. She lived like far out by the Hamptons, and it was like, she would spend time in nature. She goes, I feed the deer. She was a little different. I think she was at maybe closer to the end of her. Yeah. And I tried to call back out there, and I think some other people answered, and they were like, they were kind of like not really too friendly. I don't know if maybe she and those people or whatever happened, something. I just got the feeling like, all right, something between them and Darlene, that even though it has nothing to do with me, they don't want to hear her name or something.
Oh, it could even be just, how often, what family fucking egos and greedy drama gets pulled up when some family member passes,
It could have,
her and we got in a fight because she wanted this and I wanted it, and now I don't want to fucking talk to you.
Exactly. But I have noticed that going in the city, in New York City, you do see some going into Long Island, going into Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island. As far as Maine, I used to see this girl in Maine, right over the border of New Hampshire. And it's like pagan city. I noticed, I said, man, all of these people, like they're kind of into it, but they're afraid. And some of them are just full blown. They're just pagan, openly call themselves witches and stuff.
Right.
And I'm cool with all of them. But I notice, I'm like, wow, everybody. It reminds me of the Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Land of the Misfit Toys.
Mm-hmm.
It's like we're all broken. We're all, we still want to be loved, and we're worthy of it. And
I've noticed that big time in the pagan circles. There's not really any actual, community between these people. It's so fragmented. It's completely postmodern. There's no sense of, modern or meta modern, paganism. It's completely just,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. Azarun, I know you've been here. If you want to say something, man, go right ahead. I know Azarun is from India, and he is like a scholar on the Bhagavad Gita, the Puranas, the Upanishads. I mean, how you doing, Azarun? This is Sage. He's a really cool guy, man. He's part of the group, man.
Oh, okay. He had Sage and Confused been on the earlier streams before, like when you were doing Smash TV, or he's new?
No. He's from I met him through Gnosis and another stream that recently. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hi, Sage and Confused. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Fine.
That's good.
Yeah. Anything you have about dreams, Azarun? Like
yeah. I have. It's in a page. I just have to read it. I'll bring it and read it to you.
Okay. Are you there? Azarun is like really cool. Yeah, he is the. I mean, I know something about Hinduism and stuff, but he is like on a level that I have not experienced yet. Like when I mention stuff, it's like, being that he's from India and has grown, up with the culture. It's great to just know somebody like this that he.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I've just, from what I've seen him talk on your stream before, I'm fascinated. I'm like, we need more freaking Hindus and people that can cross these communication gaps, these barrier, cultural gaps. Like, this is some brilliant stuff.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
because I was getting into the Christian culture. Like I said, I've never been a Christian, but I was getting into the Christian culture right when all of this Christian nationalism blew the hell up, and it left a bad taste in my mouth, So I moved over into the Hinduism and dove deep into the Hinduism, and now Modi's coming across my algorithm, fucking Brown Trump, and now I'm getting another kind of bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, shit, man. It's the culture, not the religion, that's pissing me off. Like, but the algorithm has to force the fucked up culture back into my sphere.
Yeah. The culture just, I tell you, and when I look into all religions, I find that piece of the puzzle. Like, one of my friends, he had a Quran, and I'm looking into it, and I'm saying, okay, so in the beginning it said, he had it was left to right, and I go, okay, it had an English translation. I said, wait a minute, it says something about Allah with all the worlds. I said, so you're telling me it's acknowledging different worlds? He goes, oh yeah, definitely. I said, but now it talks about the jinn. And when we started to get into that, he was open about it. I said, it says the jinn before humans. It says, he's the ruler of all jinn, the humans, the animals.
Oh,
and it was really deep. And I go, so the jinn, I said, these are beings made from smokeless fire. He's like, yes. I said, okay. And it only had like one or two more mentions throughout the book that, because I go, can you find everything in there? And then he educated me. He goes, okay, Aladdin. When I said Aladdin, he goes, no, it's Aladdin. And I was like, oh, okay, Aladdin. So Aladdin. And then I started going into the story. He goes, Aladdin actually, there's two genies in the story. And I was like, oh. So he goes, the magician is from Africa. Aladdin is from China. And I was like, wow, that's not mentioned, you know? And he goes, the African sorcerer gives Aladdin a ring that can summon a genie, but he doesn't know it. He goes, he sends him down in a cavern to get the lamp. And he gets the lamp and he says, all around him are jewels like growing off of like the rock. Like when you mine, you'll see the jewels in the rock.
Oh yeah.
And the sorcerer is like, okay, give me the lamp and I'll pull you up. And he's like, no, pull me up and I'll give you the lamp. So the guy's like, no. And he seals Aladdin in the cave. And, you know, it's going down. So Aladdin is in the cave and he gets cold. He starts rubbing his hands together and without knowing, summons the genie from the ring, which is not as powerful as the genie from the lamp, but he doesn't know the lamp can produce a genie. So the genie appears and he's like, you know, I want to go home. I want to get out of here. So the genie transports him home and he has the lamp. And I don't know if he has anything else with him. So he's like, okay, he's home. His mother sees the lamp. And I forgot how, if he was cleaning the lamp and he rubbed it, and that's how the genie was summoned from the lamp. And then I think he went like, he goes, I want to be a prince because he liked the princess. He goes, you know, the only way I can marry her is if I got riches. So the genie's like, he's more powerful than the one from the ring. And he gives him all the riches. The king is like, okay, you can marry my daughter. So when he goes to marry the daughter, his mother one day, the African sorcerer comes around as a beggar saying, I'll trade new lamps for old lamps. And his mother unknowingly trades the lamp for a new lamp. And he comes home, he's like, holy smokes. He goes, where's the lamp? So now the genie transports like somehow everything, the kingdom that Aladdin had, over to Africa or to another land. So now Aladdin's like, oh man, what do I do? But he remembers he has the ring. So the genie of the ring goes, look, I can't undo the other genie's thing. He's more powerful, but I can take you to where he's at. And the story goes into him going to get back the princess and defeat. I think the African sorcerer had a brother. And I don't know if Aladdin killed a brother and got the genie. It's such a deep story.
Extremely deep. I'm hearing biblical and folk tales and all these things intertwining that are just so mythically and symbolically potent to the human brain. Like I'm gonna have to dive back into that story because I've been getting into some of this mythology and folk tales and some of the oldest stories.
Yeah, that story of the magic lamp, it fascinated me. I learned it about maybe, I don't know, 15 years ago. But I think Azarun is back with the script with the Hindu scripture thing.
Yeah. Swapneshwari, it's called Swapneshwari Siddhi, in which you can enter into the dream of a female and satisfy her sexually. I'll just read this. If you want to preserve even your mental celibacy, you must have some siddhi or supernatural power. Swapneshwari will do nicely. Suppose I discover I have a karmic debt with a girl in France. I find it very inconvenient and time consuming to travel to France and romance her. So I send Swapneshwari to her in a male form. In a dream, she finds herself enjoying sex with a man whose face is always hidden from her. She's satiated because sex in a dream is always more satisfying than is physical sex. There are no inhibitions, no fears of discovery, no worry about inadequacy, no restraint to full pleasure in a dream. By satiating her in this way, my karmic debt with her is broken. She never knows who has come to her and never cares to know. There is no karma and no interruption of either my mental or physical celibacy. So it's possible to do it even in a dream, MD. Actually, it's called Swapneshwari Siddhi, and you can go into someone else's dream and do that dream walking like the way that Wanda Maximoff does in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness. It's possible actually through this. You have to attain the siddhi, and this with the supernatural power, you can influence someone else's dreams. It's actually not good to sleep, because when you sleep, you kind of, it's worse than dying. You become more conscious of your body, and you have to learn to control your dreams somehow or the other. There's a way to do it actually. There's a kind of plant, you communicate with it telepathically, and you apply the paste of the plant after it gives you permission to use it. Then you'll get the same dream every day, and then you'll stop dreaming itself. Then when you go into rest, you can rejuvenate completely. Then they'll teach you something like hatha yoga or something like that, breathing techniques where you can use to transcend sleep completely. It's kind of worse than dying, because it makes you get subject to fate very strongly: food, sex, and sleep. So you have to transcend these three and go beyond it.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I would be very fascinated in knowing what exact scripture or article that was from, because that is so interesting, because the implications and the readings behind it. Because in one aspect, it sounds very modernist and patriarchal according to caste systems, fate. But in another aspect, through like a neo-Vedanta lens, it gives on all these other implications. Most people are just going to hear that and go like, "Oh my God, they're doing black magic and witch shit against each other." But it's like, no, there's so much more to this, so much more.
Yeah, definitely. Asrun, where's that from?
Agora at the Left Hand of God by Robert E. Swoboda.
And what book is that?
Agoras.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I never. Wow. Asrun is always bringing up some knowledge, man. This is when I think I still have, it's a short version of the Upanishads, the Katha Upanishad, when the son of, I don't know if he's a farmer, he's sacrificing some old cattle to a deity, and the son is like, what do you think? The deity doesn't know this is the old cattle? He goes, you're supposed to give him the good stuff, He goes, and the father's like, look, man, just leave me alone. He basically tells the son to go to hell. And the son's like, all right, he goes to hell. And he's waiting to talk with the devil. And he waits for, I think, a day or 2 or 3 days. And then one of the demons tells the devil, like, look, one of these Brahmins is here. And you know how they are. They're like fire. Once they catch stuff, everything burns. So the devil's like, all right, let me go talk to this guy. And they have the yeah. Go ahead, Ezra.
Oh no! After my mom is calling me for breakfast.
Oh,
so
okay.
Just have breakfast
we'll talk, man, because we've been streaming for a while, and probably we'll talk soon, man. You take care,
okay.
bro. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. And that Katha Upanishad, I think I still have it. It's a short version, and then I found out before I met Varun, this was 10, 15 years ago, that Upanishad means like it's the culmination of the lesson. It means sit and listen closely.
Yeah.
So this is,
they're like the wisdom teachings, the philosophical texts.
Yeah. So it was deep. And, I learned a lot from that, because I have some family, that's related in that direction. And, I've grown up seeing that, and part of it, I have English family as well. And I'm the first American here. And, but yeah, it's fascinating when I look through some of the stuff, and I'm saying, man, these guys, like, there was some stuff I read that Asrun kind of knew, but I had to look it up. And it was, because I said, there's something in some Hindu texts. I should have saved it. It's like a Shiastra or something about how to cloak a ship in the line of the, I think they call it the Terminator line, where night and day starts to move, like the sun is.
Oh, I think I know what they're talking about. I think, it's like that. What was that called?
It's that line.
Like the Arctic Circle, like right in that area where it's like the sun and the light. It's always dark and always day.
No. This one is like, this is like how it's nighttime over here. The Terminator line is where it turns daylight. So now that line moves. So like right now, in the UK, it's like 5:30. It's 12:30 here in New York, so it's 5:30. So now it's getting daylight right over there, and then in 5 hours or 6 hours, it'll start getting daylight. So that line that moves along, and you have nighttime on one side and the daytime on the other, and every minute, couple of minutes, it starts illuminating. Like night turns into day. So right on that line where I'm trying to explain it as best I can. Like right when dawn happens, that line called scientifically they call it the terminator line. So the line of daytime and nighttime. So right when you see dawn starting, like if I see dawn starting in California, if I remember correctly, it might start. If it starts there first, over here first, and it moves towards, so each state, is a different time zone, right? So
Right.
as the line moves forward, it's still nighttime in one part, but daytime in the other. And as the minutes go by, so that's called the terminator line. That line where daytime starts to turn into nighttime, and then it just incrementally moves forward until it's daytime in California, and then it moves forward until New York, and now the entire North America, is daytime.
Yep.
That line, they talk about how you can cloak a ship in the dark rays of the sun, which is like, 5,000-year-old type of text. It's like, how do these? It's like, this is like some ancient technology.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So it's saying in the dark rays of the
They know
sun.
physics in the environment that well, for reals.
Exactly. So, I was looking, I mentioned to him, so we had looked it up a couple of streams ago, because I go, I said, isn't there something in like some Hindu text about that? And we looked it up. So it was like, because I remember reading about it about 15 years ago. Not only can they cloak a ship in the dark rays of the sun, that they can also cloak a ship to where it seems invisible against the blue sky.
Yep.
There's another way to cloak a ship where it cloaks like a cloud. So when I look at that and I say to myself, like, these guys are talking about cloaking devices for different like methods. Like you can cloak a ship to where it blends in with the sky. You can also cloak it where it looks like a cloud. And you can use the dark rays of the sun to cloak it on the terminator line. So I'm saying this is so freaking advanced in technology. I'm like, everything we got, it's like they're talking about it. And then they're talking about ships that can be controlled by the mental, like a helmet. So I'm saying this shit is like right out of science fiction.
That's like some psychokinesis abilities or something. I know what you're saying.
Now, there was another guy, and this is where it goes like on another level. I was speaking to him about 2 years ago. Now, he's a little off the handle, and he used to be with a psychic like community, like right next to Queens, New York. And he was talking about a guy named Cliff High. Now, I haven't been able to find the research, but we were having a conversation, and he goes, Cliff High, because he was telling me his daughter, I think she has 2 sons, and he was like, had an issue with her having her sons circumcised. And I go, well, what do you know? We were talking, and he goes, Cliff High had a thing where there was something with spaceships or some type of ships that these beings would use that would connect onto the genitals of a man, but you had to still have the foreskin intact to be able to control the spaceship. I'm like, you got to be freaking kidding me. I was like, what the fuck, So I was like, okay. He goes, look up Cliff High. He goes, now, if you are circumcised, you can't control the ship. And I'm like, I'm like, what? So I'm saying, okay, I got to look this stuff up. Now, I think the guy's name was Cliff High. So he's saying that there's something to where that's the way it connects. So like a ship might connect with a helmet, this thing would connect through that way. And I'm like, okay, let me look at it as a scientist. And, I was just like, it's possible. I said, well, I thought something with the circumcision had to do with shedding the skin, like showing it had something to do with, I've heard with some reptilian thing, like to say, okay, we show that we are.
No, I heard what it is. It was basically like what like the baptism, and now it's supposed to be like a confirmation, like a pact with God kind of thing. Supposedly, the circumcision was like the Jewish, one of the Jewish versions of doing that.
It was something like a union or something, or like, yeah. So now I'm thinking, okay,
that's what confuses me. Why are Christians getting baptized and circumcised? Do you really need to double down on this shit?
Yeah, there's something. So when he mentioned the spaceship, and I'm like, okay, so it kind of shows them like, look, we're showing you that we're never going to go against you, because if we don't have this piece on us, we can't control a ship to defy you. And that's what he was trying to explain to me, this guy Dominic. And he was a little odd, but I could see how distraught he was with his daughter and his grandsons, like saying, man, they just don't care about anything I say. And it's just her and her husband. And when he mentioned it, and he goes, look up Cliff High. He goes, and because I was like, man, that's a really deep theory. I said, it could have validity. I said, I could understand something like saying, like, say, okay, I need my right hand to control the spaceship. And it says, well, if you want to show us your allegiance to us, you got to cut off your right hand. Yep. Now you can't control the spaceship. So I know you're never going to go against us. Even if you tried, you couldn't. Because you don't have
I'm good enough at theorizing and having a imagination to understand the person's perspective, but it's like, fuck, I was born circumcised, or not born circumcised. I had a circumcision done when I was a fucking baby. I didn't choose that or nothing. And
exactly.
Like,
we don't. Yeah.
Be like, well, I've lived my whole life, with 10 fingers. I wasn't expecting 11, and you're basically saying that I'm less than you because you have 11 fingers.
Yeah, and same thing with me, because I'm saying, okay, I guess I can't control the spaceship now because I don't have that piece of me with the foreskin. And I would think, I've heard jokes about it, like guys would be like, oh, I wonder where my foreskin's at and stuff. And I was like, wow, why is it that they just want to take that part of us? And then as I researched more, I realized that it's so many nerve endings, and females would be like, some would orgasm easier with guys that are uncircumcised. They had a girl that wrote an article that she thought it was disgusting because her first boyfriend was circumcised, until she eventually, I guess, got with somebody that wasn't. And now, she's like, oh my goodness, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like,
yeah, there's a lot of cultural conditioning around circumcision.
Yeah.
For reals.
Yeah. So, when
I've heard the same thing by a lot of women, that they prefer uncircumcised when it comes to pleasure, but when it comes to their ego and their image, they want the circumcision. So it's like a mismatch between their brains and their bodies.
Exactly, because I've heard circumcised. I heard it's like it desensitizes us, but we can go longer or something.
That too.
Yeah. Yep. So like, but then when the girl wrote about it, because she was like demonizing guys that were uncircumcised, like, oh my goodness, I would never.
The capabilities of the crew, man, or the pilot, man, the ship pilot. It's not about whether he has a good ship or not. It's whether he's a master fucking, navigator.
Because whether or not he can control a ship that could defy them, to say, okay, I still have the ability to plug into the ship, and that I haven't found that research. When he told me that, like we had like a disagreement on certain things, because he was very odd, and I forgot what it was. It was just a regular thing that we talked about, and he was, I could see that what happened with his daughter and all of that stuff, he had like, it affected him. So it kind of like leaked over into every other part of his life. And before he just, like, I guess, stopped really talking to different people, not even for like an argument, just for like being a recluse or something. I did manage to, when I had that conversation, to understand it. And I was like, wow. And I always remembered that, I said, okay, he might have been onto something, because he was saying, yeah, you can't, you're basically telling them, look, I'm a servant of you. I've had this done. Cause I'm like, yeah, why do they do that to kids?
For
And
reals.
yeah,
I don't
so,
get that. Literally, I was circumcised at a Catholic hospital. I'm like, what the fuck? A Catholic? It wasn't even a Protestant hospital? Like, what the hell?
brutality. When I looked into the whole, I forgot what they call it, where they, some religion.
Seriously, I'm like, is Israel paying fucking, Catholic hospitals to get us circumcised or some shit? Is this part of the Zionist money?
Yeah, I think it even goes beyond anything like that. Like it goes way beyond that, to where,
Really?
yeah, because it's like they have to be controlled by something else.
Yeah.
To say, like, okay, what
that
is
is interesting. It's like, oh shit, we modern men can't go around without graping somebody, so we need to cut off some aspect of our unit to think that we have more control or something. Like, it's
and then
going on.
I think I mentioned it on it wasn't on the lab, there was another stream I was on, and I said, what's this thing about King David being told about to collect 200 foreskins? I said, what the hell, with God? And then I think it was the guy, Christian King podcast, because he had an open panel a few days ago. And he goes, oh, well, you don't know the Bible that well. I said, well, what? He goes, oh, no, it was King Saul that told David. I said, well, God's going to know anyway, right? I said, you telling me the whole book you're telling me supposed to be God? I said, so, okay, fine. It's King Saul telling David. I'm saying, okay, I thought it was God telling. I said, God's still at the back of the whole thing.
Right, and then it gets even deeper too, because David, King David, if I remember correctly, is actually the Jewish Messiah.
Yeah, but also I think there's a part in there that David lays down with another dude, and he goes, he had love for him. I forgot the dude's name, as a man would love a woman. So somebody was calling out hypocrisy. Whoa. Yeah, and he was saying, yeah.
I don't remember that. Wow.
Yeah, so I gotta figure. With the internet, we could probably find it, but he was saying that they persecute. So in one sense, he's saying, God is saying that you should persecute people that are homosexual, but not if you're David. If you're David, it's okay, because he lets David do this.
And that's what I'm saying, where there's the hypocrisy element,
the hypocrisy is
supposed to be the Jewish Messiah, and yet, he's being commanded by Saul and doing these fucking things. Yeah, it's weird.
The 200 foreskins has to be quite. It's like, wait, what the heck is it with these foreskins?
No shit, it's like a fucking quota for God, like you're a fucking cop for Jesus or God or some shit. That's weird.
And this is, it's normal to question, to say, okay, because I had brought up the question. I said, okay, we know for a fact that they use foreskins. The Oprah was called out on some skin cream she was using,
right.
So I'm saying, did they, they had to have, maybe they were using it for some type of regeneration thing.
Oh God, that's a creepy thought, for real. Right? They're getting the stem cells off of it.
Exactly, like ancient stem cells. So the guys on the Christian King podcast, of course, looked at me as blasphemy. They, got into a shouting match and threatening me and all of that shit. So eventually it got cool. Everybody apologized,
It's not like you're the one fucking giving people circumcisions or fucking
it's like I went there with a knife or something.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, they were
cracking up in the modern age, man. I'm like, any extremist wants to off me, I just have to point out the very basic and logical fact that AI is helping me with this shit. So unless you're gonna burn down this data centers, you're really not gonna do anything.
Yeah. I try to tell them, look, you got rich people convincing poor people that other poor people are oppressing them. And before I can even get the sense that they're already attacking. But
it's all about the feedback loops, man. I was just thinking this the other day, like bad leaders create the feedback loop that gets a society to believe that good, honest leaders, acting weak isn't actually a strength. Like if I'm seeing an honest, good leader fucking cry on his podium because some tragedy just happened, I'm going to think he's a stronger politician. I'm not going to think he's weaker.
Exactly. They don't, and it's funny because they teach it in the beginning of science when I couldn't understand it when I was younger. I'm saying, okay, so it's the electromagnetic force, gravity, and then the weak force and the strong force. But
Right.
the weak force is stronger than the strong force.
Right.
And I'm saying, well, how the hell? And then, that same teacher that told me being bored is resisting existence, he goes, weakness will always win. He goes, unless the strength can contain the weakness, like the strength of a swimming pool contains the water. He goes, but eventually the water can either evaporate or the walls of the swimming pool would deteriorate, showing once again weakness will always conquer strength.
Or
He
you
goes,
have the weak greedy person going over there and draining the pool because, oh my God, this water and upkeep and all this maintenance costs too much.
yeah, but even if that person didn't exist, the weakness,
Yep.
the water will evaporate.
Yep,
So I
the
was like,
entropy of nature for sure.
exactly. So, and the Hindus always talked about that. They're like, look, and it was kind of like in a despair way. They're like, look, nothing gets better with time. And they're just like, look,
Oh no, you just need to dive deeper into Hinduism, brother.
oh,
They're all about the destruction of the universe actually creates the universe.
yes, the Hinduisms are the epitome of fuck it. Them guys, I gotta give it to
Dude, they turned nihilistic absurdism into a positive fucking like religion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I loved it.
Oh yeah, they're like, hey man, do whatever you want to do because it's all going to shit anyway. That's one thing I got to hand to them. They're just like, hey man, just F it, man. It's like, you want to worship, hey, do it if you want to, man. And it kind of is a relief. It's kind of like Alan Watt had a thing when he talked about the ego, and he goes, if you want to like just say, okay, you know what? I'm going to observe my thoughts. I'm going to observe everything. He goes, but that thing that's observing is a thought.
Right.
He goes, and he said, it's kind of like if the police come into the house, you move up to the second floor. And when they run up to the second floor, you go out the window.
For reals.
Right. And he said, Alan Watt was amazing. And then he goes, so let's look at it this way, because I think he was from England, and he goes, let's just say something that an American audience doesn't want to hear because everything is based on self-improvement. He goes, let's just say there's nothing you can do to improve yourself. He goes, now this is terrifying for an American audience. He goes, but there's nothing you can do. There's just let's just say nothing. He goes, now, if without a doubt, there's nothing you can do to make things better. He goes, what do you get from that? What can we gain? He goes, you get a rest. He goes, you get to relax. He goes, and don't try to figure it out. He goes, just, all right, there's nothing you can do. He goes, then you realize the best things in life are happening. And the way Alan Watt, I think there's a video on that where he talks about that. And it's just, the stuff he says, the way he said it. And I'm just,
people say that's not patience, that's laziness.
No, it's sort of like saying, and he puts it perfect, because it's like, no, it's not laziness, because anything you try is not going to improve me. Because, the part that I forgot was, he goes, how can you improve yourself? He goes, the person that needs improving, you need improving. So how can you improve yourself? That has to come from somewhere else, because it's like me saying, all right, I need to learn how to fly a plane, but I got to learn that from somebody else. He goes, like when people tell me, oh, just be confident. That's okay. Sit behind the pilot wheel and be confident and land that 747. You can't. You have to be confident from a prior success.
Right.
You can be courageous, but you probably will crash that plane and land.
You need some life experience.
Yeah, exactly. So he was, he really thought it out. And he goes, so there's nothing you can do. What do you get from knowing that you can't do nothing to improve yourself? Because to improve yourself, you need to, you can't do that. So how do you improve? He goes, it's a sham. The whole self-improvement business is a sham, because there's no way to improve yourself. He
Well,
goes,
the whole
well, what do you
self-improvement shit's a scam because they don't know how basic fucking neuroscience works, and they use nothing but fucking propositional labeling, you know, basically definitions. Self-help which is literally just a dictionary with fucking, you know, psychological fucking speech.
Yes.
You
And we
know,
see it with Tony
like,
Robbins.
I
We
always
see,
get pissed about those Heige books. You know what I'm talking about? That
Yep.
Danish Heige,
hmm
that coziness. And you look into these Heige books, and they're all just the most basic, boring, unhelpful shit ever. Oh, you want to relax in your American lifestyle? Light a candle. It'll be cozy. And it's like, they don't understand that this is just the definitions. It's not the actual lived experience of, you know, what Heige means.
Yep. Yeah. It's Fantasy Island.
Right?
They want fantasy.
Oh, and they're
They
doing it
want-
to our food now. Dude,
Oh, yeah.
have you seen how Harry Potter started making those butterbeer food?
Oh no. What was it?
Well, this is where I'm coming from. So butterbeer, the flavor butterbeer from the Harry Potter franchise, it literally is just butterscotch flavor, but they branded it to their fucking, you know, IP, their universe. So now, if you think about it, you know, butterscotch for all these decades has been labeled this old flavor. You know, only old fogies eat butterscotch. That's not cool. Why would you eat butterscotch? And now we got Harry Potter, this, you know, brand new hip intellectual property for all the youngsters that are unaware of all this shit. And they got them saying to all the youngsters, guess what? This isn't butterscotch. It's not old candy. This is butterbeer. It's modern. It's hip, you know? So it's all about, you know, fucking shifting the meaning in our lives, you know? So like, I'm not a fan of sweets, but I'm a huge fan of butterscotch. I'm not a fan of Harry Potter, and I hate J.K. Rowling and the whole franchise and all the bigotry and shit behind it. So I'm like, this sucks. Like, the only way I can pretty much get butterscotch in my fucking life is to, you know, buy butter beer and get this fucking, you know, semantically shifted, culturally fucking, you know, co-opting bullshit where it's like, so that's where I'm like, okay, no, I don't drink butter beer. I drink butterscotch, you know, like all you Gen Z people that are drinking butter beer, you're actually old uncles, man, because you're drinking butterscotch. Like, I want to ruin that. I'm not letting that old fucking hateful white woman fucking steal old butterscotch from fucking young fucking people that love butterscotch.
Wow. So they call butterscotch butter beer now.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, man.
Like, I literally wouldn't be surprised if you start finding butterscotch hard candies being remarketed, rebranded under the Harry Potter label. She's probably going to try to literally steal all the butterscotch from our diet and make it hers.
Yep. Yeah. I don't know. Did they like put her into British royalty now, or was she put out of it?
Apparently she's involved with the Epsteins and stuff.
Oh.
And that's where a lot of people are going, well, I think what it is that she's realizing that she's a billionaire, but she's not the fucking Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos billionaire that can get away with doing literally anything, you know, and that her fucking reputation, all her comeuppance is coming back to her. And she's realizing, I got to cash out and make as much money as I can right now before I can't keep doing this, you know. Like, I think she's realizing the, you know, the fiscal feedback loop where you know, you're a billionaire and you're making millions every day. She's starting to go, fuck, I'm starting to make thousands of dollars a day. Like, I need to keep this fucking feedback loop going so I can, you know, suck up all the money from all the other people and I could fucking keep making the world a shit place.
Wow. You know, it makes me wonder. It's like $1 billion. It's like, couldn't that be enough? You know, it's like, you wonder, it's like, if I had $1 billion, it's like, if I spend $1 million a year, that's 1,000 years.
Dude, if I had $1 billion, I'd start up a fucking country. Like, fuck all you idiots.
It's like, yeah, it's like, what the, you know, and they're like, oh, well, I only have $1 billion. It's like, what the heck? It's like, you don't even have to do anything anymore. It's like the greed. When I look at the greed that people have to be like, wait, you could start, like you said, you could start a country, you could buy a small island, you could make
start fixing the fucking planet, you know. Oh shit, all the trans people are discriminating against the whole fucking world. I'm gonna start a country for trans and autistic people since everybody seems to fucking hate us, you know, and we're gonna work together and figure our shit out. Yeah, they might be some hateful, racist, fucking neo-Nazi, fucking, you know, autistic trans people, but we're all gonna figure our shit out and get our society fucking working.
the autistic, like one of my friends, she has an autistic child, and I look at that because I was looking into something that was saying that you can, autistic people can almost, some of them can feel the electricity through the walls.
Oh yeah,
They can,
I've had that.
and they don't even want to acknowledge stuff like that. It's
Yep.
like, wait a minute, these people can hear the traffic from miles away.
Oh God, I have that bad.
Man,
Horribly
and
bad.
nobody
Had
cares,
my
and
ears
I look at that like,
out. Now I'm like hating it. I'm like, fuck, my ears were clogged and I felt like I had a fucking ear infection. But now I went to the doctor and had my ears cleaned out. And now I can hear fucking everything. And it's so fucking stressful.
well, I think they're afraid of people because when I look at that, that's actually like maybe not a psychic sense, but it's some type of enhancement. The fact that somebody can sense, because they're sensitive, they can sense the electricity in the walls. They can sense traffic from forward. They can sense these things, and they can, that's an indicator. This person has an ability that can actually warn other humans that don't have that ability. Like to say, look, this is not good to have these wires right here on this wall. You should have, in Germany, I think they have one side of the house is wired and the other side isn't. And at night they flip a switch, because I was working with a guy, it had to be like 2012. I don't know if you've ever heard of dirty electricity. And they were saying that electricity flows like current, just like water. Yep. So when you have the power box and the electricity goes from the power box to the socket, it goes back to the power box like a wish and wash.
Yeah,
like
it's because they use the alternating current where it bounces back and forth.
Yeah. Now that creates a static, or like a type, static is not the right word, but it creates some type of thing like static that actually, it creates like a fuzz. And I had a few meters where you plug it into the plug and you can tell, and then you put these mitigators that lower it. And they were saying the fluorescent bulbs increase the dirty electricity. So, I switched to incandescent and stuff. And when I was working with this guy back in 2012, I was like, this is amazing. There's a doctor, she's a PhD, Dr. Magda Havas. I think she's from Canada. And she was showing how she tried to bring in the science of saying, look, she was trying to say, look, this can cause what's called diabetes type 3. So we have type 1, type 2. She goes, this can affect people's blood sugar levels. Now, there's a guy that wrote a book, Broder, called Currents of Death. And he was saying that everything, the computer monitor, any electrical devices, they let off certain, of course, electromagnetic rays. He goes, these things have caused problems with people that they don't want to talk about. Yep. The dairy industry being
dude, seriously, just start a conversation about autism and 5e and 5G and watch it blow the fuck up in virality.
Yeah, and it's so important because my friend, her son, and this is the problem. They'll medicate these people. They'll say, oh no, you're all right, you're feeling this, let's medicate him. So now he's numb and he can't feel that. And these people are actually like an indicator, like to say, look, whoever, when they call somebody, I might be autistic, I don't even know, because I feel like when it's quiet, I feel okay. I feel a little better. Yeah. But when that, I start hearing the traffic and I'm just like, oh man, some days, because I got to get up early anyway, but it's just like, man, I just like quiet days. And I've noticed that since I was a kid. It's like having to get up and, just be like, something's not right about this. Yeah. And I guess it's an indicator, like saying, look, this unnatural stuff, like living on a farm might, that's probably the better way. But even then they'll have power lines. And I think in the book, he was talking about cattle started getting messed up because of the power lines.
Yeah. And no, they're really starting to build freaking sensory rooms with Faraday cages for autistic people.
Yeah. And that's the thing.
Up, like we should have Faraday cages to fucking have autistic people. Yeah. They don't let adults into these places either. It's only children. The second they're adults, oh, you've outgrown your autism. You just have to suck it up.
Yeah, it's messed up because instead of fixing the problem, they'll build a cage.
Yep.
They'll give them medication and saying, "Wait a minute, this is an indicator that something's wrong."
Oh, went through that whole route, man. My whole childhood, I was drugged up with the psychiatric fucking pharmaceuticals and shit. I ain't even gotten to a point where I couldn't access any therapy and shit. And I was doing so bad that my mom started fucking giving me benzodiazepines in my food. And it was like,
Oh,
yeah. And that just made the situation even worse. And it was like,
yeah.
Holy shit.
And it's
then
scary.
all of a sudden I'm all fucking blackout, dissociated, don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, don't know what's happening, and I'm stressed out. It's like
Yeah.
you're stressed out and then you add confusion, it just doubles down on the stress.
And the scary thing about the benzodiazepines is that any type of alcohol could be lethal at that point.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
you
like
don't want to mix depressants.
Yeah, fermented food or something that you might not even know contains, and it's just like, what the heck is going on? Instead of solving the problem, no, they drug the person, they cage the person, and I'm just like, wow.
No, that's actually where I'm prideful for my mother, because she admits the things that she fucked up. My dad won't admit anything, puts all blame on me, but my mom, like, she fucking gave me a picture of my dog the other day, because the only dog I've ever had, she gave away because she was pissing on everybody and she didn't want to fucking, put him through obedience training. And, just one weekend I go back to my fucking family and go, "Where's my dog?" "Oh yeah, we got rid of him." But she goes and gives me a picture of my fucking dog. And it's like, you think a narcissistic father would give a fucking picture of their fuck up to their kid? Hell no. But my mom's like, you know what? We've both gotten good. We were both healthy and shit. Here's a fucking picture of your dog.
You remember that movie, The Crow, when he said, "Mother is the name for God that rests on the lips of all children." And I thought about that. I said, wow. I mean, I love
good mother. That is fucking truth.
Right?
Not all mothers are good, but if they're a good mother, that is fucking
exactly.
truth.
If it's because even if the mother's not there and the child knows, and it's like, mama, it's like where I miss my parents. It's been years since they passed, and I think about that, and I'm like, wow, my mother was always it's the most loving person I ever knew, and I do see people that have mothers that it's sad because their mother, they grew up, I guess, in a different scenario.
Because a lot of these amazing mothers are empathetic and they get, crept upon by society because of that. My mom's a straight up empath and she married a narcissist, and that's what created me. So it's like I've had to help her over the past few years after the divorce. It's like, girl, self-actualize, be the fucking powerful woman that you are. Like, enough with all this
tough.
bullshit.
It's really tough when I look at it, like, because I guess my mother was very traumatized from my father, even though, they worked all the time. They got divorced when I was about 8, and he moved to Texas. And I think it was basically due to the alimony and stuff. And he still worked with American Airlines, but I could see, like, when I listened to Rick Jarrow, he has a series called Finding the Work You Love. And when he said, he goes, "I looked at my father for 15 years, a defeated man." He goes, he'd come home. And when I thought about that, I was like, holy smokes. I said, I always wondered why my father was just, we could talk to him sometimes, but then, and then when I think, I said, well, wait a minute, imagine coming home, you're 12 years old and you hear your father got crushed by a tractor trailer, and it's like, I could just imagine. It's like, holy smokes.
For reals.
And I never got to really hear
back in the day and all the things.
Oh, yeah.
The men were always put out in the dangerous positions, So imagine all the fucking crazy.
And what the crazy thing was? I think he was riding a bike, my grandfather, his father, when he was like 11 or 12, and he was going up a hill, and they were saying that the thing unhinged and rolled back and crushed him against a cement wall. So I think he got in a taxi. So I'm saying, okay, you come home. I'm like, and I asked him, I said, he didn't really talk about it a lot. And I was just too stupid to really understand it because, my mother was so, they were so much at odds. And then finally I stayed with him for about a year when I was about 15. And then I came back to New York, and I was like, just Texas, it's okay. But, I was like, all right, I want to go back to New York because he got remarried and everything to a really nice lady. She was like into Star Trek, like on, like, she was like Star Trek convention, really nice though. And I wasn't into Star Trek at that point. I think I was like around 14, 15. When I came back to New York and was smoking weed, I would watch Star Trek late at night. And that's when I kind of got into it. And then, I wasn't really, into it to the point where like those people, would buy the shirt, the Trekkie.
Yeah.
I was just like, look, it's nighttime. It's a cool show. All right, I'm going to watch this and then watch the Twilight Zone afterwards, which I always liked the Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone was just amazing. And now I look at it and I don't really feel the same way. I'm like, it's all right, but it's kind of space police-ish, kind of, they're flying through space, whatever. Twilight Zone, though, that's just still amazing. Rod Serling, his speeches at UCLA.
I really love Outer Limits. Did you ever see that?
Oh, Outer Limits is freaking amazing.
I watched the 95 version of Outer Limits, and holy shit, like that was actually fucking really good. Nobody's even aware of the 95 Outer Limits. Everybody's aware of the modern fucking, the two modern versions of freaking Twilight Zone. They're all aware of the OG Twilight Zone, but nobody's aware of the relatively modern freaking Outer Limits.
The modern Outer Limits got some good episodes. There's a modern, I don't know if it's Night Gallery or Night Vision. I think Henry Rollins was hosting it.
Oh, I haven't heard that one.
Yeah, that one, they had one episode that I really liked that was called like A Window in Time. Now, I don't know about the other. That one is like Twilight Zone level. Outer Limits has some good, like the older one I remember where it would say, we control your television. We control the horizontal, the vertical. It was really deep. And then the 95 one was pretty good too. I remember that one.
I just laugh at the intro so much watching Twilight Zone nowadays because I'm like, fuck you, I just skipped it. What the hell are you talking about? I have control.
Yeah. The Outer Limits.
Streaming, bitch.
Yeah. And Rod Serling, like his interviews, he had to fight for a lot. He said, they didn't want the fantasy, they didn't want the, and he did the first episode with the guy in the town with nobody, but it was a military experiment, and that's what sold it. And Buck Houghton was the guy that was selling it for him. And he goes, once they sold it to NBC, I think it was, or CBS, he goes, that's when he started doing the outer space stuff. And they were like, well, what the heck is this? They're like, look, you bought it, so they made the network, stick to their deal. And I think it went on for 3 or 4 seasons. And then they ended it because there was a few other guys that was writing with him, Charles Beaumont and 2 other guys. But Serling, I think, wrote a bulk of the scriptures. But a few like To Serve Man, Eye of the Beholder, Number 12 Looks Just Like You, The Monsters Are Due on Maple Street. That was a really good one because it showed that, people on Maple Street, the regular suburban neighborhood, how easy it was to turn them against each other. And, they flicker a few lights, the meteor passes by and then everybody suspects each other. So Rod Serling would talk about like the prejudices and the things in the minds of men. The problem with it is that they're not limited to the Twilight Zone. So he said he tried to tell the story of Emmett Till, and by the time the censors got done with it, Emmett Till was a Mexican in a town in like, El Paso. And he goes, they wouldn't let him talk about things that needed to be talked about. And his first thing that got him famous was he wrote, it was about a heavyweight boxers called Requiem for a Heavyweight. Like, where do these guys go after they've beaten the hell out of each other? And, what are they going to do? Like the number 1 contender was played by Jack Palance, and he lost the fight, and then he got another chance and lost that. So now he was the number 1 contender that lost to the champ twice. They're not going to give him a third fight. What does he do for a living? And he goes, the wrestler guy was like, all right, look, you're going to put on this mask. And he's like, what are you crazy? He goes, look, you might as well just chop me up with a meat cleaver. It wouldn't hurt as much. He goes, you're telling me to just, it was like, it just showed like when I look at fighters today, because I was telling somebody, I said, how barbaric of a society is this when you have two men beating each other to death almost in a ring, and people are cheering and betting on it. I
Right?
said,
Dude,
yeah,
we're still living in ancient Rome, man.
it's even worse because it's televised. You know, this is worse than
Yeah, you're right, man.
right. It's
It's not like they even
ancient.
had the printing press back in the day to go, oh, the
Yes.
gladiator and
And,
this
and,
is
and they
section
say
one.
like it's the most important thing in the world that these two guys are. It's like what it would be promoted everywhere. Oh,
Oh
so and
no,
so.
don't even get me started with the sports. My God, they're banning
Oh,
fucking everybody from fucking the Olympics and shit. I'm
oh
like,
man.
and they're
It's just-
testing the testosterone of biological women. It's like
it,
you're
it,
not even just anti-trans at this point. You're anti-woman. You're anti-fucking human.
it,
You
it,
want
it,
robots fucking running the Olympics for the fucking nationalist fucking agendas.
it's bread and circuses.
Oh yeah.
It's the bread and circuses, and I look at it like what the heck is going on? It's like they idolize it, and
It's
then
crazy how zombified society still
yes,
is. And
it
we were
is
just
such.
talking about freaking the Twilight Zone, and I was thinking about MASH and how hard they had to get MASH to how hard they had to push MASH to get it on the television. You know, the same kind of thing. And it's
Yeah.
like how just fucking boring and dumb are people to not want any interesting or new or relevant or healthy or creative fucking things to consume. I just want the
Yeah.
same boring shit, you know. I just
Yeah.
want my fucking, like, what was that one, the fucking the shit, the it was that 50s show with the that small town, you know, like the ranger, like the sheriff guy, you know.
Well, Andy Griffith.
Yeah, Andy Griffith. You know, it's like Andy Griffith is like the stereotypical, like everybody in the 50s wanted to watch that, only that, you know.
Yep.
What you want to put on Twilight Zone? What are you, satanic? Like, what are you? And it's like we're still going through the same shit today because like, we were just talking about, you know, those dystopian anthology series.
Mhm.
And one of the ones that I recently watched a while ago was Dimension 404. Have you ever heard of that one?
Mm-mm.
See, I figured you hadn't heard of it because there's
Dimension what? Say it again.
Dimension 404.
Dimension 404. I'm just looking it up.
But the thing is they only made 6 episodes.
And this is a newer one. Wow.
Yeah, they only made 6 episodes though, and it's like, again, obvious that
anything that makes
it zombified. If
they want to be
second season.
You know, it was another one. The 3. It was Twilight Zone, The Outer Limits, and then the other one was One Step Beyond. One Step Beyond. It was then they were all in black and white. They did an episode on magic mushrooms.
Oh,
and it's still on YouTube. I couldn't believe it. They went to Mexico, and there's a lady called Maria Sabina.
I know exactly what you're talking about. She's the one that started the magic mushrooms in the modern world.
Yes, I think they have her on that episode. And this is, you know, black and white. I think the 50s or the 60s. And I couldn't believe it. They brought a scientist, they brought a doctor, and they brought this other lady that I think she was PhD, and then the host. And he goes, look, we're going to do tests. They're saying that these magic mushrooms can alter our psyche to where we can have extrasensory perception. And it was an amazing episode. I think they have it in like 4 little parts on YouTube. They might have it all, you know, in one part now.
Oh yeah, you could probably find it on the Internet Archive, I'd imagine.
Yeah, One Step Beyond.
I'm like, oh, thank you, MD. You just gave me access to a new show. My God, I've been watching One Piece for 2 fucking months straight because I'm so fucking dead in this media desert where everything new is either true crime or reality, and I don't engage with fucking low culture shit, you know. So it's like, fuck. At the same time, I'm beating myself up, going, I know I'm autistic, but I feel autistic watching this for 2 months straight. This is fucked up, man.
Oh yeah, some of the stuff that it's like they push it on us, and now these days it's hard to find anything. I'm glad. I'm going to check Dimension 404. Wow, that's I'm looking. They said is it similar to Black Mirror, right? It's saying here.
I think it was before Black Mirror came out, and it was inspired by both The Outer Limits and The Twilight Zone.
Wow. Yeah, the Outer Limits, Twilight Zone. The one that's lesser known is One Step Beyond, because that came out at, the same thing. That was like, okay, if you want something different, we got One Step Beyond, which was similar because they had like some very odd, Twilight Zone-ish kind of thing. The fact that they did the mushroom and they had a guy look at 10 pictures. He couldn't look at the pictures, so they're facing backwards, and they go, okay, we want you to guess what this picture is. He got, I think, 1 or 2 out of 10. When he took the mushrooms, he got between 8 and 9 out of 10. So he could, without looking at the pictures, yeah. And so they were showing that at the end of the episode, they said, well, the conclusion is that these mushrooms, as like off the wall as it sounds, it's showing us that it increases the extrasensory perception of humans. And they proved it with the pictures. They had like a card thing where you had to guess.
Funny about science, man. Like, we'll only study the people that are sober trying to reach this state. We won't study any of the people taking drugs or meditating. Mm-hmm. Okay, since we didn't study that, we know everything.
Yeah. And Alice in Wonderland, when it was like, eat me and grow big. Eat me and grow small, right? Kind of like changing your perspective. The caterpillar smoking the hookah with, the weed, that whole.
Well, that wasn't just weed, my God, man. You see the smoke coming off that hookah?
Yeah.
He was smoking some fucking like Dune spice or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Through the looking glass, it really, all of those things, when I look at it, I start to be like, wow, it's telling us like, kind of like that song from Jefferson Airplane, White Rabbit, where she's screaming at the end, feed your head.
Dude, that just totally reminded me of, did you ever see that fucking film? Shit, now I just lost it. Fuck, that's coming to, I'll find that in just a second. Just give me a second. Continue, man.
The White Rabbit, I mean, I remember listening. It has like a
Sorry, it was Sucker Punch. Did you ever see that film, Sucker Punch?
No.
Dude, you will have to see that one. It is a trip. My God. It is such a fucking mind-boggling trip. Like, it literally had something to do with like the main character, like had a fucking had or is going to end up having a lobotomy, and it was like they were in like this crazy fucking world that's like blending the hallucinatory states and the real world, and it's like you have to keep focused and like going, okay, is she in the real world right now? Is this fantasy? Is this a mix of the two? Like, where's the story going? What's happening? It's a trip.
Well, yeah, I just looked it up. It's Emily Browning, Jenna Malone. I think those are some of the stars. Jamie Chung.
And it actually plays the White Rabbit song in one of the scenes on that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Every time, I haven't listened to it in a while, but that song it's a haunting melody, the way she she comes out with it. And it's just like, whoa, this is some deep stuff. And I wondered, just listening to the lyrics of it, because I guess the White Rabbit is in relation to the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland.
Yep.
And, feed your head. And it's like one pill makes you larger, one pill makes you small. Every lyric is just like, holy smokes. Yeah, it's deep. But it's almost 1:30, man. This has been a great conversation, man. I really appreciate it.
For sure, man. I'll be sure to hop back on in another one of your live streams in the near future.
Definitely, man. Yeah, sure. 1:30. I got to get up around 6.
Oh,
but yeah, we'll talk again. Thank you so much, bro, and thank everybody in the chat. Thank you guys. Yeah, sure. Everybody. Yeah, we'll talk again soon, man. You have a great night, and you're always welcome to come on, man. I appreciate it, bro.
All right, sounds good. All right. Well, peace.
All right, peace.